And we are good to go. We are now live over there on YouTube. So anyways, we got Lincoln1234 here, and he said Jesus and Paul probably existed. Is that what you said? Probably existed?
Yeah, probably.
Probably. Okay. So the accounts that we have of them are where?
Like Bible, scripture, text.
Okay. And how did we determine that that would be historically reliable?
Uh, didn't he have like 12 disciples, and they had also written testimonies of his? Of, no,
Mm-mm. No, we don't have anything from the disciples or anything like that. In fact, we don't even have anything that mentions the disciples, believe it or not. Outside of the Bible or outside of Christianity, the disciples are never mentioned ever.
really, I did
Mm-hmm.
not know that. Well, I was raised Catholic,
Okay.
to be honest. So, but I like left the church. But I like can come to fruition as if that they like were people and that they like spread teachings, but not necessarily like. Um, I honestly think Christianity is kind of outdated. Um, so I wouldn't like use it as a religious basis, as in like
But
the.
it sounded like you kind of held on to it for some kind of historical purpose. It sounded like.
Yeah, I don't believe that like God became man and it was Jesus. And like I think the whole
Right, right. But why
resurrection.
did if they
Yeah.
if you already decided that they got that stuff wrong, why are
Mm.
you assuming that they got the historical stuff right? Like, what was the thinking there?
No, because the Vatican and the personal accounts and all the like the
Of what?
of Jesus existing. Like I
The
don't think
personal accounts of Jesus, like Jesus's own accounts.
of people around him existing.
Like who?
Like his disciples. Didn't he have 12 disciples and
Well, I mean
apostles?
that's part of the story, but I mean, Harry Potter has a couple friends that he's like best friends with, Ron and Hermione. That doesn't mean anything.
Well, so why don't you think that they existed? Uh,
Well, not only do we not have any evidence for them, but the stories themselves don't even line up with history sometimes. Like it, in order to figure out whether or not a story is true, it's not just like how many times it lines up with history, it's how many times it doesn't. That's
and
really the problem.
like what could you give evidence of like more example like more specifically?
Yeah. So,
Like
for
I'm
instance,
willing to learn.
yeah, for instance, whenever Jesus mentioned rabbis and stuff like that, but rabbis don't show up until 70, that's problematic because that's when rabbinic Judaism starts, is with the fall of the temple
Mm,
in 70. But Jesus is talking about rabbis and is called rabbi all throughout the Gospels 40 years earlier. Doesn't really
okay.
make a lot of sense.
So you also think like all the other people did not exist, like Adam and Eve and Abraham?
Well, those people
And
aren't in the New Testament, so it's not really part of the conversation here.
how about like Mary?
No, it definitely didn't exist.
Okay. And well, already just wondering.
Yeah. I mean, I think it sounds like you have deconstructed from Catholicism. You were a recovering Catholic, and that's fine. That's okay. I'm not going to knock it at all. I'm going to encourage it. It's just that it sounds like you deconstructed from the more religious side, but held on to the other parts as if they were real because a lot, and that's not just you. A lot of people do that. In fact, the majority of people who deconstruct do that kind of method where they deconstruct from the magic part of it, but they hold on to the part that could potentially be real because that at least sort of kind of explains where the story could possibly come from. So they go, oh, there was a real component to it. There was a natural component, but the supernatural stuff was just heaped upon it. And that's what I don't believe anymore. But in reality, like, you don't believe in Clifford the Big Red Dog because a dog can't get that big. That's supernatural. Why are you still holding on to Emily Elizabeth? You know what I mean?
why do you preface as the Old Testament versus the New Testament being? Do you mention like the I mentioned Adam and you said like you
It's
do
not
you,
really a question to what I asked, because I
yeah,
asked if you know what I mean, and then you immediately started talking about Old Testament and New Testament as if that
yeah.
was some big conversation that we had.
No, no, what I'm saying is like, do you think it's also like along the lines of what you were just saying?
Like fiction, mythology.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Why why wouldn't it be?
How about like other Abrahamic religions?
What I mean, like Mormonism, Islam.
Yeah.
What about them? Like what
Do you also
specifically are you
think?
asking?
Do you think they're also along the lines of fiction?
Like what parts? Like, because the Abrahamic religions generally will rely upon either the stories from the New Testament or the Old Testament. I
I
mean,
mean,
there's a little bit of narrative in the Quran, and some of that narrative might be true because it's talking specifically about like Muhammad himself. But
mm,
I mean, it a lot of the material that it has in the Quran is still pulling from like the stories of the Old Testament, like Moses or Abraham,
yeah,
or it's
that's
still
what I was.
pulling from the stories of Jesus, which are, I mean, those are wrong. So I
Yeah,
mean,
that's what I was
if Jesus
referencing.
never existed, then the New Testament is out, the Quran is out, the Book of Mormon's out. Like I don't know what to tell you there.
Because like I have Muslim friends and they reference like Adam and Eve, and because
Yeah,
there's an
yeah. So
overlap.
I mean, it should have been pretty easy that if Adam and Eve are fictional, then they're fictional. How would the Quran suddenly get it right or something?
Yeah. Okay. Well, now I understand.
Yeah,
Yeah. All right. Um, it was nice talking to you.
yeah, yep. Come back if you have any other questions or anything, and stick around. The chat is very knowledgeable on this topic as well.
Were you ever religious at like one
Me,
point
as a
or no?
missionary.
For church, like
What?
a Christian missionary?
Yeah.
Oh,
As
that makes
opposed to what?
they have like other missionaries.
For what?
They don't have like. Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's only Christian based. I forgot. It's only a Christian thing.
Yeah.
Don't no, they have Buddhist missionaries.
They don't call them missionaries.
Oh, okay. Alright.
But anyways,
Have a good.
yep. Thanks for coming up, man. Thanks for coming up. That was Lincoln 1234, everybody. All right. So if you've got any evidence for Jesus Paul, I want to hear from you. And flashing right above my head is a Bible verse. It is 1 Peter 3:15, and in a nutshell, it is telling you that if you believe that Jesus and Paul actually existed 2,000 years ago, you should always be prepared to give an answer to somebody who is asking you about it or demands an answer from you. Sorry. Sorry. And it says to do so with gentleness and respect. That's the big part that a lot of historicists or Christians or religious people just tend to waver on that last part. Remember, guys, according to 1 Peter 3:15, if you don't come up here and give me evidence as to why Jesus and Paul never existed 2,000 years ago, then if you die, Jesus is going to look you dead in the eyes and he's going to say, "Depart from me. I never knew you. You didn't take time out of your day, just a little bit of time out of your day, to go tell that YouTube TikTok cowboy that I existed 2,000 years ago. Depart from me. I never knew you." You're letting God down if you can't come up here and give me evidence. And when God gets sad, he unalives a puppy. Look it up. Look it up. It is in the book of Esther. You don't know where it is either. Okay. If you're on YouTube, welcome in, welcome in. If you want to come up, you definitely can. The chat has a link. I take guests on TikTok, and there's a link there in the chat that you can click, and that'll take you over to TikTok. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come up on TikTok, that's perfectly fine. If you send a super chat, I will read it out loud and respond to it. For instance, there is a super chat already, $2 there from a Lope Nope says, "Use your Bible verse thingy, bro," which is why I turned on that Bible verse up there that says that you should always be prepared to give a defense of why you believe what you believe. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Let's see. All right. All right. So, trying to see here. Wow. Just the other day, we were talking about Sergeant Roy, and I was like, I think he finally got his medication right, and he hasn't really come around at all because he seems to have been pretty level headed the last time that I talked to him. And we were talking about how his wife probably loves him again and stuff like that because he got his medication right and he's not like going off on her or anything. But it looks like he is right back in here just a couple days later. His comment says, "Cowboy, I haven't picked on you lately." Yeah, man, it was actually pretty nice. We were actually able to have good conversations with people who actually have read the Bible and actually know their shit. And actually like past sixth grade. And it says, "You still quoting crap, lol. You're not sustainable. Yeah, that's why I'm still doing it. And you stopped is because I'm the one who's not sustainable. I don't really know how that works. I don't think that works at all. I don't think that makes sense. All right. Neophamor, I think. Neophamor says the Babylonian Talmud mentions a figure named Yeshu who was executed around Passover. Well, yeah, I mean, you can come up and we can talk about that. That's perfectly fine. I'll send you an invite. Lindsay says, "You're not environmentally friendly." I mean, I guess I try to be. I recycle. I don't know. I, I guess I try to be. Bronte Obama, we serve an awesome God. What does that even mean? I don't know what that means. But I mean, you can get a nice little mute there in the chat because you keep spamming the same crap. But whatever. I don't know. I try to be sustainable to some extent. Okay. Good for him. Yeah. Sergeant Roy says, "I'm a Bible scholar." Oh, that's right. It really, really fast, really fast. Does anybody in the chat? Does anybody in the chat actually? Do they see how Sergeant Roy keeps commenting? There's someone on the TikTok channel or on the TikTok side whose name is the Rod of God. I like that. I like that because that's where Sergeant Roy got his scholarship diploma is like a 6-month class or something like that, or a 3-month class from Rod of God Ministries, which is basically in the fucking barn out in, I don't know where he fucking lives, somewhere in South Carolina or some dumb shit like that. Yeah, I have no idea. Rod of God. Oh my gosh. All right. If anybody has any evidence for Jews or Paul, I want to hear from you. If you're on YouTube, click the link, come up on the chat, click the link that's in the chat and come up on TikTok. Again, you can send a super chat if you want. Yepper and still getting more. It's still getting dumber? South Carolina is still getting dumber? Or are you or are you saying like you keep going back to the barn to get more degrees? Is that what you're saying? Either way, it's ridiculous. Roid rage. Rod of God is not only unaccredited. I don't think the founders of the Rod of God Ministries could spell the word accredited. I don't think that they're capable of doing that. Oh my god. Tamad says Lindsey Graham is really sad he's not getting the Rod of God today. Uh, Something. All right. Gene the Bean or something said something in the chat. Sergeant Roy says, "You question mark, TikTok question mark." Yeah, we're on TikTok. And that ridiculous book you wrote, period. LOL. Those aren't even like complete sentences. I don't even know what you're talking about. Anyways, Gene the Bean, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
Wait, you asked a question there in the chat. You said something about Yeshua or something.
Yeah. Do you believe that he was real?
No, that would be the Jesus that I'd be talking about, like from the New Testament.
Yeah, but Jesus is not even, I mean, he's like a character, but Yeshua, would you say that there was books written about him outside of, I mean, there's recordings,
When you are
small
you're
ones.
trying to split Yeshua from Jesus.
Well, Jesus wouldn't even be considered. Let's just talk about Yeshua.
Okay. I want
Yeshua,
you to name me a text that says Yeshua and talks about anybody in the first century who was doing anything remotely close to like being crucified or dying for sins or anything like that.
I don't think you can. I think there's small little
All
things
right.
that
So
have.
what do you know of for Yeshua?
Well, the only thing that I've ever pulled up is that there is some documentations that they had talked about a man outside of the Bible.
Who?
There was some
What
writings.
documentation?
I believe one was during the first century. I can't remember the scribe's name, but there was documentation talking about a man that was crucified during that period. I know that there was a lot of people that was
Yeshua
crucified.
is what you're saying?
Yeah.
No. We don't have anything in the first century about a Yeshua specifically who was crucified. In fact, I don't understand why you separated Jesus from Yeshua and said Jesus didn't exist, but Yeshua somehow did, when the New Testament itself is written in the Greek. Who you're talking about or thinking of might be Josephus, but he was writing in Greek as well, so also didn't say the word Yeshua. So I don't.
What do you
You,
think, if you
you
don't
were
mind me
trying to
asking,
be
what do you think the
specific, but
book
I
was
don't know
written
what you're
for?
talking about.
My question is, what do you think the book was written for, do
What
you think?
book?
The Bible.
Okay, so now the Bible's back in play?
No, I'm asking a question.
Okay.
Why do you think the Bible was written?
The
Or
entire
all the
Bible or the New
books?
Testament?
The New Testament, let's just use that one.
The New Testament, it is half of it. Well, about a third of it is going to be Gospels, which are based off of the first Gospel that was published. That was likely just an origin story, a mythological origin story for the mystery cult known as Christianity/Christianity. It's first published in 144 by Marcion from Sinope. That being said, when it comes to the other 2/3 of the New Testament, these are going to be letters and stuff like that. They try to give you instruction on how to be a good Christian or run a good Christian church.
Got you.
So the only reason that people think that Yeshua means anything is because of the fact that they think that Jesus from the New Testament actually existed. And if he actually existed and he was Jewish, he likely would have had a Jewish name, despite the fact that there's two people that he apparently pals around with that don't have Jewish names, like Andrew and Philip. These are both Greek names and don't have a Hebrew variant. He even says some things in Greek that don't even have a Hebrew variant for that word itself. So yeah, it's all kinds of shit like that. But the point is, um, you're saying Jesus didn't exist, but Yeshua did. But the only way that you can even get to a Yeshua is because you're saying that Jesus did exist and his name would have been Yeshua. So Jesus and Yeshua are actually the same character. That's why I say the word Jesus, because that's how people who speak English know the character.
Identify them.
Yeah.
Sure. Makes sense. I've just been fascinating because, a book that has tested the time, is it been given to us for a state of control, or has it been given to us because it is a cult book? I have a philosophy that
What do you mean given to us? Because the Iliad and the Odyssey is still given to students, and that's older. It's older than the Old Testament.
yeah, but we also got to remember, I don't wear Nike, but they're the best published. It's what's in front of the masses. I mean, when you've got every hotel in America that's got a Bible in it, it's a big difference. That's why.
Okay. Well, what does that
I
have to do
mean,
with anything?
well, I'm just wondering if a book that has been around for so long and
Hmm.
why it's been able to make such an impact, but then we say, well, no, it didn't. None of this happened, and but you got like I would say a lot of, well, especially America. most people would identify as a Christian in America. And I'm the only reason why
What
I'm asking
is
is when you produced a book that has tested the time, just to discredit it in the aspect of just discrediting it, I think that's not. I don't think that's
because a book stays around long. The
yeah, for
Odyssey
sure.
lasted
Just like
longer
the
than
book
that.
you
That's
would
not a
say,
that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean that like fucking sirens exist and mermaids
I
and
know,
shit.
but you have a platform on it.
Okay, well I'm
It's
telling you
giving you
that
a
the Odyssey,
platform.
yeah, the
It's
Odyssey
giving you
is
a
the
voice.
Odyssey is bullshit.
The
Yeah,
very thing that you're discrediting
the
is your voice.
Odyssey.
No, the Bible.
Okay,
Your
cool. The
Jesus and
Odyssey
Paul
is
never
also
existed is
bullshit.
what gives you your platform.
Sweet.
That
And
gives you the pure existence of itself. You're creating
no,
it. Yeah,
that's not how that works.
it
In fact,
is.
no, Tim Allen is funded by not only being a space ranger in an animated movie that didn't exist, but also Santa Claus. That doesn't mean that the things that he is making money off of suddenly are real. That just because he like talks about them or makes a bunch of movies about them. That's dumb as shit, and you should feel like shit for even bringing up that argument.
I like your wording. You're a smart guy. Well, I hope you have a good day, bro.
Makes one of us. Do you have anything else? All right. See you later. He decided to just go ahead and leave. That's how that works, guys.
Now that's what I call a Texas barbecue.
That's how that works, guys. That's how that works. You press them and they just kind of fall apart. All right. Let's see here. We do have somebody who's coming up. It makes more. All right, we do have somebody who I just accepted. Hopefully they connect. Hopefully. There we go. User 45035030297765. What you got?
Good morning.
Hey,
Yeah, I just want to see if you ever heard of the letter of Lentulus.
I'm going to go ahead and assume that you didn't pronounce that anywhere close to correctly because I have
Probably
no idea
not.
what you just said.
It's a letter from the Romans, and this letter from was written
What
to
did you
Caesar.
say? Who's the letter from who?
Lentulus, I think it's
Oh,
Lentulus.
Lentulus?
Lentulus, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. 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 Yeah, what about it?
Yes, I just want to see what you know about that letter.
It's written, it's in like a late text from a fictional governor. What does that have to do with anything?
Mm.
The first
A
time that it
fictional
shows up, yeah, it first starts showing up in the 15th century.
Yes, but that doesn't prove that it was written at that time.
It's written by somebody who
the
didn't exist. So yeah,
but the letter exists. How does that
yeah. There's also a letter
prove your
from
point?
Sirius Black and a letter from Anne of Green Gables in books written in the 20th century. What does that have to do with anything?
Right. I mean, but you're making that claim to that it automatically has to be fake.
Yeah, dude. It's because it's from a fake person and it doesn't show up until about 1,400 years after Jesus supposedly dies.
Yeah, that can be a claim as well. But you're making that into the reality by saying that it's a forgery or it's a fake person.
I mean, it is. So I don't know what to tell you.
I don't know what to tell you.
Also, there's a crazy echo. Just take me off of Bluetooth, man. I don't want to hear myself twice. Barely want to hear myself once.
Let me see. Well, I'll have you on. It's on the speaker of my car. That's why. But
Yeah, I know. You just keep me on the phone, dude. Just all you gotta do is just hit the little Bluetooth button, and then it's not gonna echo, and you can still hear me. It's
yeah.
not that hard. Anything else other than a letter that you couldn't pronounce?
A name I couldn't pronounce, not a letter.
All right. What
But
does the letter
but
say?
I see it was a description of Jesus. Supposedly on your eyes is written to the Emperor Caesar.
Okay.
Yeah, it was describing that this person exists, which is Jesus Christ.
Mm-hmm.
He
Yeah,
was
it's
writing
almost
to
like they
Caesar
believed in
about his
Jesus in the 15th century. It's almost like people
yeah,
like,
and
know
that
about it.
letter describes how this person Jesus Christ
Mhm.
is performing miracles and the way he looks, and he wants Caesar to get to know to get to know him.
Sweet. It's written in the 15th century, dipshit. Do you have anything else? Anything at all?
No, that was
All right.
it. But
All right. Well, anyways, the letter from Lentulus is explicitly it is first published in Italy in the 15th century. It's around that time that like there was a big push for like relics and stuff like that, like things that are connected to Jesus, which is why you end up with the Shroud of Turin in the 14th century, and you end up with this as well shortly after that time period. It is first widely published in let's see, it appears in several Florentine publications from around 1460. So it just shows up at that time. What is going on? Is it Dino or Diano?
Dino, brother, nice to meet
Dino.
you.
Hey, how's it going? What you got, man?
Yeah, no, I just said prove Jesus and Paul never existed. How can we prove you? Prove to me George Washington existed. Like, we can't. They're not here anymore. Oh, so someone's already asked you this question, maybe.
Yeah, because it's a stupid point. So yeah, we have his
No.
teeth. We also have his descendants. We have coins later on, obviously, but we have paintings of him that he posed for, which is how we know exactly what he looks like for
If
said
you go in the
coins.
Vatican, the Vatican have the rag of Jesus' blood.
Okay, and when do you think that dates to?
How do you know that? I know what argument you're going to come down now. So how do we know they're George Washington's teeth? Prove to me they're
It
George
sounded like
Washington's
you were pretty close to English, but you can try it again if you want.
No, I am English, mate. I've just got a dry throat at the minute. That proves to me they're George Washington's teeth.
Yeah, so there's DNA on them, and also we have a chain of
Prove that's
custody
fake.
of these particular things. We also have letters from him that stylometrically come back as him asking for more teeth because he was getting them from a dentist over in France.
Prove that mayonnaise is. Like, how far can we keep going with this
Sweet.
question?
That's not the only thing that we have. We also have paintings of him, which all look the
I'll paint you
same,
with-
which is
I'll
because
paint you
he
a picture,
posed
sorry.
for them.
I'll paint you a picture of Jesus now.
Sweet, and that would
And
be
I'll say
something
that's
from.
Jesus.
Sweet, yeah. And how would we be able to know that that's exactly how he looked?
How do we know that's how George Washington looks?
Because they actually go up with
Napoleon.
other things from the time.
Let's
Same
go
thing.
Napoleon a little bit further back. Napoleon. How do we know Napoleon existed?
Because we have over 10,000 different documents from him and soldiers who knew him.
Well, go from the Bible. We've got documentations of Jesus.
Sweet. So show me anything that we have from somebody who knew Jesus.
Well, who knows George Washington or Napoleon now?
What? I'm not
Who
saying now. I'm saying tell me a text that we have in the New Testament that says it's from somebody who knew him back then.
The Vatican, the Romans. How do we know the Romans existed? That's because they're the ones
Sweet.
who killed
So
Jesus.
lock in, buddy. Give me a text that says it's from somebody who knew Jesus.
Give me a text from somebody who knew you were a Roman soldier, but we know the Romans existed.
Yep.
Come on, man. You've got it's.
I don't know really what you're asking for a text that mentions Roman soldiers, like personally. Josephus, Philo of Alexandria.
But how do they know they existed? 2,000 years
Because
ago.
we have Ptolemy. We have all kinds of things that go back really far.
We're gonna have to agree to disagree on this because, like, I can keep coming.
So, I mean,
if
you want to just toss out all history, including Jesus and Paul, okay. If you want to do that, do you want to do that?
We can do that. Yeah, you can educate
Okay,
me.
sweet.
No
So
problem.
go ahead, and I want you to say in front of the 243 people watching over here on TikTok and 375 people watching on YouTube, I want you to say, Dino, I am tossing out all of history, including Jesus and Paul. So go
No, I'm
ahead
not
and say
doing
that.
that, though, am I? I'm not doing that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then don't worry about the slippery slope argument. It's dumb as shit, and you're probably just as dumb. That being said, do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul
You're a
whatsoever, or
very
any
nice
text that
person.
comes
You're a
from
Muslim
somebody
by
who
any
knew them?
chance. But there's no one's alive today that knew him.
I didn't ask that.
But you did. You're asking for a text from somebody who knew him. So when you
Yeah.
throw a text from someone from
Do you
George
believe that we
Washington,
have?
Napoleon,
Yeah. So we do
Alexander
have
the
texts
Great,
from people who knew George Washington. It's called the
how do
Declaration
we
of
know that's real?
Independence.
How do we know that's real?
Are you wanting to toss out history? Are you wanting to just do that? We can if you want.
So what do you mean by toss out history? Maybe it's like I don't know language difference because you're American.
Yeah. All
Right,
right.
you
Well,
gotta
fuck
talk
off,
about
bell
history.
end.
Sausage.
Sausage. Anyways. That doesn't even make any sense. All right. Football Factory. What's going on?
Hi, good afternoon.
Trying
Afternoon,
to. Yeah.
Scotland.
Yeah. Okay.
Scotland.
I was like, okay. Yeah. All right. Whew, man, we must be blowing up out there across the pond. So what's going on there, Football Factory?
Yeah, good. Nice sunny weather today.
I'm beginning to think that Football Factory is actually in reference to Soccer Factory.
Yes, we don't say soccer though.
Anyways,
Well,
what's going on?
football and English. So yeah, good. So you're asking for evidence of Jesus and Paul
Mhm.
in a text where what's the I missed the end part.
Well, I mean, with the guy that I was talking about earlier that was all kinds of crazy. He was talking about how we have or he kind of mentioned in passing that we have things from people who knew Jesus. And so I was
Okay.
asking him for the name of a text from somebody who claims to
Yeah.
know Jesus, that kind
So
of thing.
if-
But I mean, if
if
you've
I
got
give-
different evidence for Jesus, or you
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that we have different things,
If
then
I,
go ahead.
if I give you that text, then what happens?
Then that would be pretty great.
Ooh. Okay, you ready for it?
Yeah.
Is it 265 people ready for it? And the
Mhm.
300 odd on YouTube?
Yeah.
The text today that confirms Jesus
Mm-hmm.
is also confirmed by the Birmingham University that this text is the legit carbon dated exact text that is used today,
This is not gonna go
which
well.
is the Quran.
So that doesn't make any sense. At best, that's from like the carbon dated pieces. At best, are from the late 6th century. That would be well over 500 years after Jesus supposedly died. So no, that has nothing to do with something that is written by someone who knew him.
Why does that not? Why does that not?
What?
Why does that? Why does that not? Why is that not accepted?
As something written by someone who knew Jesus? That wouldn't make any sense. Did somebody live 500 years?
So do you know how the Quran was revealed?
Yeah. Someone
By
living
who?
outside the Roman Empire heard wind
no,
of
by
the
who?
official religion of the Roman Empire and then decided to
Where
write
did
their
they
own
get it?
version of it.
Yeah. Who did they get it from?
The Roman Empire.
No. Muhammad received the Quran.
Prove it.
But who transmitted? No, that's not your question.
No,
who
prove it.
transmitted it?
Prove
No,
that
you're
Muhammad
asking
got
another
it.
question. No, you're asking another question now.
Yeah, you
You're
just
stick to
you
your
just kind of
original-
made a statement. You said that Muhammad received it. Prove
stick
it.
to Yeah, so stick to your original question. You said it has to be someone who met Jesus also. So who
Okay.
met?
Do you think that Muhammad met Jesus?
No, that's not what I'm
Okay,
saying.
well,
So
that's the original
who
question, I
revealed it?
guess. So,
So
congratulations, you're just kind of stupid
no,
in
no,
2 languages. Like, I
no,
don't
no.
know what to do.
Muhammad received it.
Mm-hmm.
Muhammad received it, but who revealed it?
I don't know if Muhammad received it. You're just kind of making claims.
No, no, no. We're saying it was received, but I'm saying to the person who
I
revealed it
don't
to Muhammad
I don't think anybody
is the
revealed it to
same.
Muhammad because I don't think Muhammad received it. Where's your evidence that he received anything?
I can go into that in a second, but you have first you're
Okay, well then
asking
go
me.
into it.
So I'm saying to you, it was the angel Gabriel that had transferred it, obviously, from God to Muhammad.
Cool. I
So
don't think.
angel
Okay, prove it.
Gabriel.
Prove it.
Okay, one
Prove it.
second.
No,
Angel.
okay.
One second.
I don't know how they do things over in Scotland. Apparently, you're just as good as arguing as you are at actually playing football. But please present your evidence for Muhammad actually receiving anything, let alone from an angel.
I think you just muted me. Is it?
I
Was it me
did because you're saying dumb shit. Just give me the evidence that Muhammad received anything.
So give you evidence. The evidence is in our hand.
Okay. And I guess when I hold the Book of Mormon, I also have something that Joseph Smith received by an angel.
Is that what he claimed?
Yep.
So you need to prove if that claim is right or wrong.
Cool. Yeah. So that's what he claimed. And I think that it's stupid because when people say that they got things from angels, they're stupid. So when it comes to Muhammad, who is also stupid, or at least the claim of him getting it is stupid. I don't think Muhammad actually makes those claims.
Yeah. So he did make the claim.
Sweet. So what's your evidence that it happened?
So now we can say that the person who transferred it was the same person who transferred to Jesus his message or whatever you want to say. So Angel Gabriel is basically the middleman in this situation.
Dear God, it sounds like your lift doesn't stop on all the floors. I don't know what's going on. You are one chip short of a Happy Meal. I have no idea what you're even trying to say or get at. I don't know how you're not comprehending what I'm saying, but we've got to move on to somebody with some wrinkles on their brain or something. I don't.
Okay.
Please provide the evidence that Muhammad actually received anything. What is your evidence that this actually happened?
We can put the claim to the test. So there's either 3 or 4 options when Muhammad received the
Dear
the
God.
Quran.
All right, we're just going to move on. Jesus Christ. $2 over there on Super Chat from Frogard and Boggard. Says, get a life, brother. Thanks for the $2. All right. Silly. All right, if you're on YouTube and you want to come up and give some evidence for Jesus or Paul, click the link that's in the chat or over on the YouTube profile. Or if you don't have a TikTok, because TikTok is how I take guests. If you don't have a TikTok or don't want to come over, that's perfectly fine. Just send a super chat. I will read it out loud and I will respond to it, just like I did there for Frogard and Boggart, who just told me to get a life. If you have a question or have some evidence or just want to say that I look like a douchebag, that's perfectly fine. Anyways, what is going on? By anime.
Bro, you said it great. Man, what's up, man? How you doing?
Is that not how your name is said?
Yeah, some people get it wrong. I don't know why. I mean, but it was supposed to be like a play on words, like BN anime, like good anime, but I just stuck with the bye, you know.
All right. That's the way your gaze ways, brother. All right. What you got for us?
Okay. Man, just saying first and foremost, how you doing?
Doing good.
See your things here and there when I'm scrolling. I saw your prompt. I was hella confused, like to start things off. First, I never really did things like this. I kind of just been the consumer, so this is kind of a whole new experience. But so what evidence would convince you that Jesus and Paul did exist?
Something from the first century. Something from the first century that bears their names in a mundane way.
something from the first century that bears their name in a mundane way. Like,
Yep.
okay, mundane being like as long as it says their name.
Non-supernatural.
Okay, non-supernatural. Okay, so I guess you automatically rule out the Bible, like the New Testament.
I mean, if
Like
you can show that the natural Jesus presented in the New Testament is historically reliable, like in some of these verses, then sure, that's fine, or historically provable. Yeah.
Okay, so for examples like from atheist, agnostic, I'm sure you've already heard Bart Ehrman, Maurice, the Jewish scholar, Jizza. Yep. So you can't just. So why are those why don't you affirm those?
Why do I
They're
give a
not
shit about someone's
evangelical
opinion? I
Christians.
just care about the evidence. What evidence do they provide?
Well, it's just because it's not just their opinion. Those are historical documents. That's how we have historical documents. We have to record them. They recorded it, even though they
I
did
have
not
no idea what
believe
you're
in the
talking about. You think
supernatural.
Ehrman is the historical document? At best, he would be
I
pointing to
think
some kind of historical document. What does he point to? That's what I'm asking. What evidence do they point to?
Okay, what does he point?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay.
And did you just think
sorry
that
about
coming up here and like pointing to somebody who has
Yeah,
a PhD
yeah,
attached to their name
absolutely,
was just
yeah.
going to win? Okay. Well, I can point to a
No,
PhD who
no,
says
dude,
Jesus
no,
didn't
no, no,
exist.
no,
I
no.
can point to a
I just
PhD who says
think
Paul didn't exist. That doesn't mean anything.
Right. I just think that it was more like, the people who actually have some substance.
I mean,
who actually
literally, while you made the
did the
point, you
work.
said, I'm sure that you've heard this before. So, yeah, dude,
Mm-hmm.
if you're sure I've heard it before, how are you now going, holy shit, this is harder than I thought? What do you mean? You literally thought it would be this hard. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What did you think? I'd just be
just
like,
like
oh
to
shit, Bart Ehrman says that?
actually-
My bad, and just shut down the live?
Yeah. So, all right, for some non-Christian sources, like examples like Tacitus, Josephus.
Josephus, huh?
Oh shit. Well,
Oh, look at that. It's almost like I've heard that shit before too.
mm-hmm.
I mean, we can get into it if you want, but it's not going to get you anywhere.
I guess. Well, I just had to get going. I'll come
Well,
back.
I mean,
when I have more
come
time.
on, man. Like, you got to have something more than just the run-of-the-mill
I just wanted to
Josephus
try
and
it out.
Tacitus.
I'm
You
being-
even said that.
I just
I
thought it
even
was
spelled
easier
the
than it
name wrong
was.
to
I
Joe
thought-
Feces, and that's how you pronounced it. Like, what's going on, man?
Just.
I mean, did you also want to make the
Just
arguments for, oh, hey, do we think Alexander the Great existed? Do we think that George Washington existed? Did your grandpa exist? Or we're not even going to get into that one.
Okay. So how do we have any historical texts in general history? Like you said, George Washington, right? We've had people who claimed to seen him, they saw him, they lived with him.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good. I mean, I literally just said I'll take anything from the first century that uses Jesus' name in a mundane way. He supposedly dies in 30, so I'm giving you 70 years to play with. 70 years after he dies for somebody to mention him in a mundane way. And George Washington, we have things from his lifetime. We don't even have that for Jesus. And I'm giving you 70 years after he died, and you still don't have anything.
Not that I don't have anything, just hard to think about it because this is again like a new experience to me. Like, whoa, like
defending your faith, or not your faith, but defending your belief. This is the first time that you've had to experience this.
No, man, just debating in general. Just always, it's one thing to know something, but to like go through the steps and like provide points, and hearing somebody like have a stupid claim, but just because there's a stupid claim, they can defend it. Like you said, you have all that stupid shit in the back, like like, hey, Joe, you don't believe or you don't take those as credible sources, but they are credible sources, and it's kind of like
you think that Josephus is a credible source? Is that what you're saying?
he was in history.
Okay.
Not more
Was he
likely.
Christian?
He's a credible source. That's
Was he Christian?
Josephus.
Yeah, you're not even saying the name right. Was he Christian?
Josephus. Yeah, Joe. I hate my PHs. Josephus. Josephus.
Well, you don't have to worry about it because the PH is later on in that word.
Yeah. All right, how you pronounce it? Say it one more time.
Josephus.
He was a Jew.
Okay. Was he Christian?
Josephus. Nah.
He was a Jew.
So he wasn't Christian?
Nah.
No.
Oh, okay.
They were not
Well,
trying.
then-
Like he wasn't
yeah.
really trying to prove.
Well, then it's
like,
really
he
strange
was
whenever
Christian
we
like that.
get the phrase "he was the Christ" in the middle of the paragraph that you're trying to reference. That's strange.
Yeah, he acknowledged that Jesus was called the Christ, the Messiah.
No,
but
he didn't
did
say
not
he was
believe
called
in
the
it.
Christ. He said he was the Christ.
Exactly, and he didn't believe in Jesus, but he had to
So
write the
if he
history
didn't
book
believe in
anyway.
Jesus, if he didn't believe in Jesus,
he had
then
to
why
write
would he
the
call him the
history book
Christ?
regardless.
Yeah. So, anyways,
So,
if he
okay,
wasn't
that
a
means
Christian,
He was a
why
Jew
would he
that
say
didn't
that he?
believe
Not
in
like-
Jesus, yet he had to say.
Okay, hey, I appreciate you calling me up here. I gotta get going.
All right.
Appreciate you though.
That was by anime,
I'll come back
everybody.
next
That was
time.
by anime. Yep, not a problem.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you.
Okay. Really quick, before we get to the screaming person there, and that's gonna be a lot of fun. We got $2 there from Ordinary Heathen on YouTube. Says, "Hey, getting a life is better than losing a life." Yeah, I'd say so. And then £2 from Neptune Cult says, "I'd like to apologize, not Brit's best today." Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, that one person was from Scotland, so it's they weren't a Brit, but close enough. Well, no, I'm not gonna say that. I could definitely tell that they weren't from there. Okay, Radio Love Heart. What you got for us today? I'm sure it'll be.
Yeah, Josephus was
Beautiful.
a Jew that didn't believe in Jesus, yet he had to say that he existed and that he unalived on the cross and that he had disciples that loved him.
Mm.
He also had
So
say
he
that
wasn't a
performed
Christian,
many
is that what you
miracles.
said?
No, he was never a Christian. He was a
Okay.
Jew.
So what we're gonna do
Yeah, I
really
don't
fast is
care.
we're gonna
He's
go
a
through
Jew.
this here.
Google it, check.
I'm aware that he was. It's just
He
the
was a
issue.
Jew, and he had to say that anyway because it was the truth.
Okay.
Period.
So
It's a history book he had to write.
right here, is this a
It
history
doesn't matter.
claim?
Right here, he had to write a history book. Period.
Sweet. The thing that I highlighted is not history. That is an opinion.
Doesn't matter. He was a Jew that didn't believe in Jesus, yet he
Sweet.
had to state
So
Jesus
why did he give
existed.
this opinion here?
Because he had to write a history book for Judea.
I don't think
That's
you
why.
understand. So first of all, he didn't have to.
I don't think
Second-
you.
All right. So if you talk over me or unmute, if you talk over me one more time, we're going to go ahead and disconnect you. You're a miserable human being anyways. Oh, there we go. He decided to run. There goes the little bitch. If he doesn't have the microphone on the entire time, he doesn't know how to hang. All right. Okay. Gonna go ahead and move on. Oh, Radio Love is actually requesting backup. That's fun. Let's see. Let's see if he knows how to behave. Radio Love.
Let's see if you know how to go to hell. You know how to go to hell real well. And
Oh,
are
yeah.
you going to send your children to hell with you?
Sure. Yeah, your mom
You gonna
showed me
send
how
your
to
wife
get there
hell
last
with you
night.
too? Are you going to send your wife to hell with you?
Your mother?
Your
Wow.
That's funny. All right, Chrissy's Cave. What you got?
Hey, what's up? So I think it's like I just came here and everything. So my name actually means the name of Christ, right? And I want to be an
Chrissy's
archaeologist while I was
Cave?
growing up. Well, Kristen. My name's Kristen. It means in the name of Christ. But it's just, I'm from Wyoming and stuff. So caves up there and everything. I'm just whatever. But so the thing is that it's like the stuff that people are talking about, trying to back up and everything. It's just like our history books that we have. They've already been proven that they're all pretty much like stories that have been made up to control society and everything, because without something to control society, everybody would run around in chaos and not know what to do with themselves, like all these people are doing right now, trying to defend things that they know nothing really about, just believing all these lies that we've been told our whole lives. It was made for the sheeple to have something to follow.
Did you say
pretty much.
sheeple?
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, I
haven't heard that
people
term in a
are talking
while.
about what they don't know about and shit, so I don't know. I mean, there's literally nothing they can prove in the Bible.
Okay, so are you saying that Jesus and Paul never existed? Are you saying you agree? Is that the point you're making, or
I don't think they might have existed and stuff, but not to the degree of like everybody's believing it was in the Bible. I mean, it's been rewritten hundreds of times, right?
no? Hundreds? What are you talking
About
about?
340. The Bible's been rewritten over 320 or 340 times. That's what history says, anyways.
What do you mean rewritten?
It's been
Like just
rewritten in
like
different
edits
versions.
made or something?
Yeah, yeah. Like edits and
Oh,
little
well,
things like
yeah. I mean, there's
descriptions.
tons of edits that are being made. Yeah, but to
Yeah.
say it's rewritten, like if I add something to, like me and my co-author, we have a book. We've had to make an edit before, but that doesn't mean that we rewrote it, if that makes sense.
We wrote the whole thing, like the additives and the things taken out, things put in, like Book of Enoch and all the like books that are taken out and shit. Like, why didn't they leave
Enoch
those
was
books
never
in?
part of it.
I thought Enoch was a part of the Bible.
No.
Part of the original Bible?
Mm-mm. Not
Look at
really.
Enoch.
I
You're
mean,
not
we
misinformed.
have.
I was told it was.
I mean, it's part of like Old Testament Apocrypha, that kind of thing.
Yeah, like see, even if I'm being like like giving wrong information and everything too, as it is, like like I'm not really wanting religion and stuff. Like I try to seek out things like, but nothing's ever really felt really legit with me. So I'm like still like a spiritual journey or whatever, like, but it just I don't people are getting so angry about shit that like you guys are actually like have legit reasoning behind and everything. I I don't know, I feel sad for them, like I wish I had that kind of like you know belief
Passion for
system that I
anything.
could believe in unbelievable, like it's like a fairy tale to me, I guess.
Right. Yeah, and that's more or less what it is. It's
Yeah.
just, you know, it's mythology, and at some point in time, including all the way up until today, we have people who it gives some comfort to. Other mythologies did the same thing, and still to this day do it. I know that there's some Hellenic people out there. One of my good friends, one of my best friends, is a Hellenic person, believing in like the Greek gods and stuff like that. So I mean, just how it works. I mean, people still believe this kind of stuff, and that doesn't make it actually like historically accurate, which is what we're getting into here for Jesus and Paul. But yeah, it's mythology.
Well, yeah, like it was most of the one family that actually owned all the places that wrote the textbooks for school and stuff. That actually is getting proven to be a lot of falsified information. So, I mean, that's that itself. But my phone's about to go dead. But I just thought I'd hop on here and share. Like, I think it's awesome what you guys are doing, and I appreciate y'all like informing people. So,
All right. Well, thank
keep doing
you.
what you're doing, man.
Yeah, thanks. That was Chrissy's Cave, everybody. Chrissy's Cave. Chrissy's Cave from Montana, where there's a lot of caves. She's not promoting Chrissy's Cave. That would be against TOS here on TikTok. Let's see. Liviana. What you got?
Okay, so to start by saying I am 18, so don't kick me out yet. Your point was Jesus and Paul
You're
never
18?
existed.
Oh,
Yes,
from
I
what
am
country?
18.
Like, do you live in America?
What do you mean from what country?
Do you live in America?
No, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Okay. What year were you born?
2007. You are 18 from 2007. I'm about actually to turn 19 soon. So you said like Jesus and Paul never existed. I actually like this question because like people did ask about Jesus, but I never heard like people ask about Paul.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I know so far, other non-Christian people did write about Christ.
Like what? Or like who?
What?
Like who?
So
like,
I don't know how to pronounce his name, so I'm just gonna write it in the chat. His name is Tacitus.
Tacitus. Well, at least in English.
Okay. Yeah, cool. His name. Yeah, him. He did write about state that a movement founder Christos, who was executed by Roman governor of Judea during the reign
Actually,
of...
it doesn't say governor. What does he say?
Actually, I'm just reading off what I'm seeing on Google. So the word
Okay.
is Roman governor.
Well, yeah, that's because if it told you the correct word or
Yes.
the word that he actually put, it would be problematic.
What was the word?
So the word that is used in the book Annals from Tacitus, written in 116, is procurator, which is a type of governor, but it is not the type of governor that Pilate actually was. He was a prefect. Judea, where Pilate was over, didn't actually have procurators until the decade after Pilate was dismissed.
Oh, okay.
So, ufta.
Cool.
But
Yeah, well, actually, that was the only thing that I have, and the early church fathers that wrote
Oh.
about him. Because if I bring up like other people that did write about him, you'll probably say it's not just because those peoples were Christian, and I suppose that could be a
well,
biased
I mean,
bystand.
no, yeah, to some extent, but like,
Yeah.
when are these people writing anyways?
In the time of Christ.
The early church fathers writing during the time of Christ?
No. Okay, no. I mean like the writings that were written in the early times of Christ and the early
I
church fathers that get
what? What are you saying? What are you saying is being written during the early time of Christ?
the Gospels.
You think the Gospels are written while Jesus is alive?
The Gospels were written while Jesus was alive, but they were
You're
assembled after his death. Well, not finished. They were not finished. Okay, let me clarify. They were not finished. They were not completely finished. Like Corinthians, Paul, he didn't write in
That's
in
not
the
even
time of Christ because he didn't even meet him. But
wow. Okay. Wow. So no. No. The Gospels were not written during the time of Jesus. That's not even. Where are you getting
when
that
were they
idea?
written?
Where are you
Who
getting
wrote the
that idea?
Gospels?
We don't
Who wrote the Gospels?
we don't have the names of the people. At best, Luke and John are probably written by Polycarp and Irenaeus, who was like mid to late 2nd century. But that being said,
Oh, okay.
we don't have the actual names. Like the Gospels don't even give us names of who wrote them.
Okay, yeah. And of
And
course,
even if you think like
they're
Mark
from
and Luke were written by people named Mark and Luke, the Christians say that Luke was like a traveling doctor who went around later on in the story who followed Paul, who also wasn't an eyewitness to Jesus. Mark is a
okay,
later
my source.
like interpreter of Peter, so he's not writing during the time of Jesus. So
Yeah, okay.
where are you getting the idea that these
Then
were
I might
written
be
during the
getting
time
that
of Jesus?
wrong.
Well, where'd you get that idea?
What?
Surely you didn't
It's
just
from the
make it up.
understanding that okay, cool. It's from the understanding that they what's it called? His disciples were writing things down.
Who said that?
His disciples.
Where are you getting that? Where are you getting that idea?
Like John, for example, when they were running to the tomb, they were
He's
explicitly
writing things
writing
down
how.
as he's running?
No. What I'm saying is that John,
Mm-hmm.
like how he wrote John, right? So for example, in an instance where there's like a two when they were running to not he was writing simultaneously what he was running, but more like when he was running, it's like a scene when he was running and then he wrote down like, oh, one of them got faster than the other, and it was like writing who got to the tomb first and stuff, and they were explicitly writing names and so on.
Okay. Well, it doesn't tell you that that's John ever in the text.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is they're the ones that wrote the events. It
Where
was
does it say
detailed.
that?
Because how would they write everything if they were not there?
What are you talking about?
My
John,
question is, if I
if
have
you
to
think that was the
document your
if you
life,
think that was John, then why does John go to the transfiguration in Matthew, Mark, and Luke, but doesn't mention it at all in the Gospel of John?
yeah, I don't know. I probably should do more research before.
Yeah. Also, it never tells you that that's John. In fact, some scholars think it might be Lazarus because it says that he's laying on Jesus's bosom while he's laying on Jesus's bosom during the meal, and apparently Lazarus did that as well whenever he went over and had a meal with Mary and Martha. So I mean, it's
It couldn't be Lazarus though because he wasn't following them around.
No, there's no evidence of that.
I was thinking of it like logically, it would be the disciples who write it down because
You
they were
think
the ones that
Lazarus
spent the
was a
most time
friend of
with them.
Jesus and wasn't following him around?
He
Like he
wasn't
just
following
randomly went over
Lazarus.
to Mary and Martha's house and was like, "I'm going to raise Lazarus," and he doesn't even know who this guy is. Like, how would he know who he was?
Yeah.
He's not even from
Well,
that town. Like, he very
why
clearly
does
must
the
have been following Lazarus around, or Lazarus must have been following him around. How else would he know
No, they
somebody from
actually
Bethany that
called
well?
him. They called him to raise the man, and then he went and raised that man.
No,
And
it's
why does it
explicitly a
matter?
friend of his.
Why does it matter if Lazarus is his friend for him to raise him from the dead?
Yeah, well,
He didn't know
apparently,
who the blind man was. He didn't know who the blind
sweet,
man
but
was.
in
He
the
still
text,
healed him.
in the text it says that he's a friend of his, not he's just some random dude.
Yes, but was he following around throughout the what's it called, the text? He
I
wasn't
don't
following
know
him
what to
around.
tell you. It's a mythological story. It never happened to begin with. But nevertheless, what your main point was that the Gospel of John was written by John, and there's no evidence whatsoever that that's the case. It never even says that.
Okay, cool. I will do more research.
Sounds good. Sounds good. And then you can come back up. That's not a problem. 1 second, Rob's charts. Give me 1 moment. Sorry about that. All right. Let's see here. Really quick, I did want to make, before we move on here, and I'll go ahead and bring up the other people here. Did want to make an announcement here. Macy Sparkling just became a member of the 35-second gang. Thank you very much. They're on YouTube. Thank you very, very much. That allows for you to watch without any ads or anything like that. We don't really have a lot of ads. Every once in a while there's some ads. And also that gets you access to some of the videos that we've put out where we answer questions that people have given that you have to be a member in order to see. So thank you very, very much for that. It's like $2.99 a month, but that means a lot to us. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. To Macy Sparkling, joining over there on YouTube as a member. All right, let's see here. Rob Charts was the first one up here. Rob Tarts? Or Tarts. Rob's Charts.
Funny.
Rob's Charts. I honestly did not mean that. That just kind of slipped out. But Rob's Charts, what you got?
All right, first I'm going to answer your question.
Yeah.
You're the host, so you could it's your show. Why would 12 people go to their unaliving over a lie?
Where's the evidence that these 12 people even existed?
They did. It's actual proof. It's written.
Where?
Just because something was written so long ago doesn't mean it's not true.
Where is it written?
You can't factually say that either.
No, where is it written?
What do you mean where it's written? It's all over history. It's written that all 12 of them went to their deaths over a lie.
Name a document that talks about the death of Bartholomew.
Bartholomew was not one of the disciples.
Okay. What do you
You
think
asked, your question was Jesus and Paul never existed. So I'm proving that Jesus.
Here are the 12 disciples: Peter, Simon, Andrew, James the son of Zebedee, John, Philip, Bartholomew, Thomas, Matthew, James, Thaddeus, Simon the Zealot, Judas Iscariot, who's replaced by Matthias. So, what text mentions Bartholomew's death?
Sorry, my point.
You're
asking
forgiven. You're forgiven, but please give me a text that mentions, or just name me the text that mentions Bartholomew's death. You said it's written about and stuff like that. Where's it written about?
It's not written in the Bible, but it's written over
Okay,
history.
where?
There's reports.
Where?
Hold on, I'll get it. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Give me time to answer it.
Not a problem. You came up here with a full chest of confidence, and go ahead.
On the Bible, it talks about 2 deaths.
Well, is Bartholomew one of them? It's not gonna be. He's just kind of saying shit. He's stalling. We're looking for the death of Bartholomew.
I understand it's your live, but don't.
Just
I know
give
what
me
you're
the
doing.
death of Bartholomew. We're waiting.
I know what you're doing.
We're
It's your
all
live.
waiting.
You can do what you want.
We're all waiting. Go get it. We were literally waiting for you, and you came back and said something that you already said, that it's not in the Bible. Congratulations. I can say things twice as well. I can say things twice as well. It doesn't mean anything. Please. Go get what you're looking for. Fetch. Jesus. Did you find it? I'm giving you some extra time. You got 15 seconds.
No, it's okay. I know your game.
My
It's
game
okay.
is to let you
know
go
what?
get the evidence so that you can present
I
it?
gave you a fact and you don't want the fact.
Where does it talk about Bartholomew's death? Just and he left. I'm literally giving you time. My game is to let you go and get the evidence. If I was a jerk or something, I'd just be like, you don't have evidence, loser. No, I'm literally asking for you to give me whatever you can. That's good.
Now that's what I call a Texas barbecue.
That's how that works. All right. Let's see. Yana? Not really sure.
Yana.
Oh, Yana. Okay. How's it going, Yana?
I'm good, chilling.
Hey.
Yeah, so where do you come from? What's your background that makes you believe that Jesus and Paul isn't real?
So this is like a whiteboard here. I've got markers for it. This is like cool gray is what they call it. It's like sheetrock, more or less. That's Serapis, just like a bust. It's explicitly from Alexandria, believe it or not. Yeah, it's even got language that I can't read in there. Anyways, that would be my background. So what you got?
What makes you believe that Jesus and Paul isn't real? Like, what's your
Because
experience?
the stories that are presented of them, even the natural versions of them, presented in the New Testament, as well as the Quran and the Book of Mormon, do not line up with what we know about history from archaeology, geography, or contemporaries of the time. They also contradict. So the way that it's presenting this natural story can't even happen. Matthew says that Jesus is born 10 years before Luke says he's born. Minimum.
Wait, what?
Matthew says that Jesus was born 10 years before Luke says Jesus was born.
I'm not going to say
so the
there's no
stories don't add
contradiction.
up. So that doesn't mean that he's not real.
What I'm saying is that the natural way that the New Testament is presenting him is impossible. You can't be born 10 years before you're born, so the way that the New Testament presents him is not cohesive. What that means, and it's also impossible, which means that natural Jesus presented by the New Testament didn't exist. But when we get into like more specific details, there's also some other contradictions as well. So you just have to kind of pick and choose which Jesus you want there to be, and then I'd ask you for evidence of that Jesus as opposed to the other Jesus, and it would just kind of go downhill from there. There's no evidence for Jesus, let alone evidence for the Jesus that's presented in the New Testament.
There's no evidence of many things. It does not mean that they're not real. I don't believe that just because we can't prove it, that does not mean
not
it's
a problem.
not real.
Not a problem. So what that means in the case of like the birth of Jesus
There's no
is
proof
that
of
there's not
Alexander the
really
Great, neither, you dumbass. Have a good day.
It's the Babylonian Astronomical Diary, you dumbass. Read a book. Anyways, that being said, as far as Jesus goes, there's also some parts in there where he says things that don't make any sense. Like when he talks about rabbis in Matthew 23, he's talking about rabbis 40 years before the first rabbi shows up. So it's really weird, isn't it?
What's a rabbi?
A rabbi is a teacher with a particular position. They teach out of the synagogues starting in 70 after the fall of the temple. Otherwise, you would go to the Cohen, who is a Levite priest. But after the fall of the temple, you end up with more or less the destruction of the temple, and therefore you're moving away from like strictly Mosaic law under the Levitical law, that kind of thing, into like rabbinic law, that kind of thing?
Well, to answer my question in the chat, I just happen to be scrolling by on live, and I
Don't
just
worry
seen
about the
this.
chat. Don't worry about the chat. Just keep conversation between you and me. What you got?
Yeah, I just believe that Jesus is real. I believe that.
Okay. What kind of evidence? What evidence, like convinced you that he actually existed 2,000 years ago? What was the evidence that pushed you to that particular position?
Well, simply the Bible. I believe that everything that's in the Bible is true.
Sweet. So when the Quran says something about Jesus, do you believe that too?
No, but people who are Muslims believe that,
Okay.
and I
Well, how do
respect
you
that.
know that you're right and they're wrong?
No, this is not. That's what I'm saying.
I'm
I
asking you, how do
believe
you
that
know
I'm
that you're
right.
sweet? Why?
So Muslims can say that I'm wrong. That's fine. We believe
that's great, but you can't both be right. That's not how that works. We're trying to deal with history here. I
You're
don't give a
right.
shit about opinion or like faith or supernatural. That's why I'm sticking to just the natural, historical, like realistic story here.
So then, what's the
They
point of
can't both be
religions? It's
true.
none of.
Well, the point of religion is just to convince a bunch of dumb people that certain things happen for certain particular reasons. That's just how that works. But that being said, as far as Jesus' existence goes, if the Muslims have one particular view of Jesus and you have one particular Jesus, then how would you know which one is true and which one is false? It would be evidence. You can't both be true if you contradict. Now, both of you can be wrong, but you can't both be correct. So how did you determine that your particular view of Jesus was more correct than other people's particular view of Jesus?
Well, yeah, that's a great argument. I just believe that everybody has the right to believe in what they want to believe in.
Absolutely, they do.
Well,
I'm
not
just
all
asking
the time.
you. Well, yes, that's
Not
fine, but I'm
in
not talking
everything.
about belief per se. I'm asking about evidence for like how we can determine which one is more correct, because history is history. Jesus didn't both exist and not exist. He didn't get crucified and not get crucified. And the Bible says that Jesus was crucified, and the Quran says that he wasn't crucified. So I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, there was either one way or there wasn't. You know what I mean? Either Jesus got crucified or he didn't. So which one is it? It can't be both. So one of them is correct at most. So
well, yeah, I'm not familiar
that's the problem.
with the Quran. I know a little bit about the Bible,
and that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
but just to know, all you have to know is that it argues against, or it contradicts some of the statements that the New Testament says, and that's fine. They believe that they're correct. You believe that you're correct. I get that. How did you determine that you are correct? Or are you just okay with, this is what I believe and I don't give a shit if I'm right or wrong?
Well, I mean, I just feel like that's the better option than walking around saying that nothing is true, that there's no
That's not
Jesus,
how that
and
works.
then you die and then you go to hell because you didn't.
The better option is to just pick one because you feel like it?
No.
History either happened or it didn't. What's your evidence that it did? What's your evidence that these things happened in history?
That what happened? That Jesus died on the cross?
That Jesus even lived?
Well, because the Bible said so, and that's the only thing we have. The Bible, because here's my thing: if the Bible wasn't written, we don't know anything about him. No one would be Christians.
Okay.
Because we don't have anything to
don't
fall
tempt
back
me
on.
with a good time. I mean, it sounds pretty good, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, that's what the Bible is about. It's about Jesus and the people who knew him and was around him and saw him. They wrote stories.
No, we don't have don't have anything from the New Testament that's written by people who are around him. It never says that. Nowhere in the New Testament
mention the New Testament.
Well, there's.
I just said the
where
Bible
in the Old Testament is anything written by somebody who was around Jesus?
Yeah, I just said prior that I don't know much about it, but all I'm saying.
Well, I
is
don't
that
give two shits if you think that the New Testament or the Old Testament hasn't. There's nothing in the entire Bible that is written by somebody who claims to have been around Jesus.
You read the whole Bible?
Yes.
To even say that?
Yes. Yes. So do you have any?
You don't believe?
Yeah, dude, because I have like comprehension skills, and when I'm telling you that this particular text,
and when I'm telling you that this, as well, but
Okay. Well, then
truly
show me the
believe in my
comprehension
heart
skills.
that
Where
Jesus.
in this? That's awesome that you believe it. I don't give a shit about whether or not you believe something that's stupid or false or fictional. I don't care. It's just a matter
Wait,
of what
so it's
evidence do
stupid
you
because we
have?
can't prove that it's real.
It's stupid because it's not real. And I mean, if you want to believe
But and
something, that's fine. If you want to believe in Santa Claus, you could do that too. I don't really care about that in general. It's just whether or not it is a true thing. Because if you believe something false, I guess, knock yourself out. But it's just the fact that
what
whenever
makes
you
it
say
false
these,
though? That's what I'm not
what
understanding
makes it
from
false
your.
is not only contradictions without the ability to determine which way is actually true, but it also is false because it contradicts what we do know about history. When we know that the rabbis don't show up until 70, then Jesus can't be pointing them out to the disciples 40 years before the first one. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. When Jesus goes to the pool of Bethesda, where it says in John chapter 5 that there's 5 porticos and stuff like that, you can't do that if those porticos aren't put there for another 100 years after Jesus died, supposedly. That's an impossibility. I'm telling you that the way that Jesus is presented in the New Testament did not happen. It can't. That's how we're able to determine it.
Yeah, I mean, there's been times in my life where I've questioned the things that I've been taught in church, and no
Okay.
one was able to, give me any responses.
Okay.
So, there was times when I was just like, well, is this guy really real? Like, what's the point of doing all of this?
Okay, so what was the evidence that you then stumbled across to prove that he actually did walk around in Judea 2,000 years ago?
No, like I said before, I don't have any proof that he's real. I don't think anybody
Okay.
does. I
So then
just choose
then
to
why
believe
then
just
why do you believe it? You just feel like it? It just makes you happy? Just admit that it just makes you happy. Like, it's not
well,
true, it just makes
yeah.
you happy, but Harry Potter can make you happy. Watching Star Wars can make you happy. Star Trek or Dune can make you happy. That doesn't make it real. So it's weird. It's weird, especially if
Yeah.
you've like sworn your life to it. Like you wouldn't read Harry Potter and be like, "Oh, I swear my life to Harry Potter. I'm following him till the day that I die." That's the same shit that you're doing though with a fictional story from the 2nd century. It's not a real story, but you like it a
So
lot,
what
and a
would
lot of people
be
in your community tell you that they like it and that it's true, and because they bought into it. It's because back then, people didn't have the way to determine fact from fiction in the same way that we do today. Back then, a lot of people just kind of put their head in the sand and just believed that anything and everything was possible. That's just kind of how it works. Having Jesus get money out of fish's mouth or walk on water, calm the storm, be born of a virgin, that didn't deter them either. But we can read a Harry Potter book and know that because of the story about Hogwarts and magic, we're also not going to believe the natural things about him. We don't believe the supernatural things about Harry Potter, and because of the fact that there's supernatural shit in there, we don't believe the natural stuff in Harry Potter. Like just him being born in 1980 in London. Like we don't believe that. We don't believe that because it's filled with magic. But back then in the 2nd century, people were more inclined to believe it. So after hundreds and hundreds of years, well over 1,000 years, almost 2,000 years of people believing that, and it just passes on, you're raised in a community that is filled with people who were just duped into believing it. So you can either break the cycle and actually go, hey, using my critical thinking skills, just like Harry Potter didn't exist, this Jesus character doesn't exist either. You can either use your critical thinking skills and break the cycle, or just continue it on. And it's up to you. Like, what are you going to do with it? You're just going to
Yeah,
believe the
so
fairy tale from almost 2,000 years ago just because everybody else does in your community, or what?
I think that's one of the problems with this world that people don't, and that's why a lot of
The
evil is
problem
happening.
is the problem is that people don't believe the fairy tale.
Yeah, I just I
No, the problem is the fact that people
okay.
can't
So
tell
let's
right
just
from
play with
wrong
the fact that he's
because
not
they.
real.
Yeah, listen. The problem with the world today is the fact that people have been duped into believing that shit that is wrong is actually right. Mango Mussolini, the person in power, who is actually connected very, very well to all these people and like the evil people that everybody keeps bringing up because they're like, oh, the Epstein files, they got satanic shit. Cool. You know who's fucking mentioned a lot in there and was the best friend of that guy? The guy who's in power. And the only reason he's in power and no one on that Epstein list was even caught or really put into trouble, especially in America, is is because of the fact that people who fell for a grift, people who fell for things that are not true, decided to vote him into power twice. People who don't understand how to comprehend whether or not something is true or false end up making the world a worse place and giving power to the people who don't give a shit about others. That's the issue here. That's it. So literally everything in the world could be fixed by people understanding I'm not supposed to believe something that is false. I'm supposed to look into something and actually dig to see if it's true or false. And if I can't figure it out, I'll at least set it to the side and wait till I get evidence. That's what I'll do. That's what we're supposed to do. And the fact that we don't is exactly why we're in this problem. And you think that the best thing that we should do in order to fix all of the world's problems is continue to believe something that is false. Newsflash, literally the person in power and the person at the top of that fucking, the literal name in Epstein files was religious. Abrahamic. Literally, they believe the bullshit. They believe that stuff. And they want you to continue believing the bullshit. Because they know that that's just going to keep you in the fucking dark. You're just going to believe anything they say, anything they sell, because you believe bullshit easily. As Voltaire said, when we believe absurdities, we commit atrocities. Shit gets worse when we can't put on our thinking skills, our critical thinking skills, and actually figure shit out. That's how that works. So no, the answer is not more fairy tales. It is figuring out whether or not something is true or false.
Yeah, so assuming that Jesus is not real, I believe like it would be better to believe that he is than, because look what's going on now. We have people that don't believe in God and they're doing crazy stuff. And if you do believe,
name me one person who doesn't believe in God and is doing crazy stuff. Name me one person.
No, I'm just saying.
Name me one person who doesn't believe in God and is doing crazy stuff.
Killing, robbing. Just
name me one person.
Name
me one person.
One person?
Yes.
That's not. That's
yes. That doesn't believe in God and is doing crazy stuff.
So, like, I don't need to do that.
Yeah, you just said there are people doing it. Name me one.
Bro, there are people
name me one.
On this earth.
Name me one.
Anybody, any human being has.
Name one. Name one who says God doesn't exist. You say God doesn't exist?
No, I said no. I said assuming that he isn't. I believe.
Name me one person. Name me one person who says Jesus didn't exist and he's doing terrible things.
Who? Jesus is doing terrible things?
No, Jesus fucking Christ. All right, name me one person. Name me one person who says Jesus didn't exist and that person is doing terrible, evil things in the world.
No, that's not what I said. I said that there's people on this earth that does not believe that Jesus exists and they're doing bad things.
Sweet.
And I believe that if they did, they would live better. Because the Bible wants us to live better.
Name me one.
Ted Bundy. He probably didn't believe in God.
All right. Not even close, dude. Not even close. Not even close. All right. So Ted Bundy was raised in the Methodist faith, baptized into the Church of Latter-day Saints in 1975. He was excommunicated from the LDS months later. Ahead of his 1989 execution, he declared himself a born-again Christian, participating in interviews with Christian leaders like James Dobson. All right. Dumb as shit. All right. Next person up, Flimsy G?
Flimsy G.
Flimsy G. What you
got? So I do believe that John or Jesus and Paul did exist, but I also believe that Chris Angel exists and David Blaine exists. And if they would have existed back then when Jesus existed, we'd be worshiping David Blaine or Chris Angel instead of Jesus. And Paul existed because every illusionist needs their sidekick. They need the setup.
The little bald guy who comes out.
Huh?
Nothing. But okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I get what you're
know what I'm
saying,
saying?
but like,
Every
what's the
religion
evidence that a
needs a science.
magician named Jesus existed?
Well, the religion that we follow today.
What does that have to do with anything?
I mean, think about it. Think about it. Okay, think
that
about
would
it.
imply that every
How does a
religion
cult
that
start?
is
How does a
around
cult
has
start?
that.
How does a cult start?
How does a
How
cult
does a
start?
cult start?
It depends on
How
what
does a
type
cult
of
start?
cult.
A guy takes a higher being.
No.
A guy takes a higher being.
No.
Says he's speaking to higher things.
That's
that
just
are
one
above
type
them
of
people.
cult.
He's a direct connection.
All right.
To a god or Satan or whatever they call that comes up in their mind.
You know, the irony of you doing this with an ICP logo is just not lost on me. However, the point is, not all cults start with like a fanatical person. Mystery cults back then just kind of evolved out of just beliefs in certain pantheons that formed communities. So I don't know what to tell you.
Belief.
Okay.
Beliefs written, supposedly written, right? Right.
Yeah,
written.
but that doesn't require like a charismatic leader or something like that. That's just like it's a certain type of cult that we know today. We call it cults, mostly because religions we don't really call cults because of the size. But nevertheless, there are plenty of cults that start that aren't really from one charismatic leader or anything like that. Cargo cults are a really good example of people who will start believing things, and so you just get a circle of people who just kind of believe it and kind of latch together and form a bit of a community that grows over time.
Sounds like 12 guys. Sounds like 12 people, huh? 12 people that believe a certain thing, spread out amongst the nation and create a huge cult, huh? The 12 disciples.
We don't have any evidence that the 12 disciples existed either. So, I mean, you're just kind of naming shit in a story.
Well, we have the evidence. We have the evidence because the world exists over the whole world. That's the evidence. The evidence is
the world exists over the whole world.
Smart enough. People wasn't smart enough back then to see that they were being lied to.
People weren't smart enough, not wasn't smart enough.
People weren't smart enough back then.
Yeah, we're smarter now.
To understand that they were being fooled, that they were being duped. I mean, we're intelligent enough now that when we go see a Chris Angel show in Vegas, that it's illusion. That's what it is. It's illusion. We're being duped into believing that he performed a miracle. Whoa, what's that remind you of? Jesus, Jesus. He did the same thing 2,500 years ago when the intelligence of the fact was just not there. So to say Jesus didn't exist to create the religion that we call religion, Christianity, which is, I do believe that we're lied to, that the Bible is satanic and the demonic is the real one. To put it all out there. I mean, Satan don't say you got to give 30% of your earnings and everything else to God to go to where he needs you to go. But God does, and Jesus. I mean, just saying, man, Jesus and Paul existed. That's how we believe in all this bullshit, because the illusionists had to put the story out there.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
All right. Next up is Masa 4KT.
Yo.
What's going on?
What's going on?
What you got?
Wait, so are you a atheist, agnostic? Like, what are you?
I'm an adonatologist. What you got for Jesus and Paul?
Oh, what?
What do you got for Jesus and Paul?
No, but what is what the word you just said? What is that?
Adonatologist?
Are you trolling? Yeah.
That's my religion. Anyways,
Okay, so you're
what do you
trolling.
got for Jesus and Paul? I'm trolling?
Yeah, you're trolling.
How am I trolling?
You're saying you're whatever word
An
you just said.
adonatologist.
Is that a
Adonatology.
real
That's
thing?
adonatology, yes. Anyways,
Anyway,
do you have any
yeah,
evidence for
Jesus
Jesus
and
or
Paul
Paul?
definitely existed.
Say what?
We have the historic evidence.
You think we have historic evidence for Paul?
We do. And
All right.
Jesus.
All right. You guys know what time it is, everybody.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Give me the name of a non-Christian person who mentions Paul. Just one. Name me a non-Christian person that mentions Paul.
Tacitus.
Tacitus mentions Paul?
Oh, you mentioned Jesus. My fault. Jesus.
Sweet. Give me the name of a non-Christian who mentions Paul.
Honestly, I don't know. I'm not too sure on that.
We don't have any non-Christians in antiquity that mention Paul.
Like, I could look that up on Safari right now,
Mm-hmm.
and it would say no.
Go ahead.
Let me see. Oh, yeah, let me see. Gallio. I just found one. Gallio.
Gallio does not mention Paul.
Yeah, it says Gallio, Julios, or something like that.
No, the Gallio inscription, which is what you're talking about, I will read.
Yeah.
I will read it in its entirety. Tiberius Claudius Caesar Augustus Germanicus, invested with tribunican power for the 12th time, acclaimed imperator for the 26th time, father of the fatherland. For a long time I have been not only well disposed towards the city of Delphi, but also solicitous for its prosperity, and I have always guarded the cult of the Pythian Apollo. But now, since it is said to be destitute of citizens, as L. Junius Gallio, my friend and proconsul, recently reported to me, and being desirous that Delphi should retain its intact its former rank, I order you to invite well-born people also from other cities to Delphi as new inhabitants. It does not mention Paul at all.
Wait, go back. The reference to the Gallio instructions provides an important marker of development. Wait, what does that part say?
That's trying to say that in the book of Acts, Gallio is mentioned. Gallio does not say anything about Paul, and nothing we have that mentions Gallio mentions Paul.
Yeah, but what that paragraph was saying right there is basically affirming that Paul was a real person.
No. Where?
Well, if you went back, I would
Where?
finish reading it, yeah.
Yeah, so this is the actual like Gallio inscription right here. What you're talking about is just like the notes here on Wikipedia that says the reference to Gallio, it provides an important marker for developing the chronology. So in other words, it'd be like someone proving that Barack Obama existed and then saying, well, this helps us figure out when Peter Parker met him in the Amazing Spider-Man comics, because there's one where Peter Parker meets Barack Obama. That would help us place the time because Obama is president, so that would mean it needs to be between 2009 and 2017. That doesn't mean, however, that Peter Parker is a real person or that Barack Obama ever mentioned him. So again, what we're looking for is we are looking for a non-Christian who mentions Paul.
Well, I gave you two examples. You kind of just shot those down.
You didn't give two examples. You gave one, and you well, I guess Tacitus, but then you had to actually say no, he didn't mention Paul because he doesn't. And I didn't shoot it down as much as just show you that it doesn't say what you think it says. It doesn't say anything about Paul.
Wait, what about
what?
Julius?
That's
Julius.
What do you mean Julius? What are you talking about? Are you talking about
because when
Julius?
I looked up Julius, yeah.
Caesar? The fuck are you talking about?
No, it just says on Safari Julius. It doesn't say it.
What do you mean Julius? What do you mean Julius? Is he talking about Julius Caesar? What are you talking about? Are you saying Junius? L. Junius? With an N? An N? As in not gonna be proof for Paul? Is that what you're talking about?
There's many Roman historians who have vouched for Paul. So
Who?
Paul is definitely a real person.
Who?
I just named it to you.
No,
Julios.
What do you mean Julios? What the fuck are you talking about?
That's 3 names, gang.
What are you talking about?
3 names.
Are you who are you? You just gave Julius who? Are you talking about Julius Africanus?
I don't know the last name.
Julius doesn't mean anything.
Bro, I asked you, can I search on Safari 3 not or
yeah,
I just
and you didn't
up?
find shit. Apparently, it just gave you a word. That's it. Who is that? That's not
I'm
a person.
You names.
You just said Julius. Which Julius?
All right, this is what it says.
Yeah, I can't hear you when you're off the app. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. I really have no clue what he's even trying to say.
Dude, I'm giving you 3 people who are non-Christians.
Okay, I can't hear you when you're off the app. Gallio doesn't say anything about Paul. Tacitus that you mentioned doesn't say anything about Paul. Who is the Julius? Julius who?
It just says Julius on Safari. I don't know the full name.
What do you mean Julius? That's a first name. Like a first name of who? Who is Julius?
Bro. Either way, bro, you asked me to give you
yes, and I'm asking. I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to say. You could have said Kevin for all that means. Like it doesn't mean anything. Julius who? What does this person say? Tell me what he says.
It says he's a Roman centurion, whatever that is.
A Roman centurion?
Yes.
Named Julius?
Yes.
When?
Doesn't say when. It doesn't say when, but
I have no fucking clue what you're even trying to say. Like legitimately no one in the chat has any idea what you're talking about.
You asked me to give you 3
yes,
non-Christians,
and then you made up a
who
person.
can support that Paul was real.
Correct, and then you made up a person of a made up person.
Bro,
because that's not a person.
Safari.
When is he alive? When is he alive? Give me something that he says.
Okay,
give me something to go off of. What does he say? A Roman centurion named Julius?
Okay, so it says that he's a dude who saved Paul from a shipwreck. That's what it says.
Oh, you're just saying things in a story. Okay, what does he say about Paul? Because I told you to go find people who mention Paul. Where does he mention Paul?
Well, if he saved Paul from a shipwreck, that would mean Paul was
okay,
real,
cool.
right?
Yeah, so that also means we have evidence from Julius? I literally told you to go out and find someone who mentions Paul, and all you did was look in a book and said, here's a character who is said to have met Paul.
Bro.
That's it. If I told you to go find evidence that Harry Potter had been written about, and you showed me Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone where he meets Ron Weasley, is that something from Ron Weasley? That's dumb as shit, dude. That doesn't make any sense. You're just pointing to another character in a book. We don't have anything from Julius. That's not a thing.
Okay, so how am I supposed to prove to you that?
Yeah,
Paul
I know
existed
exactly.
If I can't,
because there's nothing there, dipshit. It's almost as if where is the testimony? Where's the testimony from Julius? Give me the text that is the testimony from Julius. Give me the text.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
Go ahead, do it. Fucking dumbass. Good luck. We're waiting. So Julius is just somebody, I guess, who's just in Acts. He's just a character who just kind of is part of Paul's crew. Cool. And what text? Now that you're back, what text does Julius give us his testimony in?
Hello?
What?
It
what
says he's
text?
a Roman official.
Sweet. And what text does he give us us his testimony in?
Look it up. Why don't you look it up for me? Look it up.
You're the one who's brought him up.
Yeah, but I have to keep going back and forth. I don't have a computer that
do it. Do it.
Okay, so look up. What do you want to know? Who is Julio?
We want to know what text he gives his testimony in, because you're saying that this guy mentions Paul. No, he's just a character in a story.
What it said on Safari is that in the AI overview, it said that he saved them from a shipwreck. This dude, Julio,
based off of
Paul
what? Based off of what? Acts? The Bible?
Probably. I don't know. Should I look it up?
All right, cool. All right. Well, anyways, thanks for coming up and give us a good laugh. Thank you very much. Paul didn't exist. You're a dipshit. All right. So moving on to somebody else who's probably got some evidence for Jesus or Paul, as opposed to the last person who had not even close to anything. All right. Moonstar. Jesus Christ.
Talking about Jesus.
Say what?
You know, if you read your history book, when people go to war, don't you know many of them prayed?
What?
Hello?
In history books.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, the Civil War, World War II, World War III, World War, all these people that went to war, don't you think they prayed and asked to be saved? I mean, you're talking about just the Bible itself. I'm talking about history, literally. I'm talking about people who want to be saved. I'm talking about people who want to have a good heart in their souls and live a life and enjoy living a world that God created us. And people who do not believe in heaven.
What does that have to do with the Civil War? And do you think that there are people from the South who are fighting for slavery who want everybody to enjoy the world that God created?
No. When you pray, when you go to war,
that was a really dumb point. I don't know if I've ever heard. Honestly, no offense, Moonstar, I don't know if I've ever heard a dumber argument. Like, I'm not even hyperbole. I don't think I've ever heard a dumber argument for the existence of Jesus or Paul than the Civil War and people praying. You might as well had told me that you put paint on a 2x4 the other day. It doesn't have anything to do with the topic. There's a dancing clown. I honestly have no idea what that was really weird. I don't even know how to respond to it. It has nothing to do with the topic. I'm not going to disconnect you. I'm just going to keep you on mute and let you think about what you did. And you can unmute whenever you come up with a better argument.
Do you believe that there's...
I want to give you time to maybe collect your thoughts on some stuff. So, Phoenix, what you got?
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Doing good.
Hey, I just want to say, like, even though we have different beliefs, I find it funny how you call these people out, You seem to know a lot of your stuff, which is good. You know what I'm saying, which is good. Calling people out. That being said, before I circle to Jesus, I'm an Orthodox. Before I circle back to Jesus,
an Orthodox.
Do you believe like
a righty?
No, like Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox.
No, okay. So you're a righty that only faces towards Mecca or something?
No. Okay, so I think the main difference between us and Catholics, right, is the filioque or whatever.
Yeah.
I know you're
okay,
trying to make a joke. But, okay, do you believe Moses existed or like Elijah or Joshua or any of them?
Nope.
Well, Joshua was kind of like a king, I guess.
Not even, and no.
No. So Moses didn't exist. Elijah didn't exist. Noah didn't exist.
Nope.
Okay. So that being said, the flood did happen. We can agree on the Great Flood, right?
Why on earth would I agree with something incredibly stupid from the Old Testament? And what would that have anything to do with something from the New Testament? It is, but
there has been evidence of a great flood. Come on,
there's
man.
not.
Now
but
you're
anyways,
disproving all evidence.
No. So New Testament, Jesus and Paul, what you got?
No. Hold on. No, because Jesus, all the way to the beginning, of one essence with the Father. If I can prove God exists, I can prove Jesus exists.
No. In fact,
yeah, dude, come
no,
on.
because
Yeah.
a God is actually a flying spaghetti monster, and that means if you prove God exists, then you prove that the flying spaghetti monster exists. You see how stupid that is? Where did you get the listen? Where did you get Where did you get the idea? Where did you get the idea that Jesus was God? What book did you get that from?
I did not say Jesus was God. I said Jesus shared one essence with God.
Sweet. What book did you get that from?
The Holy Spirit.
Don't give a flying Eastern Orthodox shit
that.
about it. What book did you get that idea from? Where'd you get that?
What do you mean, what book?
Sweet. Where did you get the idea that Jesus even existed? What book did you get that from?
I'm telling you right now, it's faith all over, bro.
Do you think that you would have recognized that Jesus?
Hold on. The book of Enoch,
way off the deep end.
No, it's not way off the deep end.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so does anybody have any good evidence for Jesus or Paul, or do you want to come up like
listening.
Yeah, because you're not talking about anything about Jesus. You're talking about the fucking flood. You're talking about the book of Enoch. Neither of those stories have anything to do with Jesus. The New Testament's the only book that talks about Jesus, or at least the first one that talks about Jesus. We don't have anything about Jesus in the Old Testament. That's dumb as shit.
Who were the first two people to appear to not the first two people. The first the angels or whatever to appear to Jesus on the mountain was Moses and Elijah. If I can prove Moses and Elijah existed, I can prove that story existed. You're going off the deep end, just cutting me off.
Well,
there are little
absolutely
coincidences
ridiculous
here that put everything together. Like your autonomy proves that God exists.
So that argument there means that okay. I want you to think about how fucking stupid your argument is. All right, I want you to listen. I want you to listen.
You have to let me.
You are saying if I can prove the existence of someone that's in a book prior to this book being written, then that means no. Listen. If you unmute again, I'm just going to disconnect you, and I'm still going to keep talking. So I mean, it's really up to you. Now that being said, your argument is if I can prove that Moses and Elijah existed, then I can prove that Jesus actually existed because he interacts with these people in a later story. That same logic would have to apply to the Quran. That same logic would have to apply to the Book of Mormon even. The Book of Mormon is nothing more than one-ply toilet paper. And nevertheless, it talks about Jesus, and it says that Jesus, after ascending into heaven over around Judea, he hooked a sharp left and came down into America and started preaching to the Native Americans. So if you believe that Jesus existed, using that same logic, then everything in the Book of Mormon also happened because it involves a character who you think existed from a book that came out before that book. Using your logic, which is stupid, we get to more stupid shit. So, do you have anything that actually proves Jesus and Paul directly, or what?
I got you. The letter from Pontius Pilate to Tiberius Caesar.
Cool. When was that written?
During the time it was.
When was it written?
I love this because you're going to say it was a composite. You were going to say it was written 1 AD.
No. 1 AD? That doesn't make any sense anyway.
Century. It was like a composite. So this saying this letter exists is like saying.
When was the letter written?
When it happened, right after it happened, right after.
What is your evidence of this?
Just it's in the Vatican archives. I love this. This is why I don't like Catholics.
So I don't care about your stance on a part of Christianity that's smarter than you. I don't care. That being said, what is your evidence?
Are smarter than me.
Yes, most Christians are.
You don't even find
what
Catholics
evidence?
to be
What
smart.
evidence? What evidence do you have?
That one guy was right. You're just a troll, bro.
What evidence do you have that this was actually written by Pilate?
He wrote it.
Give me evidence.
Give me evidence that Donald Trump writes any of his shit. Give me evidence that any historical figure has written any of their own fucking letters. Dude, you talked about Napoleon. Napoleon exists. How do you know he wrote those letters?
Anyways, do you have any evidence?
And then you're going to believe the Google Chrome symbol that's funny. If you turn it on its side, it says 666.
Cool. Yeah, so that's why I say that Catholics are actually smarter than
I just feel
Orthodox.
like I beat you out of the water. You can boot me off. Fuck you later, bro.
Sounds good. Do you kiss your dad on the lips with that mouth?
I love my dad.
I bet you do. You
Me
give
and
him
my dad
tongue?
have the same faith. I just know I
That's
won.
how I know
why you're
both of
keeping
you are
me on,
stupid.
or you would have booted me off by now. Boot me off, you little bitch. Come on,
man,
boot
you
me
can
off,
just
you
sit
little
in your
bitch.
squalor. It's fine. Russell Cameron, what you got?
Dude, please boot me off, you little bitch. I'll just keep on unmuting myself.
I didn't even mute
Because
you.
that's all you can do. That's you sit there.
What? What was that?
That's what's great.
What was?
That's what's.
I can't hear you. Russell Cameron, could you go
That's
ahead? What you got?
That's what's great.
Yeah, man. These
That's
people
what
are crazy.
Yeah. Anyways, what you
being
got?
Being atheist.
Well, first of all,
Being
I agree with everything you're saying.
You agree with everything I'm saying?
Yes, I agree with it.
Sounds good.
I mean, I know this is not typical, but I was a minister for 14 years in a Christian church, Baptist church, and with the Hebrew Israelite movement.
Oh, wow. So you got,
Yeah.
You're even worse than the Eastern Orthodox.
Right, correct. I found that out later on.
No, I mean, not worse than this particular Eastern Orthodox. This one's a little shit, but.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah, but I was just going to say, I had to create and find and do all the research to do lessons every week.
Mm-hmm.
And in those studies, I found that the New Testament about Christ, basically they're all prophecies to depict Christ in the New Testament from the Old Testament, correct? So when I go and check the Old Testament, check these prophecies in the Old Testament, none of them are talking about Christ, Jesus.
Well, yeah.
Making reference to Jesus.
No, the vast
They're
majority of
making
them just
reference
talk
to-
about Israel in general or something like that. One of the
Yeah,
most famous
David.
is Isaiah 53, and it's literally it's like past tense.
Correct. And
That's silly.
Isaiah 7.
Yeah.
And Isaiah 7. So what I found is they're talking about Samson, Emmanuel, which is Isaiah's son.
Yep.
David.
They'll talk about
the nation
Israel.
of Israel.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this is crazy. And so that led me to do research outside of the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
And everything you're talking about, man, I found all of this. And that led me to a disbelief in the whole thing. Then when I found out that there's, I read a book, Kersey Graves from 1800 and something, about the 16 crucified Christ before Jesus.
Yeah, I'd known that. Yeah, I've heard that. The 16 crucified saviors or whatever.
Man.
Yeah.
I would encourage all Christians to read that book. If you read that book and still believe this crap, you're fucking insane.
I mean, so I have read that book, or at least I'm familiar with it. It's basically talking about how this story has been kind of told before. It's not really, it's old hat. It's nothing that's like super new or creative or original, really. And while I don't agree with a ton of like the different parallels, at the same time, we do see that this is heavily influenced. Christianity and the stories of Jesus are syncretic. And what that means is that it takes in a whole bunch of different things, different influences and different cultures, different tropes and stuff like that. It just uses it. And that actually helps aid how it survived or aid its growth. Because if you already believe something that's pretty close to someone else's religion, you can get them to believe yours. That's why the Mormons will actually try to seek out people who already believe in Jesus. If they knock on your door and you say, I don't even believe in God, they know they have a huge uphill battle, so they're not going to really talk to you much. They're going to move on. But if you say, I already believe in Jesus, I believe in God, and I'm open to talking to you about this stuff, that's their way in. They've got one foot in the door and they'll go ahead and continue that conversation. So likewise, what we have with the Christian movement and the Gospels and the stories and stuff like that from the 2nd century onward is we have these people who are able to talk to other mystery cults and other religions and other cultures and say, hey, you believe in a God that changed water to wine, Dionysus? Well, so do we. Oh, you believe in Asclepius or Serapis, people who can gods that can heal you, sometimes even with spit or their saliva? Yeah, we've got the same thing. So you're able to kind of grow that way. So I mean, and then eventually it takes on a life of its own and becomes its own kind of thing and bullies everybody else out of the space. But I mean, c'est la vie. But anyways.
Man, the indoctrination is deep.
Oh yeah, I mean it really is, and it's kind of frustrating to talk to people who can't seem to wrap their head around the idea that the way that they view other religions is how they are viewed by these religions. So as easy as it is for like a Muslim to say that Christianity is false, or a Christian to say that Hinduism is false, or whatever, as easy as that is, it's that easy when you actually take a step back and step outside of the box and look into it and say, oh my God, none of these stories really make any sense at all.
Man, I go through that all the time with so many different people. You know, I'm in contact with so many different people on a daily basis. Even though I left all that alone, I'm still in contact with a lot of people, and I still get invited to do speeches and stuff like that. And man, it's almost useless to even have these conversations.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I do feel like for the most part, people do get educated on this. Someone told me a long time ago, because I used to have conversations with people one-on-one in real life, and those can be meaningful, especially if there's somebody who's close to you. But someone told me a long time ago that unless you can get a crowd gathered, unless you can get people around you listening to the conversation that you're having with this other person, it's not really going to be worth it, because the other person is probably not going to change their mind. And I mean, if they do, great, that's awesome, but they probably won't. The benefit of the debate, the benefit of the conversation, the benefit of the argument is for the people around you who are thinking, I want to hear these sides. I want to hear these points because I'm questioning. The person you're arguing against is not questioning. The person who's listening is questioning. And it's the audience, it's the people who's around it. All my friends on TikTok, the 412 people who are listening here, it's the 540 people who are listening on YouTube and watching and stuff like that. Those are the people that I care about. When I get into a conversation with an Eastern Orthodox person who just can't wrap his head around reality, I don't really care about that person anymore. Not really. I mean, I do as a human, but like he's so far gone that it's really just more of like a, here is your brain on religion, guys. Like that is the point. But
you know, it kind of the same thing with me. And what you're saying about the people who you know, the crowd. Well, this is what happened with the church that I was over. It was just over 300 people in that church. After providing the lack of evidence for their belief and showing them some of the things that I've talked about today, about 90% of them said, okay, I don't believe this anymore. We broke up. Yeah. So, you know, that was 200 and something people that came to that light.
Yeah.
And they no longer follow that shit.
Yeah. And that's good. That's good. You're helping people at least at the very core of what you're doing is you're teaching people to say, I want to question my beliefs. I want to question whether or not I believe something that's true or false. And if you had 200 people in a church that said, hey, I just learned this is false, so I'm not going to believe it anymore, that was a good community. That's a good community, because those are people who care about right or wrong. Because there's a lot of people sitting in pews every Sunday that will think to themselves, hey, I'm going to believe this regardless of if it's true or false. If I had evidence that it was false, I'm still going to be this religion. I'm not going to change. And that is where we have to leave you. That's where we just go, nope, okay, sorry. You're just not interested in facts, so we just got to move on. But to have 200 people say, hey, we care about being right or wrong, we care about the truth, we care about validity, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah, it was. It was, and I think the basis of most of the people who won't leave is fear. That fear has been embedded in us since children.
Yeah.
That if you don't believe, you're going to hell.
Yeah.
It's just simply not true.
Yep.
But all right, man, I ain't gonna take up any more of your time. I really appreciate what you're doing. I like it. I watch
thank
you all the time.
Thank you very much. Can we get some W's out there for Russell? Can we get some W's for Russell there on YouTube or TikTok? I'd like to see him out there. But that is awesome. Thank you very much for coming up. I do want to get to some other guests here, but definitely some big W's there for you. Thank you very much, and hopefully you have a great day, man.
You too, man. Bye.
That was a Russell Cameron 6. All right, we've now got some super chats that I want to get to really fast before we get to the next guest. I see you there, Hadassah. Give me one moment. Let's see. Elope Note, $2 said, Queef Sheeples. Oh my gosh. Play my sound. I don't even remember. Honestly, I don't even remember what your sound was. What was your sound? I can't even remember what it was. Honestly, I honestly don't remember. I remember now. Okay, here we go. Babality. There it is. Okay, and then let's see. The next one, $5 from Elope Note says, I got historical evidence, the Bible. Checkmate. Bros, send a super chat if you agree that this cowboy is a dummy. Oh my God. Yes, if you're over on YouTube and you want to come up, you can. The link is there in the chat. I take guests on TikTok because YouTube doesn't have the ability to take guests like that. If you don't have a TikTok or you don't want to come up, that's perfectly fine. Just send a super chat. I will read it out loud and I will respond to it. There's somebody in here who's going to be saying some crazy things. I already saw it, so I'm going to read it and I'm going to respond to it. Absolutely. Because, if you're willing to pay money, at least a couple bucks here for me to read your message, I'm going to read it and respond. $2 there from Elope Note says, Stiffy mode. Yes, whenever somebody says that we have evidence, historical evidence for Paul, we go into hard mode and focus on Paul. $5 from Alan0465 says, Gallio was the brother of Seneca the Younger, whose ideas are found in Paul. Acts is trying to imply a connection in the 2nd century Paul between Paul and him. Yes. That is true. Seneca the Younger has about the same he has the same lifetime as the supposed lifetime as Paul, believe it or not. He writes letters, moral epistles to a fictional person and everything like that. So it's like that letter trope that teach you how to be a good person, that kind of thing. His older brother is somebody who Paul is supposedly in a trial under, which is Gallio. Seneca never mentions Paul or Christians or anything like that because Paul didn't exist. But yes, I 100% agree with you, Alan, that they added Gallio into the story to try to make more of a connection there. Later on, there's actually some letters from Paul to Seneca. They're later, like 4th, 5th century, obviously forgeries and stuff like that. But they are written with the intent of connecting Seneca and Paul even more. $2 from Elope Note says, the devil in me wants to grift these sheeples. Queefing for Christ. There we go. Oh my God. Yeah, well, I don't want to, no. Even the people who I end up talking to, I don't want them to feel like the people that I end up talking to that heavily disagree or are very clearly stupid and have lost their minds. I don't want them to be grifted. I don't want them to be grifted by Christianity, and I'm not going to grift them either. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get them to recognize that you should absolutely look into whether or not what you believe is true, and see if there's any evidence to support it. I'm going to try to get through to them. Sometimes I can't, and at best, we'll just have it be entertainment for all my friends there on TikTok and YouTube. So let's see. Captain Hammer Corporate Tool, $2 says, is this the worst day of callers so far? No, it wasn't terrible. It hasn't been terrible, but you never can tell. We might get some good evidence here in a bit. $1.99 from ZCR2. Thank you very much. And then $5 from Dr. Wolfstar says, the host is an egotistical... I don't know if I should say that name. He uses the R word. He uses the R word. He puts it in a weird spot. So I'm going to actually read it the way that he wrote it. The host is such an egotistical R3T at R2 who abuses his censorship button by muting everyone who makes better points than him. You mean than him? To ramble. Pathetic. No. That's... Yeah, no. $2 there from Elope Note. This is why I'm here. The crash out best dopamine. $2 from Elope Note. We want more story of that ex-minister. That ex-minister was pretty cool. $2 from your crazy girlfriend says, Elope Note is my best friend. Interesting. And then $2 from Surfmer says, I like frogs. Okay.
I like turtles.
Oh, well, you're in competition. Then $1.99 from the prototype says the queefs come out at night. That doesn't even make any sense. I mean, well, kind of. You know what? That one actually kind of does make some sense. Kind of. $2 from your crazy ex-girlfriend says, Twilight for me, please, loco.
Bella! Where the hell have you been, Loca?
So awkward. And then $5 from Cameron. Cameron Vinoroso says, hey, Jay, did Paul have a last name? If he did, then who is his father and mother? What school did he go to? Thank you for all you do. So Paul's last name, or supposed last name, is never actually given. It's really strange that that's the case anyways. Paulus is usually a diminutive, or it's a diminutive. It is. Up until that point, it's a diminutive that just means the small one. So Paulus would actually kind of be like a second name, if you will. But we never get anything else about his like actual biography or anything. So it's kind of crazy. What school did he go to? I'm not sure if it really names anything. According to Acts, I think he's like a student of Gamaliel or something like that. So like him, I guess, sort of, kind of. Who was his father and mother? Never named. Yeah, it's all over the place. I think by the time that people really start trying to piece together or put together a story for Paul's background and really like try to flesh it out, they'd already kind of stopped saying, hey, this is canon and stuff. They kind of picked the canon. So they probably stopped a little too early in order to get like all the good juicy details of the background. Cyber Deconstruction $1.99 says, why do you always run from my evidence of Paul? I don't even know what you're talking about. So I don't know how to answer that question. Anyways, so Hadassah, what you got for us?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. First, I want to start off by asking you, what is the purpose of what you're trying to do?
Encourage people to believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible. And if you don't know if something is true or false, because there's no evidence either way, set it to the side and wait until evidence points you in either direction.
Okay, so you feel led to lead people to find out what's true and what's not true.
No.
So what you recite what you said again?
I don't feel led to do anything.
Repeat
That's
yourself.
not how that works.
So what motivates you to do this every day? There has to be a motivation.
My existence within society. I like it when society is benefited because I'm part of it.
Okay. So you think you're benefiting society by proving that Jesus
Yes, when
and
we
Paul...
believe as many true things as possible and stop believing as many false things as possible, society is benefited. Believing false things is how we end up with Mango Mussolini.
Okay, on a turn, let me ask you, why didn't you wake up and say, let me prove that Satan and the demons that people follow every day, that encapsulate their life, trap their life, destroy their lives, and why is it so big that you prove that Jesus and Paul didn't exist, but not flip it on the dime with Satan when it comes to the true? Hold on.
Like,
when it comes
why
to the
am I
true
not doing a
enemy,
live that says Satan doesn't exist? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Why don't you do it? Because he's the evil one, and he's the one who's causing problems. And if you can see that he's being uplifted and worshipped in Hollywood and throughout the land, loud and clear, but you chose to choose Jesus and Paul. But why didn't you choose the one who really identifies as the evil one?
Where does he identify as the evil one?
Everywhere in the world, it comes out. If you
Where does
can
he
deny,
identify as it?
Hold on.
You just said it.
It doesn't
prove it.
Hold on. Let me finish talking. Don't. I don't have time to play with you.
No. That's not how
Let
this
me
works.
say this.
No.
Hold on.
Whenever you say something that I know is demonstrably false, I'm going to call it out before you start building on that faulty foundation, because it doesn't make a lot of sense. You've already said a bunch of dumb shit that's just like weird opinions or something, or like conspiracy theories. But like, where does Satan identify as the evil one? I want you to tell me explicitly where Satan says, I am the evil one. Go ahead.
And don't turn. Okay, let me before I lay that groundwork, let me ask you a question first, because I just listen to the way you talk.
That's how that works, I guess.
Okay, before I get to ask you, the pastor that was previous, I want to talk to his point.
No, you just made a point. We're not talking about somebody who was already up here and clearly smarter than you. What we're talking about is where you got the idea that Satan identified as the evil one. Please present that quote, the text, the inscription, the recording. Where does Satan identify as the evil one? Where does he say that? Go ahead. Go ahead there. You got to click the little microphone button. I'm eager to hear this, but I don't think you're going to be able to find it.
Don't try to don't cut my mic off and let
Okay,
me
well, I'm
talk.
going to cut it off if you're not sticking to the topic.
You're
Again,
talking, you can't even shut
where's
your
it at?
mouth.
Where's it at?
I rebuke your mouth.
Sounds good.
The
I
first
rebuke
thing
your
is
mother's mouth.
Satan is Satan. I don't care about that foolishness. I rebuke your demonic approach, trying to teach people.
It's not a demonic approach. I'm just asking you for evidence of what you said.
You don't need evidence because you little boy that's hurting in you that loved Jesus at one point will
What are you talking
misled,
about?
and now you're trying
All
to
right, come
mislead
on. Just
nations.
where
because
does
the
he
Bible says in the last
self-identify?
days there'll be a teachers
Where
of
does he
false
identify
doctrine.
as the evil one? Where does he
In
do
your
that?
mouth, in your mouth, in your mouth. When you curse people, call them names, and do all those things.
Yeah. So
It don't matter.
how is that
It
Satan
doesn't matter that
identifying
you
as
do
the evil
that.
one?
Because the Bible says that the enemy works through. I live off the word. It don't matter what your little self say, because you don't understand life, period.
Sweet.
Because the
So
very
where does
thing
he
that you
identify as the
blaspheme
evil
against,
one?
you gonna cry out to Jesus and ask him to save you.
Cool. Where
And I
does he
rebuke
identify
your
as the
foul
evil
spirit.
one?
Everywhere. Everywhere.
Where? Give me one
Everywhere.
instance.
Everywhere.
Give me one
I
instance
said
where
everywhere.
Satan
I said
identifies
everywhere,
as
so
the
I'm giving
evil
you
one.
many instances. I just said everywhere. Everywhere
Sweet.
is absolute.
Name one of them. Name one of the
Everywhere,
things that are in
everywhere.
everywhere.
You name something and I'll tell you. You name something. In
Okay.
your household when you was a little boy growing up and you was abused.
I wasn't abused.
Everywhere.
Anyways,
Everywhere.
that being
Yeah,
said,
you was.
that being
Yes, you
said,
was.
last night,
And you can't deal with your own life.
last night when I was entering your mother, was Satan
And it said- that
identifying
don't
as
matter
evil
to me.
there?
That don't
Was
ma-
Satan
that don't matter
identifying
to
as
me.
evil
I'm
there?
not moved by that.
Sounds
I'm
good.
not moved by that.
Yeah,
I'm not moved
that's
by
perfectly
that.
fine.
It says
Is that
this
because
ye
your
know, that
mother
in the
works for
last
Satan
days
as well?
perilous
Does your
times
mother
shall
work for
come,
Satan?
For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters,
I'm not a
proud,
lover of my own
blasphemers,
self.
disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy.
I don't have to love myself. Your mom can do that for me. I don't need to actually love myself. It's actually quite the perk. Anyways, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down. You got a couple screws loose. You need help. You really do. I can't really have much of a conversation with you because you just kind of keep saying the same dumb shit over and over. But I'll give you one more chance. Do you have?
No, I rebuke you and I bind that spirit in you in the name of
Yeah. How good is that? I'm gonna be here tomorrow, by the way.
me, because you don't want the people to hear that
You know what? Listen, don't mute her. Don't mute her. Don't mute her. Don't mute her.
Yeah,
Listen,
keep me on.
Hadassah.
What is it
Hadassah.
that you
Listen,
say?
Hadassah. Fuck you, and you're not gonna be able to
don't
stop
matter.
me
That
from
doesn't
anything.
matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, does it? Yeah. You're not going to be able to stop me from anything. I don't care how many times you rebuke me or bind me or whatever. Sounds kinky anyways. That being said, I'm going to be on here tomorrow, starting at 9:30 a.m. Central. I'm going to be talking about how Jesus and Paul never existed. And guess what I'm going to do the day after that? I'm going to be on here at 9:30 a.m. Central talking about how Jesus and Paul never existed. And then the next day after that, it's going to be Thursday, and I'm going to be right here again. And then on Friday, I'm going to be here again. I'm sorry that your rebuking and binding doesn't do shit, but it doesn't. Like, it's not going to stop that. Anyways, so we're going to go ahead and move on. Let's see. Then there's $2 from Elope Up says, more, girl, rebuke in your mouth, dopamine. Jesus Christ, Elope No. Easy with the confetti. Ryan says, I rebuke in your mouth. So ridiculous. Anyways, what's going on? Ian Manzi?
Ian Manzi.
I was thinking Manzi, but then I was, yeah, anyways. What you got, Ian? What you got?
I don't know. I've been entertained all day with this, but I came into your live, I think yesterday or the day before. I actually bought the book. I haven't started it yet, but I think pretty funny, both sides. I think, for the sake of argument, I don't have any evidence whether or not Jesus and Paul existed, but I do have a relationship with God. And so,
a relationship with who?
With God.
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with the topic.
Well, I know but so I'm saying, for the sake of argument, I believe the Bible is true. I believe it is the inerrant word of God. But I believe that you can
inerrant. How does it inerrant if it contradicts itself?
I don't think it does. But
okay. Nope. Well, yep. Guess where we're going. Here we go. We're gonna go to the Gospel of John here.
Okay.
All right. This is John chapter 19. It's been a while since we've done this.
But let me just say, let me finish what I was saying. For the sake of argument, I think you can arrive at the existence of God. I do believe that Jesus is God. I think you can arrive at that logically, philosophically, and morally without the Bible.
Fantastic. Well, you can't arrive to Jesus being God through morals. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, you can arrive at Jesus being the truth.
No, you can't. You can't arrive at the name Jesus through morals. That doesn't make any sense.
No. That's not what I mean.
Then how did you arrive to the name Jesus?
If Jesus, right?
Where are you getting the name Jesus?
Obviously from the Bible.
And there it is. So you can't just sit around and go, like, philosophically, Jesus is God. That doesn't make any sense. You have to be presented with the story. So if the story doesn't make sense and it's impossible, then unfortunately, I can't trust the story.
I believe everyone obviously is presented the story, but
that doesn't even make sense. But on top of that, we're going to take a look at said story. All right. So this is John chapter 19.
Hello.
I think there's somebody else on the panel. Just wait. Good news for all. We're just talking here. So John chapter 19. All right. And this is when Jesus is there with Pilate and everything like that. Eventually it gets down to verse 13. It says, when Pilate heard these words, he brought Jesus outside and sat on the judge's bench at a place called the Stone Pavement, or in Hebrew, Gabbatha. Now it was the day of preparation for the Passover, and it was about noon. He said to the Jews, here is your king. They cried out, away with him, blah, 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 blah. And then he handed him over to be crucified, is there near the end, in verse 16. All right? So you see that, right?
Okay.
Right? Okay. So I'm gonna ask you two questions. All right. Well, actually three. Number one, is Jesus still alive in this paragraph that I just read?
Yes.
Yes, I agree. All right. All good. Question number two. What day of the week is this talking about? Because Jesus is crucified on this particular day. What day of the week is that?
Ooh, that part I don't know. I don't think that the text explicitly. I think
it does.
Obviously, the way that I don't think it. I think there are deliberately, because different authors are trying to do different things, but I don't think that the word explicitly says what day. However,
it does.
I believe. Okay, well, I guess this would be Saturday.
That wouldn't make any sense. He was crucified on the Sabbath.
I thought he was crucified on. No, I guess no. He was raised again on Sunday. I don't know. Friday, I guess.
Yeah, there it is. Friday. Okay. It literally says that it was the day of preparation for the Passover. Now, in other Gospels, it'll say that like it's the day before the Sabbath. Now, right over here, though, you scroll down and it'll tell you. And by the way, I'm going to ask you a quick question really fast, just to kind of establish this. Was Jesus on the cross overnight, like into the next day?
No, that's
okay.
Not my understanding.
Yeah, correct. You are correct. Because later on they end up saying, since it was the day of preparation for the Jews did not want the bodies left on the cross during the Sabbath, especially because that Sabbath was a day of great solemnity. So what this means is that it's like a high Sabbath, because the Passover is based on the moon cycle, the lunar calendar, right? You follow me here?
Sure.
Okay, but the days of the week are not based always off of the lunar calendar, obviously. Sure. So it can fall on different things. So in other words, the Passover started on that Saturday. That's the point.
Okay.
All right. So when we end up with the Sabbath here, the bodies, they didn't want them to be left on the cross during the Sabbath. What that means is that he was crucified on the Friday, and then Saturday being a special Sabbath, but regardless,
sure,
special or not, the next day was the Sabbath. So he was crucified on Friday. So we good?
Yep.
Okay. So the last question. So I've asked you, is Jesus still alive? You said yes. What day is this? You said Friday, and I'm agreeing with you. And the last thing is, what time does it say that Jesus is still alive? Like here in court. What time? It's there in verse 14. They're in about the middle of the screen.
About noon, okay.
About noon.
Yeah, noon.
Okay. So noon there on Friday, he is still in court, and then Pilate gives him over to be crucified later on. All right?
Okay. Yeah.
So, according to Mark chapter 15, we end up with this. It is explicit. It says in verse 25, it was 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him. Well, so here's the deal. If you believe that this is the inerrant word, that means that God is explicitly giving every single word that is put down into the Bible to these men to write it down. How did he mess up with his own son's death?
Fair enough. I've never seen that one pointed out.
And this is explicit. It straight up just says it was 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him.
Right. Huh. Okay.
In John, he's still alive in court. In Mark, he's still crucified, or he's crucified at 9 a.m. Now, Matthew and Luke do not say explicitly when he's crucified, but they do echo the same sentiment from later on, where it says, when it was noon, darkness came over the whole land until 3. So apparently at noon in Mark, Matthew, and Luke, it gets dark, and then for about 3 hours.
Right.
That is not, the darkness is not mentioned in John, obviously, because in John, he's still alive at noon. So he's not even crucified at noon yet. So he doesn't mention the darkness, and he says that Jesus is alive 3 hours later.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, obviously that's, is this talked about in your book?
I don't know if we explicitly talk about that per se, maybe a little bit, but this is something that gets brought up on the live quite a bit because these are issues that show that this is not a text that is being written from the perspective of, okay, I was there, or a perspective of God is giving me these words, but more that this is my take on a particular story. That's all that it is. There's certain reasons why certain things are included and certain things are not. But there's also elements that don't really line up with who the supposed authors are. Because you might say, okay, well, maybe John is, the Gospel of John is written by John, who's supposed to be a disciple, and he just kind of misremembers it or something. But in the Gospel of John, it doesn't talk about one of the most amazing parts of of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, which is the transfiguration. You know, when Jesus glows white and has Moses and Elijah that he talks to?
Sure.
Yeah, John doesn't mention that. He was really the only person who we have a gospel from directly, according to church tradition, that should have been there. Like Matthew wasn't there. Mark and Luke are just later people who show up later into the story.
I don't think we necessarily understand the reason.
Say what?
The purpose behind each gospel is different, but I get your point. I don't think that necessarily gives you a reason to say that, you know, it's not true because John was there.
Oh no, it's just that it's not inherent or inerrant. That's the problem. There's definitely errors. Absolutely. I mean, there's 2 genealogies of Jesus that are given in the stories, Matthew and Luke, and they contradict each other.
Yeah, I've heard this argument as well, and there's explanations that I've heard given. I haven't heard the one in particular with the time of the crucifixion, so I'm gonna go back and look at that. And like I said, I'm gonna read your book. I am in search of truth.
Okay. So if you're in search of truth, that's great. But one of the first things you're going to have, well, not going to have to, but if you're actually sincerely in pursuit of truth, the first thing that's going to go is the idea that the Bible is inerrant. Like that's not even close. Like, absolutely not. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like the story of, like, okay. In Matthew, Jesus goes down to Egypt, right? Like Joseph and Mary take him down to Egypt to avoid Herod. Remember that?
Yep.
Okay. So in the Gospel of Luke, it says that he is born, and I'm not even going to get into the dating issue, which is very clearly a problem, but I get into that a lot. So it says, let's see, you have the angels show up, the shepherds, and everything like that, blah, 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 blah. When the 8th day came, it was time to circumcise the child. So they circumcise him at 8 days old, and then the time has come for the purification according to the laws of Moses, which is like certain things there for taking him to the temple and presenting him, and Mary doing her thing at about 30 to 40 days out. That's the point. Okay? But then it ends up, there's a bunch of singing and dancing. And then, let's see, it says, when they had finished everything required by the law of the Lord, they returned to Galilee, to their own town of Nazareth. So when they finished like the purification rites, which happened about 30 to 40 days out, about 40 days out from the birth, there for Mary, because she was seen as unclean. When did they go to Egypt? It explicitly says when they had finished everything, they returned to Galilee, to their own town of Nazareth. But Matthew has them going from Bethlehem down to Egypt and hanging out there for a long time to avoid the people who are in Jerusalem, which is literally where they're at. They're at the temple.
Sure.
So, I mean, like, it's very clearly a different story. It's a contradiction.
Well, not necessarily, right? Like,
yeah, necessarily.
Who's to say that they don't go to Egypt after his circumcision?
This right here.
Okay, but it doesn't say that they don't go to Egypt after that.
It says explicitly where they do go.
Right, but that doesn't mean that they can't go to Egypt after that.
Where? When?
Just because it doesn't say it.
It tells you exactly when they went to Galilee. It says when they had finished. Yeah.
And I'm with you on that.
Okay.
Who's to say that they don't go to Egypt after that?
Matthew, because he doesn't go from Galilee to Egypt. He goes from Bethlehem to Egypt. In fact, Matthew explicitly says in Matthew chapter 2 that he's born in Bethlehem, and that's where they're at. And he sends them to Bethlehem. Then they escape to Egypt. All right. And then in Bethlehem is where all the kids are unalived. And then they go down to Egypt and then hang out until an angel tells Joseph to go back up. And then it says, but when he heard, that's Joseph, heard that Archelaus was ruling in Judea in place of his father Herod, he was afraid to go there. And so he ends up getting warned in a dream to go to the district of Galilee because he was trying to go back to, I guess, Bethlehem or Judea. And it says there he made his home in a town called Nazareth. In Luke, he's from Nazareth. Like it explicitly says he's from Nazareth at the beginning of the story. It says Joseph also went from the town of Nazareth to Galilee. But in Matthew, he just happens to make his home in Nazareth because he's warned in a dream to not go to Judea, but instead Galilee. So no, it doesn't even line up.
I get what you're saying. I think you're reading into the text the same way I would be reading into the text, and that's fine.
I mean, I'm reading into it to try to find the truth. What do you read it into?
You can't prove the negative, and that's fine.
Yeah, I can, because it explicitly tells me in the Gospel of Luke that it tells me when they go to Galilee, and it tells me that they go. It tells me that they go, and it tells me when. That is proving the negative. So in here, that wouldn't make any sense because they've got to do the purification laws according to Luke. So are you saying that he was born in Bethlehem and then they go?
No, I'm not saying anything.
I need you to understand that it contradicts because it's not possible. The timeline is still not possible. We haven't even get into the problem that Herod the Great. Please listen, because we haven't even gotten to the massive issue, which is the fact that Matthew's story of Jesus's birth and Luke's story of Jesus's birth are more than 10 years apart because of who was reigning. And the reason for the census and stuff. But nevertheless, we're not going to get into that at the moment. The stories are incompatible because in order for what you're saying to have happened, somehow they have to go from Bethlehem, where Jesus is born in Matthew. At 40 days, they go to Jerusalem, which is where Herod is. And they have these purification rites, and they fulfill the law according to Moses. But somehow they go back to Bethlehem in order to go to Egypt. But it explicitly says that they went, when they were done, to Galilee. It does not say that they went back to Bethlehem. It tells you where they went. It is easy to prove a negative when this is explicitly saying the opposite. This is saying when they had finished, which, according to you, if these stories are compatible with each other, they have to go back to Bethlehem and then to Egypt and then try to go back to Bethlehem and get warned in a dream to go to Galilee. This says when they had finished, they went back to their hometown in Nazareth.
I'm with you.
So it's not just a lack of a story for going to Egypt. It's straight up telling you when they got done, they went to Nazareth. That's what it says. It doesn't just say later on they went to Nazareth. It explicitly tells you when, and it tells you where.
Well, I'm reading something now that says that the flight to Egypt could have been between the ages of 1 and 2 for Jesus.
Well, that wouldn't make any sense because that would mean that he went to Nazareth and then went back to Bethlehem with the baby.
I mean, I'll have to go back and read everything. I've read
but on top of that, that also would imply that the story of Luke is later, or sorry, the story of Luke is before the story of Matthew, which definitely doesn't make sense.
The story of Luke is a recounting of multiple accounts.
Well, no, it doesn't. What you're saying has no bearing on it because ultimately, it's trying to say what you just found is trying to say that possibly they went back to Nazareth and then somehow at the age of 1 or 2 went back to Bethlehem or something and hung out. But if that's the case, then unfortunately, this wouldn't make a lot of sense because they are there in town in Bethlehem for a census. Correct?
Sure. I'll grant you.
Don't grant me anything. The Bible says that that's what they're there for, correct?
No, I grant. Yes, whatever follows logically, I grant you.
No, just say yes or no. Does the Bible say that they are in Bethlehem for a census?
Yes.
Okay, that is true. All right, this was the first registration and was taken while Quirinius was governor of Syria. So he becomes the governor of Syria in 6 AD. I'll use your timeline. He becomes the governor of Syria in 6 AD, and the census happens in 6 AD. Unfortunately, and you can look this up, Herod the Great, who is the father of Archelaus, who ends up reigning after he dies, this is King Herod, he died in 4 BC. So it is literally impossible for the story of Luke to happen for his birth, and then later after that, 1 to 2 years later, in 7 or 8 AD, they end up dealing with a guy who died literally about, that would be about 12 years prior. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
So no, while Matthew, they try to say that he was a little older in Matthew or something, and the reason for that is generally around this section here, because what ends up happening is the massacre of their infants here, it says, he ends up unaliving people who are 2 years or under. All the children 2 years or younger. So that's why they try to say that Matthew talks about Jesus and he could have been a little older in Matthew. But if that's the case, then it's literally it's even more impossible because Herod the Great was long dead, over a decade, by the time that you get to Jesus being 1 or 2 in the Luke story.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna obviously, like I said, I'll have to go back and I've never looked for the chronological, contributions.
That's the problem. Luke says that he's going to say everything in great order because he has a firm grasp. I too decided, as one having a grasp of everything from the start, to write a well-ordered account. And then he immediately shits all over it, especially here in Luke 3, where he tries to say that in the 15th year of the reign of Tiberius, that's the year 29, because he starts reigning in 14, that Pontius Pilate was governor of Judea. Oh, thank you very much. And Herod was the ruler of Galilee. This is Antipas, so that's fine. That's okay. All this is okay. But this right here, Lysanias, the ruler of Abilene, he died in 33 BC. Okay. So 60 years before the rest of this. And we have coins with his face on it.
Of the history here.
Yeah.
So
in other words, Luke is absolute dog shit when he tries to tell you the timing of things. It's really, really bad. So all this to say that the inerrancy of the Bible is a claim that comes from literal crazy people who have never read anything. I'm not saying that you're crazy. I'm just saying that you believed from someone else that told you that there is no errors in the Bible or something like that. They have never read the Bible, if like truly read the Bible at all, if they think there's no errors in it. Like
I've read the Bible 3 times, and I understand that there's things that we don't necessarily understand about the Bible. And I've never gone back to cross-reference the chronological, you know what I mean? But
then how would you say that there's no errors? You read the entire Bible, but didn't know about the timing issue for like the crucifixion?
I've read the entire Bible more than 3 times.
So what did you do when you got to John and it said he was still alive at noon, but yet you had heard from 3 gospels prior that he was crucified at 9 and darkness came over the earth?
Well, if you let me explain to you.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm reading through chronologically, obviously not reading the same gospels the same day, but as I'm reading through John and, this gospel says it's at 9, go back and then say to myself, oh, wait a minute, it said it was at noon in Matthew. That's what I'm saying.
So in other words, you called it inerrant and without errors because you never considered whether or not there were errors?
No, what I'm trying to explain.
It sounds like you didn't look at it critically, and then you just decided to say that it defies criticism. Like that's not how that works. You can't get to say you don't get to say, oh, hey, there's no errors if you've never actually looked for errors.
if you let me finish, what I'm saying is I went through the Bible. I didn't catch these issues, right?
Okay.
But as I've gone through and I cross-reference, right, I look at everything through the lens of Scripture. That doesn't necessarily mean that I've cross-referenced Scripture to find.
So where'd you get the idea that it was inerrant?
Well, that's what I'm telling you. I haven't until now, right? And this issue.
Well, that's fine. Like now, I get that you don't understand or you understand it's not inerrant now, but before that.
Well, I still think it's probably inerrant, but I'm gonna.
You think it's inerrant now, and we just went through all these problems?
I'm gonna have to do the research because I'm sure this argument has already been raised.
You think suddenly there's an explanation?
No, I think there's a reconciliation probably by multiple biblical scholars. Whatever, we'll see. Either way, I'm gonna read your book. I'm gonna go and get myself well read on these issues, and I'll have another conversation with you.
Okay. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
I don't know why it doesn't.
You look at something where I just very clearly pointed out multiple contradictions and you just say, I still believe that there's no contradiction. Like, I'm going to ask you a quick question. Is it possible to be crucified at 9 a.m. and still in court 3 hours later?
No, of course not.
Okay. So that's a contradiction then, right?
Yes, that would be
okay. So that would mean it's an error, right?
Well, I'm gonna have to go back.
Right.
And look. Yes.
Okay, so it's not inerrant.
If it's not
right.
If it's not a misreading of a text,
it's not.
Well, we'll see. I'll have to
I mean, it's not. I mean, I read what text do you want to read? What text do you want? What text are you going to read that's going to somehow tell you it's not? Like, you think? You think when I read the word noon, I mean, you read the word noon as well. You said it out loud. So, I mean, did I misread it? Like, you said the word noon, and then we both saw 9 a.m. I mean, what do you think the misreading is?
Well, okay, so
when it says noon in John, it's not noon?
If you want to take it there, okay, so for the sake of argument, it said that he was crucified at noon. Well, there's an argument to how long.
It says it was afternoon.
I thought you said that
he was in court at noon.
Crucified at 9.
That's what Mark says. Yeah.
Mark.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what Mark says.
But in Matthew, it says that he was in court at noon.
No. In John, it says he's in court at noon, and then in Mark, it explicitly says that they crucified him at 9 a.m.
Okay. Well, I'll have to start there.
It literally says it was 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him. Am I misreading that?
No, of course not.
Okay, so what time does it say that they crucified him in Mark?
At 9.
Okay, yeah. No misreading, that's explicit. In John, it says it is about noon when he's still alive.
Well, he could have been crucified at 9 and still been alive until after.
In court?
No, I'm just saying. I don't.
It says he's bringing Jesus outside.
Listen, I'm not arguing with you. I can't argue.
So this is an error then, right?
Apparently so.
And that means the Bible is not inerrant, because inerrant means without errors. So it's not inerrant, correct?
I'm not willing to grant that yet.
So you're willing to grant that there's an error, but not that it's not perfect?
No, I think that there are diverse accounts in all of the Gospels.
Okay, that are in error?
I will have to go and research the issue.
What are you going to research?
I would imagine that biblical scholars have attempted to reconcile
Yeah,
this issue.
and are you just going to accept what they say to the base and balls?
Absolutely not. If I can't find the truth data, then I will admit that
The truth data? You mean like the fucking words? I mean, that was a real question. I mean, if the words say the something that cannot happen at the same time, and you admitted that you can't be crucified at 9 a.m. and still alive in court 3 hours later, then that's an error, and it's not inerrant, man. Like, you tried to to lie to all of us and say that, like, you were actually in pursuit of truth, and then you will literally stare a contradiction in the face and say, it's still perfect. That doesn't make any sense.
No, that's not what I said. I said I will have.
You said that you were looking for the truth earlier, correct?
Yes, and I'm
Yeah.
going to.
And so you looked at a contradiction and you said, I still think that the Bible is inerrant. That's not what someone who's looking for the truth is doing. That's someone who is looking for a way to justify bullshit.
I haven't personally found contradictions in the Bible.
Well, I personally walked you through a contradiction, and you admitted that you can't do that.
Correct.
You
And
can't
I'm
be
gonna go
crucified at
back
9
and
a.m.,
research it, and I
but
will
yet you
admit
can't admit that it's a contradiction and that the Bible is not inerrant. You can't bring yourself to admit that because you're part of a cult and you've bought in to a belief that you can't actually you're deciding that it's just not what the words are.
It's just.
You ever heard the parable of the fox and the grapes? That's what's going on right now. The fox, he is hungry, and he looks up and he sees some grapes that are hanging above him. But he tries to reach up and he can't grab them. He tries to jump and he's fallen short. He cannot reach the grapes. So what he just decides is that he's convinced himself, or he ends up convincing himself that the grapes are just no good and that they would be bad for him anyways. They wouldn't even taste good. What you've done is you've said, oh, I'm hungry for the truth.
Well,
and then I literally show you, here's the truth. And so you just go, no, I'm just going to convince myself that that's not the case so that I get to continue on looking for truth or whatever the fuck you think that means to people. And you can keep saying that even though it's not true and you know it's not true. You're not actually looking for like evidence. You're not actually looking for the truth. You're looking for ways to back up your own bullshit that you've already convinced yourself of. You're not actually looking for truth. And this is evidence of it. All 396 people on TikTok have seen this, and the 438 people on YouTube understand that Ian Manzi is not actually looking for the truth, and he is trying to defend bullshit at every possible chance he gets.
No, that's wrong, and you're being presumptuous because I said.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a string of questions, and it is just a yes or no. They are going to be very easy, especially for someone who is looking for the truth. Number one, can you be crucified at 9 a.m. and still alive in court 3 hours later? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Does it say in the Gospel of Mark that Jesus was crucified at 9 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Does it say in the Gospel of John that he was still alive in court at noon on the same day?
I don't. If I can be honest, I was not
You read the word noon, and I asked you when he was alive, and you said noon. That is on a YouTube video, and you can go back and see it. Okay. So is that a yes or no? Does the Gospel of John say he was still alive in court at noon? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So because that's impossible, that means it's a contradiction, correct?
Yes.
A contradiction is a literary error, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So inerrancy means that there's no error, correct?
Yes.
So that means that the Bible, containing this contradiction, therefore an error, is not inerrant, correct?
I think there may be an explanation that I'm going to have to find.
Okay.
However, if I can't.
All right. Yep. Ian Manzi is not looking for the truth, guys. That's how that works. That is how that works. All right. Let me see if there's any super chats or anything real fast before we move on to the next guys here. I believe there is. Let's see. $2 from Surfmer says, I rebuke you. Jesus Christ. I rebuke you in the name of bad mayonnaise. What is wrong with you, Surfmer? That's terrible. What'd you say that for? Then $1.99 from channel 3790 says, not a believer, but I promise you she doesn't read. Oh, yeah, the other, yeah. That's pretty rough. $20 from a Lope Nope says, sorry, mods, and then waving a white flag. Why? What is happening? Elope Nope seems to get in trouble a ton over there on YouTube. I don't know why. $2 from Everlasting Godstopper says, a rebuke from a group is... There are friends that I have on YouTube and TikTok. And there are some people who I know I shouldn't be friends with anymore. Everlasting Godstopper paid $2 on YouTube to say a rebuke from a group is called a rebukake. And I could have been somebody. I honestly, getting a data science degree in college, University of North Texas, working hard, graduating in 2013. If someone had told me that for $2, which is only about maybe 50 cents after YouTube takes it away, I would have to read that abomination of a word, I don't think that... I think I probably would have just stopped going to college. Honestly. Just go ahead and say I've peaked. All right. Elope Note, $2 says, Jaren doing God's work, queefing for Christ. Play my sound. Thanks. All right. Where's your sound? Here it is.
Babality.
There it is. Okay. All right. All right, $5 from the Lope Nope says, imagine your God is so weak it doesn't even have the power to maintain consistency in its perfect word. Yeah, that was from yes, Mr. Bax. Yes. Ultimately, the inerrancy claims are absolutely ridiculous, and if you're actually looking for truth, believing that the Bible is inerrant, that should be the first thing out the window. Absolutely. Absolutely. Doesn't make any sense that anybody would keep that up. $5 from Surfmer says, I have just been told that I have been rebuked, not repuked. Repuked. I apologize. I apologize for my earlier misunderstanding. I don't even... all right. Yeah, Surfmer, it's okay. It's just the old mayonnaise thing. Gross. $4.99 from Tracy, formerly Ianto, says, You are the queef beneath my wings and the protein shake I desire. I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? Wait a minute. You're not. Girl, are you for real right now? All right. Okay. Mike 377730. What you got?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right, awesome. I just joined your live maybe like 10 minutes ago, so I've been just enjoying.
Welcome in.
Yeah, it's a good first impression. I'll give some context. I am 22 years old, so I haven't really decided to stick my, claim in any sort of faith. I've done, many different types of religious practices. I did Ramadan for like 2 years, a lot of things like that. I grew up Christian to two pretty Christian parents. So like I come with that, but honestly, I'm in seek of the truth. And unlike the last guy, I'm not so hard headed, so I'm not gonna come up here and be like, oh well, I have to do some research and figure out, like everything you've said so far I've agreed with and it's changed my point of view. I kind of more wanna ask you questions.
Okay. What you got?
I don't really
What you got for us?
Well, first thing is, what's the thing behind you? What are the tallies?
Oh, this is how many times people bring up Josephus, which most people pronounce as Josephus because they've never actually read Josephus. Tacitus, or Tacticus, because people have never actually read Tacitus. How many times they say, oh, do you believe in Alexander the Great, or George Washington, or did your grandpa exist? Or also, have you ever heard of Bart Ehrman? And down here, unfortunately, is how many times people on the YouTube Super Chat say the word queef, because apparently they really like that word. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you why. And they like to hear me say it for some weird reason. These people are sick bastards, and they keep making me say it.
They're professionals.
We now
every professional knows.
148 times in the last week that I've said this.
Well, every professional knows that a queef is a proof of a days of honest work. You only find out about a. Okay, let me just get away from that. My other question was, when did this journey start? Like, did you grow up Christian, or where did you grow up with parents that were, not pressuring you to go to church, which was honestly the worst day of the week of my life, was having to go to church.
Oh, man, no, church is awesome. Church was awesome. Absolutely awesome. I enjoyed it.
Really?
Yep. It was a lot of fun.
Come?
Because it was awesome. Also, I was homeschooled, so it was also my opportunity to see a lot of people from my hometown.
Oh, okay. Did you enjoy like the singing and like the?
Yep.
But it wasn't so much like the.
I played in the band. I was worship leader. Yep, worship leader and missionary.
Awesome. So, when did you come to the realization that there were errors in the Bible, and how did you mentally?
Errors in the Bible have been prevalent, pretty easy to anybody who like has actually spent a good amount of time reading the stuff. They can realize that like there's errors in there, or there's at the very least there's human error in it. So to say that the Bible is inerrant is beyond me.
And I agree.
There's plenty of people like the people that I grew up around. They absolutely did not preach that the Bible was the inerrant word of God, because they weren't stupid.
Really? So you grew up in a church where it was told that, hey, this is a story. This is meant to like.
No, it's not. No, it's not necessarily that. They believed that it was true. They just acknowledged that every once in a while there could be potential errors in the text, and that's because people had pointed out to them at some point in their lives that there are these issues, and so they just kind of decided we're just going to come up with a catch-all for all these issues and just say that that's just human error. But that's and that's the next step. So first you believe that everything is true, like everything, there's no errors, and then the next step, generally speaking, through digging for truth, like that last guy claimed that he was doing, or deconstruction. The next step is understanding that there's errors, but chalking it up to some particular explanation. Whoa, that is really cool. I've never seen that before. That's a pretty cool little thing right there. So yeah, I mean the next level. The next level is, of course, understanding that there's errors, but saying there's some particular reason for said error, but it is still an error. So you stop believing in the inerrancy, but you at least believe in the gist of it being correct. Then, as time goes on, if you read more about history and more about like comparative religions, especially from that time and different cults and stuff, you can realize that this is clearly just a mythology that's placed together the same as anything else. So it just kind of falls apart after taking a look at it.
And I do have one thing to say about that.
Sure.
Jesus, the myth, has existed, I think 3 times before that. There was an exact story of the exact same thing. And even in Doom,
I don't know about exact same thing. There's things that it's pulling from for its influences, or
Gilgamesh, right? Gilgamesh was sort of similar.
Not exactly, but yeah, but I mean, we do have stories that go pretty far back that are going to be influencing things later on.
That makes sense. I mean, what do you think the purpose of the mythology of Jesus was? Like, why do you think we have the New Testament?
The Gospels themselves that we have, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, are generally all going to be some kind of a reference to the first Gospel that was published, which is known as Evangelion or Evangelion, published in about 144 by a man named Marcion, who is a Christian theologian, later a heretic, because his beliefs were a little further away from what we generally think of when we think of the Bible. Now, that being said, the first gospel was likely just an explanation as to where their mystery cult had came from. Christianity has roots in Greco-Egyptian beliefs there within the Roman Empire that go back to about the 1st century BCE, potentially even about 300 BCE. So there's no evidence whatsoever that Jesus is the founding member or the founding or the founder, if you will, of Christianity, but rather that Christianity had already been around. And so they come up with a mythological story to kind of tell why they have these beliefs or why they have certain practices and rituals. And this story is the gospel, and it talks about how a God came down and gave them these stories and then fucked back off. And so, or it gave them these teachings and stuff like that, and then fucks off. And so later on, this deity becomes historicized. He gets a birth story, he gets a genealogy. And the people today who are reading these stories, these more cleansed stories, these whitewashed, retconned, historical revisionist stories from the Bible, they're reading this and they're going, oh, Jesus must have actually existed because I'm reading this cleansed, clean, polished version that has been around for 1,800 plus years. And it's like, no, not at all. You're just reading something that was initially based off of a mythology. It was initially based off of a story that didn't happen, and even the author or even the publisher of this text, Marcion, didn't think that it was a real human. So yeah, it's pretty clear that it's just it's like if in 2,000 years from now people look back and say Peter Parker was real. I don't know if Spider-Man was real. I don't think he was actually bitten by a radioactive spider, but he was at least real. Why else would they say all these different stories about him?
Exactly.
I mean, it's just dumb, but nevertheless, I mean, I don't think that there's anybody who's taking the time to try to force people to understand that Peter Parker is real or try to use historical revisionism the same way that Christianity did when it was in power. I mean, imagine, if you will, an entire country, let's say America, eventually says, you know what, that story of Peter Parker, we're going to make that our official religion. Just like Rome made it the official Christianity, their official religion in 380. It forced everybody to believe in, at the end of the sword, or the end of a pew-pew, it forced everybody to believe that Peter Parker existed and that he was Spider-Man. Later on, much later on, we might have civilizations that look back and go, Peter Parker must have been real to some extent. We won't buy into the radioactive spider, but we'll buy into the existence of this character because so many people believe in it. And so many people have tried to clean up that story and stuff like that. It's nonsense. It didn't actually happen. And we can piece this story and the way it comes together. We can piece that together later on, but the first step is realizing that this is just bullshit. And saying, hey, let's actually dive in and see if there's any good evidence for it.
And that makes sense because it's a perfect analogy, because one thing that you realize with people like Peter Parker or even Jesus or even Batman is that it comes down to hero worship. And if you have someone who's charismatic enough or someone who is given enough power, it is quite easy to make people believe in it. It's kind of like Paul Atreides, you know, if you're into Dune or anything like that, if you're given someone, you know, you will subject to them and you will throw out all your better judgment. You will overlook errors and you will see yourself fully into basically a cult, which as humans, you know, we're pack animals. So I give a little bit of grace to people who fall into that notion. We want someone to lead us and to do the work for us, if that makes sense. And I feel like Jesus follows that archetype. And the thing that I first got into, which allows me to have this conversation with you without being like someone like that last guy, is a lot of Christianity is derived from pagan. I guess I don't know if pagan is like the right. I want to use a nicer way to say it, but pagan rituals, pagan, the solstice, any sort of thing that they could grab that had power already and that they could align themselves with. I think that was a very useful avenue to go with Christianity, because you wonder why Paul was able to convert so many people who were non-Christians into Christians and use the Roman Empire. What do you think about, obviously you don't believe in Jesus, you don't believe that Jesus was a person at all? Do you think that, well, I'm trying to make sure I say the right thing here. Do you think that there was a guy that was sort of like a vessel for all of this? Or do you think that they just went backwards and pulled from something from, like you said, Egyptian myth?
No, I do not believe that there's a guy who is a vessel for all of this. No.
So
unless you want to say the guy who first publishes the gospel story. So that would just be Marcion in the 2nd century.
Okay, that makes sense. So no Mary, no John.
No, definitely not.
And then, do you think that there is a natural compulsion for humanity to create these sort of idols? And do you think that is productive? Or do you
people like stories? I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but I mean, but it's understanding whether or not something is just a story, or thinking that it's true. That's so making up stories and being creative is how we got to where we are. Understanding that it's a story and not something that should be trusted or fully, completely believed is how we survive.
Can I prove you wrong?
Go ahead.
Yeah, all right, so that's very stupid. It's like looking at a grass blade and saying this grass blade's not real. We have so much historical evidence that Jesus Christ and Paul actually existed. Okay. Jesus Christ publicly died for us 2,000 years ago on the cross. There was hundreds of people
2,000 years ago.
Hundreds of people watching his resurrection. In John 3:16, it personally says, what does it say? In John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he...
Okay, sweet. So we're well aware as to what it says in the Bible. We're looking for evidence that Jesus actually did anything, because again, John 3:16 is still before the particular for the crucifixion, so that wouldn't mean anything anyways. But nevertheless,
so
programmer, listen.
Yes.
You said that there was evidence for both Jesus and Paul.
Yes.
Are you saying that we have historical evidence for Paul?
We actually, and this is crazy too. We actually have scientific evidence that Jesus Christ existed.
Listen.
What?
Are you saying that we have historical evidence for Paul?
And Jesus, yes.
Okay. One moment. Everybody knows what time it is.
Let's get ready to rumble!
I want you to name me.
I'm telling you
one
this.
person. Listen, programmer. Name me one person outside of Christianity who mentions Paul.
What?
Who mentions Paul?
Who mentions Paul? Saint Aquinas.
That's in Christianity.
In Christianity.
I said name me one person. Listen. I said name me one person outside of Christianity who mentions Paul. You said we have historical evidence for him.
Right. Let me get my Bible.
It's not going to help you.
All right. So let me find it real quick. All right.
I don't think you understand what I just asked you.
So basically, you just asked me. Well, you asked me again. Say it again.
Name me one person outside of Christianity who mentions Paul. So a non-Christian who mentions Paul. But are you there? Programmer, we're going to need an answer for that from you.
Jesus exists. What I'm here to do is prove to you that Jesus exists.
Programmer, listen.
Yes.
You said we have historical evidence for Paul. Who is a non-Christian? Listen.
Well, we have
Who is a non-Christian who mentioned Paul?
Like I just told you.
I can't hear you when you're off the app, so if you were saying anything, I can't hear you. Like, right now, I can't hear you. You can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Do you know that guy? No?
I don't even know what you're saying. I can't hear.
Porphyry of Tyre. I don't know how to pronounce it, but that was a guy who mentioned Paul out of Christianity.
Are you talking about somebody, like
yes,
3rd or 4th century? Is that what you're talking about? I guess he's still off, though.
I'm here to mention to you today is about Jesus Christ.
Sweet. Well, right now we are focused on Paul.
All right.
Yep. So,
all right.
You don't have anybody who actually attests to the existence of Paul even remotely close to his lifetime, correct? I don't know if he's talking. He might be talking. I have no idea.
Can I, before we mention Paul, can I just mention what I'm here to do?
No, we're talking about Paul because you made a statement, and we're going to capitalize on it. We're going to show you how dumb it was. We do not have any historical evidence for Paul. In fact, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up to Christians. I want you to name me a Christian who we know says, I personally knew Paul. Like, we have testimony from this person that says, I knew Paul.
Yep. Jesus Christ. Paul was one of the 12 apostles of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Enoch.
Okay. So you think Paul was one of the 12 disciples?
Can I answer this?
Did you say Paul was one of the 12 disciples?
Apostles, correction.
Okay.
Yes, he was one of the 12 apostles.
Okay, well, here we go. The 12 disciples or apostles are Peter, Andrew, James the Great, John, Philip, Bartholomew, Thomas, Matthew, James the Less, Thaddeus, Simon the Zealot, Judas Iscariot, who was replaced by Matthias. Do you realize that I didn't say the word Paul at all in there? I don't think you know anything about the Bible. You're just coming up.
Anything about the Bible? I do, if you want me to talk about Jesus first.
Well, is Paul mentioned in the Gospels?
Yes, Paul's actually mentioned in the Gospel.
What verse, and give me a verse in any Gospel that mentions Paul. Any Gospel. I'll let you go with any Gospel.
A lot about Paul.
Sweet. Listen, give me a verse in a gospel that mentions Paul. I will pull it up. In fact, if you can find any verse in one of the 4 gospels in the Bible, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, that mentions Paul, I will not only shut down my live, I will believe in Jesus Christ right this moment. I will pray the sinner's prayer, and I will take my book down from Amazon. Or
make sure you do it correct.
Sweet. What verse? What verse? What verse?
Tell you how to type it in correctly.
Sweet. What
So
verse?
Go to your Google.
What verse? We've got it pulled up here. What verse would you like for me to go to? Matthew, Mark, Luke, or John? We're looking for a gospel that mentions Paul.
Timothy also mentions.
That's not a gospel. We're looking for a gospel.
That's books are in the gospel. There's different types of books in the gospel.
What do you think gospel is? What do you think a gospel is?
A gospel is the book of God. It's the Bible. And there's different types of books in the gospel. Like we got Enoch or Jude or all these other books in the gospel. You know, go to your Google.
Did you just try to claim that the book of Enoch is a gospel?
No, the book. No, it's a book. Enoch is in the gospel.
Oh, it's in the gospel. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
let me find.
You there, buddy?
What? 2 Timothy. Let me find Timothy.
Timothy is not a gospel.
It's a book in the gospel.
No, it's not. The gospel is not the entire New Testament, and also Enoch isn't in the New Testament, so that doesn't even make any sense. It is pretty clear to me that your brain is filled with dinosaur egg, oatmeal, and George Bush paintings. We're going to go ahead and move you off the panel. Yeah, no. I don't even know how to talk to somebody that stupid. All right. The gospel. Okay. Yeah, he thinks gospel and Bible are synonymous. He's an idiot. All right. I can't even, I don't even know. I don't know how to talk to somebody that stupid. Okay. $5 from James Anthony 5874 says, oh my God. How many queefs would a queefer queef if a queefer could queef? Oh my God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Jesus Christ. God Damn. All right. $5 from Polenta Forest. Rebuke the queen. When you guys try to get cute with it and spell it in weird ways, it's like, okay, I still know what's going on. $2 from Elope Nope says, send a queef chat if queefing for Christ is better than Jesus. What? That's two, but I mean, okay, all right. And the $5 is just from Scuba Steve. Just says queef. Like you're not even trying to get cute with it. You're just saying things. $2 from Cruisin68. Have you ever heard of Joe Queefist? Oh my God, I thought that was just a fucking normal comment. Bam, proof of Jeebus. $2 from Elope Note says Queefusus, I guess. $10. There we go. Finally, a fucking normal comment. Okay, from 612 Zeus says Luke 23. The women who had come with Jesus from Galilee followed Joseph and saw the tomb and how his body was laid in it. Then they went home and prepared spices and perfumes of queef. God fucking damn it! I didn't. What the hell? I was trying to. I was like, where is this guy going with this? What? $5 from Elope Note says, I used to be like this caller back in the day, bro. It's all a lie. Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. It is. $2 from Polenta Forest says, the best education is here. Oh, thank you. That means a lot, especially after you gave me your last comment. Sheesh. Jesus Christ. All right. Let's see here. We've got someone who's coming up here. This is Aztec Bloodlines. I think I've talked to you before.
What's up, bro? Nah, it's my first time ever hearing out, but I did want to just hear your perspective on
No, I've seen you before.
Swear to God.
Have you had a live or a TikTok profile for quite some time before?
I've never been live.
I've seen you around. All right. What you got?
I mean, nothing. I'm just a believer of Jesus, but I've never heard this debate before, so I just kind of wanted to hear, your facts on it.
So,
it's because
what are
you're
you
saying
asking?
Jesus. You're saying Jesus never existed. I don't want to sound stupid and say something that I don't know that contradicts. I just know that I grew
do you
up
think
with.
he did exist?
I mean, when you say the gospel, what is the gospel? That
the gospel is a story of Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
So, like Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. There's 4 gospels in the New Testament that are part of the Bible. I'm saying that not just for you, but for the imbecile who came up before you and was talking about.
Yeah, I got to catch a little bit at the end. Okay, but so they don't in that those books in the gospel, they don't mention Jesus or
what?
I don't know, because you're saying Jesus never existed, and I don't know how to prove you wrong. I just pretty much just wanted to see your
do you
point of view
believe
on
he
that.
did exist?
Yeah, I would say so.
Why?
I mean, just because
what was the evidence?
just because of the
what was
fact
the evidence that convinced you?
I mean, I would say just the Bible overall, and
just reading a book.
I would say it's because I wouldn't
just
say
read
that
a book
read
and
it.
just go,
I
"This
would say
book
more
is
that I
so
was
good, I'm
taught
going to
it
believe that
as
it
growing up.
Oh,
pretty much Catholic or Christian.
So you weren't really provided evidence. You just kind of believed it because people told you.
Exactly. You was I was either in church or I was dragged into pretty much being there, present, hearing everything that they believe. Right. So that's why I'm asking for your point of view or your.
So the reason that I say even the natural, and by me, technically me and my co-author, we've got a book on this topic. We're data scientists and we take a look at the Greek New Testament and find out that it was actually written in the 2nd century, not the 1st. Nevertheless, the reason why my co-author and I, the reason why we would say that even the natural Jesus and Paul as presented by the New Testament did not exist is because the stories do not line up with what we know about the first century from geography and maps and lists and stuff like that, from archaeology and from contemporaries who actually lived during that time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's just like a later mythology, like a fictional story.
Okay, appreciate that, man. Thank you for answering my question.
Oh, I mean, was that it?
I would say so. I just pretty much I mean, I didn't want to like drag it either. I mean, I just wanted to see like, I guess your idea on it, or like your ideology on it, or like your pretty much your study on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you
Well,
said
I
that you
mean,
have a
you might,
book, so
yeah. The ebook is just $3. If you're interested, the links on YouTube, the links on the
yeah, I got
TikTok
$3.
profile.
I don't mind wasting that to
Yeah,
find
I
out
mean, it's
like
just
pretty much
$3. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
But
And
we do
thank you for
have
answering my question,
citations and
brother.
further references and stuff like that that can point you in the direction of other books and articles and stuff like that you can read on it. So.
Okay, yeah, just because I am in a point in my life where I don't know. I thought that since I grew up with that, it was just like the way, but
Yeah, it was just what you're supposed to believe. Yeah.
exactly. So it doesn't hurt to like pretty much see your point of view, especially since you have 350 people in here. I was like, hold up,
Well,
what's going
yeah,
on?
yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say? It doesn't look like it's a little live stream. So yeah, I'll probably buy that book and pretty much inform myself.
Yeah, I mean, check it out. And if you have any questions or anything like that, you can send us a DM, or our email's in the book as well. You can send an email to us and we'll answer a question if you have any questions there. Or you can come back on the live and say, hey, this is where I disagree, or hey, I read the book and it was really cool, or whatever.
Awesome. I appreciate that, brother. You have a good day, man.
All right. Thanks. Those Aztec bloodlines there. Definitely a big W to him because, I mean, being able to, like, he literally said, I'm at a point in my life where I'm just kind of saying, hey, let me look into what I was told just to make sure that it's supposed to be what I'm supposed to be believing. That is good. That is good. He's an adult now, and he's realizing that he's got to do adult shit, and he's not just listening to things that adults told him as a kid. And he's going, "Hey, let me actually look into this." As the great TikToker Thrail,
fuck off,
has said before. Can you question your beliefs? Can you question them? Can you question them? All right. Let's see. Okay, that guy debated Parker about politics last week and was defending Christianity hard. That guy? The guy I just talked to? Really? Maybe. I don't know. I have no idea. All right. Let's see. I made a song for it too. Yeah. Yes. I have heard that song for Theo. It's pretty good. It's pretty good stuff. I like that. Say it like Thrail says it. I can't. I haven't been talking. Sorry. I haven't done my Thrail impression for some time, so it's not what it used to be. There are some super chats really fast. We got $1.99 from Carrie. You're in on this too. A2 Carrie. A2. Anyways, Carrie says, Queefus Christ. Oh my god. All right, let me see. We got 10 there, 20, 30, 40. We got 162 of these things in a week. $1.99 from Tracy, formerly Ianto, says, you look very smexy in that hat. Ooh. Thank you. I think. Pretty sure. Is that how you say, like, sexy but also Mexican? Is that how you say that? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know that song, so I apologize. In your best Gerard Way voice, I don't have a Gerard Way voice. Like, it's just like Gerard Way sounds like he's singing with IBS, which he might be. Do you remember when it didn't cost $30 queefing dollars for just 2 people to eat at Taco Bell? And then the Taco Bell sound. I've got that one. I definitely at least can do that. Yeah, there we go. There it is. Oh, no, it's muted. All right. Is that something that we're... I don't know what this. I have no idea. I have no idea. Radical Jackalope, $1.99. If I say feek, do you get to erase one? Oh no, that's just that's just the word backwards, and I'm not going to count that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not doing that. Getting all cute with it. Okay, we got someone up here. Honors, how's it going, Honors?
Hey, what's up?
I think I graduated with you. What you got for us?
All I got is that we know that the Bible's not complete.
What?
The Bible is incomplete.
What do you mean?
It's incomplete. It's not. It doesn't have everything we need to know.
Fantastic. So, what's your evidence that Jesus or Paul existed?
There is none. Just what man made.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up and wasting everybody's time there, buddy.
Yeah.
All right. Eric Guitar dot either Los Angeles or Louisiana, maybe even Lower Alabama.
What's your name, bro?
Oh, there you go. You got any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Yes.
All right. What you got?
For
With your
Jesus.
Bioshock Infinite music in the background.
Joel chapter 2, verse 28.
Sweet. So what about Jesus and Paul? Because that's who we're talking about.
I was talking about a prophecy.
Awesome. Well, prophecy is not how we figure out whether or not someone existed. We look back to see if they existed.
It has something to do with Pentecost, bro.
I don't give two shits. Jesus nor Paul were at Pentecost. So do you have any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
Paul is Pentecost, bro.
Paul's not at Pentecost.
Paul was there.
No, that would be the disciples.
He was there.
Nope. You got anything else?
Pentecost. 50th Pentecost. Shavuot. Yom Kippur.
Sweet. Well, his brain is filled with nothing but mashed potatoes and rusty fish hooks. So we're going to go ahead and move on to somebody else. Jesus fucking Christ. Ridiculous. Mandy. Is it Mandy?
Mandy, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I got it right the first time. Well, what you got?
So, and I'm just going to play this game because I think it's fun. And so with Jesus, if you would like to, yeah, because there's no way you can prove that he didn't, because it's one of those concepts of a history. So what you're going to do is you're going to look at what basis, because everything is basically passed down through story or written. And so if you actually look at written history, then that person does exist. Like even when I took world history in 10th grade, it was actually in the textbook that he was crucified. So even if you want to say that was like indoctrinated, the concept of looking it up in Roman history, you can look it up. And even though it isn't on the record, there is a historian that actually documented the person and the idea of it. And it's like a Tactius, I believe, or something. Like people did write about him, just like with anybody in history. The only reason we know they existed is because somebody else told us.
Okay, sweet. So what does Tactius, or whatever you said, what does he say about Jesus?
So so this is how far I went deep into the fact that it existed. Is like when I was looking up the idea of the person as a just an existing, I just looked up if it was ever written, because someone had told me that it was written in like their records of crucifixions, but because it was something that was always done, they didn't really keep record like that, because here we have like criminal records.
Crucifixions were just done like that often.
No, like criminal records, like it wasn't like they were just writing everything down and like making like, it wasn't as documented like we have it now where you could look it up. And so the only concept that you would have is the stories other people said. And so whether you want to believe the Bible as a spiritual book, it does have history in it. So then it's like,
so again, what evidence? So what does anybody have for the crucifixion of this Jesus character?
you would, so, and I guess it's a matter of, do you believe historical documents?
Like what?
Like any historical document.
Like
do you
what?
believe that King Henry VIII was a king in Europe?
That's irrelevant to Jesus or Paul.
No, I'm talking about history. I'm talking about history.
I'm talking about
and you
Jesus
only
and
know,
Paul. So do we
yes,
have
and
anything for
so
Jesus or Paul in history?
historical documents from other people's witness is the
from
proof.
Jesus and Paul?
I mean, yes.
No one says that they know Paul, and we don't have any text from anybody who says that they personally knew either of these people. That's not a thing.
Are you saying that just because it's in the Bible that doesn't work?
No,
Because you see it as a
even in the
religious book?
Bible, there is not any document that we have where the author says, I personally knew Jesus or Paul.
So when you're reading the Bible in the Gospels,
Yep.
and again, this is just interesting to me. So
Yep.
the people who are writing about it and talking about their experience of walking through it with them, that's not an eyewitness experience of
where
how they're
does it say
documenting.
anywhere that the author was doing that?
John,
Where?
because he said when he actually says that he called the beloved, like it's in, I don't know the exact chapter because I don't like have to sit here and try to preach to you. But if
Are
you
you
go
aware
read
that
it,
the
like
Gospel
he
of
said-
John doesn't even call the beloved disciple John?
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
It says go. Okay, I guess you didn't really. So you just argue to argue, not to actually
No,
like go.
it
and
literally does. What verse?
He
Give me
calls
the verse.
himself
We'll look it up. Where?
He calls himself the beloved.
Oh, he does. Where? What verse?
Okay, let me look it up.
Okay.
It's going to be John 13:23. Well, I guess I should actually
13:23
and 19:26.
13:23 and 19.
And this is me just Googling it, so I'm going to like actually look
John
it up.
19:26. Okay.
Those are the two that popped up with it. So,
Okay.
And I'm going to make sure that I
Actually have read it. Yeah, good luck with that. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move on. This is John 19, and I'll even. Okay, here we go. John 19:26 says, when Jesus saw his mother and the disciple whom he loved standing beside her, he said to his mother, "Woman, here's your son." Then he said to the disciple, "Here's your mother." And from that hour, the disciple took her into his own home. Where does the author say that's me?
Okay, so if you actually look into who wrote it, if you look at the history of the concept,
Where does the
book,
author say that's me? This is I literally asked you to find me the verse where the author says, "I am the person, the disciple Jesus loved."
Oh, you wanted like a defined like
well,
I
that's
am
exact. What the fuck
Oh,
do you
no.
think this was
So,
doing?
I think.
What did you think
what
this
it
was
is,
doing?
It's called outward thinking, and so
No,
if you
no,
read
no.
the other
Sincerely, like you gave me this verse
no,
for what point?
sincerely, I used it.
What
because
was
if you
the
put it into
verse?
context,
What was
other-
this verse
other-
given to me for? What were
it
you
was
trying
given
to do
you
with this
because
verse?
You asked me to show you where it said that he was the beloved.
Yeah.
And
So where
the
does
ones
the
that came
author
up when
say, "I am
Googled
the
it-
beloved"? Where does he say that?
One.
You gave me this verse.
Well-
Where does he say that?
Okay. It
Where?
says he loves standing whatever. What did
Where
it say?
I'm looking at the verse you just gave me. Where does he say it?
So
Where does he
this
say what you
translation
think it
has
says?
written- so this translation has it said.
What
has it
translation do
written
you
as-
want?
I don't know. I've.
All right. Well,
this
I'm
is
going
what-
with the
I have
one that
New
is used
Living-
in seminaries and
But the
universities.
I think that what you're trying to argue
No,
is
you
minimal
gave me this
compared-
verse because
Yes.
you were looking for a verse where the author says, "I'm the disciple." That's what you were tasked with. I played the Jeopardy music, and then you hummed along with it or whatever, and you pulled up this complete stinker of a verse that doesn't say anything that you think it does. In fact, we're going to go take a look at the other verse that you gave us. This is John 13:23, and it says one of his disciples, the one whom Jesus loved, was reclining close to his heart. Where does it say that was me?
I think what you are failing to do is
Uh-huh.
think outside of what is just written, and so it takes
Okay,
like you,
well,
just like
where are
with
you getting the
anything else that
idea?
you
Where are you
learn
getting the
in
idea that that's
school,
the
It's
author?
called abstract
Are you
thinking, and so when
adding
go
to
and
the
you put
Bible?
context? No, it's
Okay,
called
so where in the Bible
contextualizing.
does it say that the author of the
Contextualizing. So if you
text?
go and read
Where does
all
it
of the
say?
Gospels,
Where
it
does it
actually tells
say
you personal
that the?
encounters.
Where does it say that the author of John, where does it say that the author of John is the disciple that Jesus loved? Where does it say that?
It might not literally say that.
Okay,
Directly.
so it sounds like you're just kind of reaching up into your own ass and pulling
No,
it
sounds
out.
like I'm trying to give you an example on a historical document where
Sweet.
people talk about
Do you
somebody
have
that
any
doesn't
other text that
exist.
says that John is the one who's laying
Well, let's
on
not even
his...
talk about John, because I'm not trying to prove that John existed. I'm trying to prove that there's a historical document about a
Sweet.
person named
But you're
Jesus,
trying to
just like
say
there
that
is
the
with all
disciple who
historical
Jesus
documents.
loved, you're trying to say that
No,
the
I was
disciple
using
that
that as
Jesus
an
loved was
example
somebody
because
who
that
was
was
writing this
something that
text. In fact, what we can do is we can actually take a look at the last chapter of John and see that the disciple that Jesus loved is not actually the person who is writing the text. Because right here, it talks about the disciple, and then it says, we know that his testimony is true. In other words, the author is not the disciple. I'm sorry, you're wrong. You lose.
I
Good
think that
day.
again is taken. I think that's again how you
So
want
when
to
the word,
translate it.
so in other words,
Because
when the
again,
words
you can
say
read it like
something you
that,
don't
but the
like,
words.
it's a mistranslation. But
No,
when
no, no, no,
there's
no.
no
What I'm
words, you
saying
get to
is
add into it as
you're
all
reading
you
it
want.
like you're reading it the way you want to read it.
Okay,
And to
so
me,
what
that's
does this
not what
mean? What does this mean?
we know that his what is
Who is
we know that
his?
his
Who is
testimony
his?
is true.
Who is his?
The disciple. But which
Okay.
disciple?
Okay, so not my
And it says
testimony?
this
His testimony?
his testimony is true. It says this is the disciple who is testifying.
Yes. In other
And
words,
he
it's
says, no, go
explaining
back
who
to
the
that.
disciple is right up here.
Go back.
And it's saying
I
this
was
is the disciple who's
reading with
testifying
him.
these things and has written them, and we know that his testimony is true.
Okay. And why can't he talk about himself in third person? He literally talked about himself in third person when it said this is the disciple.
No, it's not. This is
How
the
do you know?
disciple is explaining who this disciple is right here. It's just telling you who that is.
And guess what? If you go and do the history, John's the
Mhm.
only one that didn't die. He actually grew old. So if you go and actually look into it, go look at all of his disciples and how they are martyrs, and then
Okay.
go look at John.
I
And
want
John
you
is the
to
only
I
one
want
that
you
wasn't
to
a
point
martyr.
me to anything in the Bible that says that John grew old.
No, it's historical. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, it
You have
is.
to actually.
I want you to
can't
point. I
take-
want you to point to me anything outside of Christianity that ever mentions John, ever, just once.
John. Okay,
Sure.
hold on, because
Look
that's
for any
actually
mention
something-
outside of Christianity for John.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what's going to play.
Okay, so
All
I
right.
don't have time to sit here and research all of it
no,
right now. to where I
in
can
other
go
words,
and
you don't
find the
have anything
references
that you
for
could
you,
find.
but what I
Sounds
can't-
good.
No.
So
no,
what
I'm gonna
person?
do is instead of
What you're going to do is shut the fuck up for a second. You don't have any evidence of John actually existing and living on at all because no one ever mentions him outside of Christianity. And the only people who do mention him are well past the supposed lifetime of John, well into like the mid to late 2nd century, because John is a character in a story that first gets published in 144. So no, we don't have any evidence whatsoever that John is actually somebody who lived that long, and that John actually got to see Jesus or anything like that. So, that being said, did you have anything else that was good evidence for Jesus or Paul? I just sent you an invite to unmute. Do you have anything else?
Yeah, I think with your thought process, no. Because
Okay, well then, thanks for coming up. All right, so my thought process is based off of evidence, logic, and history. And it sounds like yours is based off of bullshittery, human shit, and just chicken shit. All right, so if anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul, I want to hear from you. I really do. I really do. We have got some of the worst possible guests today. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Look, at the end of the day, if you come up here and you say, hey, you know what? I don't have evidence that's going to convince you. Maybe, just maybe, hear me out here. You don't have evidence. What's going on, Sakad?
What's up, brother?
Hey, what you got?
So I'm not really.
Oh. What happened to him? That was weird. That was really strange. What happened? He didn't get dropped or anything. He just stopped talking. Yes, Sakad, you can come up. I don't know what happened there. I have no idea.
Flawless victory.
No telling. Okay, Sakad, you're back. What you got?
Okay. So I was gonna say, not religious at all, but I will say that I believe he existed just because of this. So I'm just gonna read it off of Google in a sense, because I don't remember all of my notes. But researchers in Germany decoded the earliest known written record of Jesus' childhood, a 1600-year-old fragment of the apocryphal Gospel of Thomas.
Listen, when is 1600 years ago? When is that? When does that date to?
I'm not sure the exact date off the head.
All right, so if it's 1600 years ago, that's like what, 400s or something? So the 5th century. What is that going to do for us?
Well, so like what it's saying though is so the fragment, whatever, the papyrus, been stored. So it said it had been stored or whatnot in the Hamburg State and the University Library. Additionally, the Berlin Gnostic Codex, which contains texts like the Gospel of Mary, was acquired in Egypt in the 19th century and has been housed in the Berlin State Museums. Now, here's where it actually gets crazy to me personally, is the connection to Egypt.
Ah, right. So you think that somehow we have a text from the 5th century, and this is somehow proof of somebody who didn't even make it halfway through the 1st?
Well, the reason why I say that is because it comes from the actual Nag Hammadi library found in 1945, were discovered and buried in Egypt.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I just think that it would be documented for a reason if it was in that library in Egypt. I mean, it was a legendary library.
What does that have to do with whether or not the text is true? You know, it was also in the library down there, most likely, the Iliad and the or the Odyssey. Who cares?
So it says like these Coptic texts were hidden in clay jars by early monks. And
again, I don't really care. That what does that have to do with whether or not Jesus existed?
Well, it just goes to show that people have been having this documented for a while. I think just because we found it at a certain
back
time
to the 5th
doesn't mean
century?
it could be older. I mean, essentially that's what they're saying, is it could be older. That's just when we found it.
I'm aware that the story shows up midway through the 2nd century. You're not going to find anything that predates that, but like that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not it's true. I mean, Harry Potter was supposedly born in 1980, and we get a story about him coming out in the 90s. Does that mean that he's true because somebody, like, we can go back and find a manuscript that seems to get really close to his birth or something? Like, no, that doesn't make any sense.
I think it's just, for me, it's like when these researchers are saying it from like Berlin and they're very famous or whatnot, I guess it's like, why would they lie?
What do you mean lie?
And they're saying that
they found a document. Yeah, that's fine, but that doesn't mean anything. Like,
but it's saying that they have of his childhood, like these codex of his childhood.
Yeah, it's a story. It's part of an infancy gospel. That's all that it is. What does that have to do with anything?
So are you thinking that it's essentially they're still lying, saying they have original codex from his childhood of his actual writing? Because that's essentially what they're saying.
No, they are in no way, shape, or form saying that this is an original, and in no way, shape, or form saying that this is from his actual childhood. That's not of his right. Man, what the hell do you think you read?
I'll reread it for you. It says, researchers in Germany decoded the earliest known written record of Jesus' childhood, a 1600-year-old fragment.
So from the 5th century.
Yeah, of the apocryphal Gospel of Thomas. The papyrus had been in storage at the Hamburg State and University Library. Additionally, the Berlin Gnostic Codex, which contains texts like the Gospel of Mary, was acquired in Egypt in the 19th century and has been housed in the Berlin State Museums.
Yeah,
so they're
just
saying
that
to me that means they have actual record of his childhood.
No.
Or are you saying that could still be made up?
The infancy gospels are made up. I don't. There's a lot that I'm going to have to explain to you here. You're just kind of reading something and saying because it talks about Jesus' childhood, they're talking about. Wow. Okay. So there's a lot of layers here. So the infancy gospels are gospels that show up much later on. We're talking like early third, even from the 4th century. There are stories that talk about what Jesus did when he was a little kid. And it's just apocrypha. It's stuff that's not even recognized as part of the canon because it's such clear bullshit. It's from way later. The most famous of them are the gospel, the infancy gospel of Thomas, which talks about Jesus like getting in a fight with another kid and making him explode. Like it's ridiculous stuff like that. It's nonsense. But nevertheless, people wrote it and liked it because they were into this character. Jesus was like Hercules, if you will. They wanted to hear more stories about him, so people obliged, and they kept writing more bullshit. But this is not an account from the 1st century. It's not anything explicitly from Egypt or something like that that's saying like, oh, hey, he's down here and he's a kid. Or something. That's not what this is. What we've found is we found manuscripts or fragments of these gospels that date as early as the 5th century that are saying that are like copies of these stories that came out way later into the process, way later into the writing process. They're not even considered by Catholics or Orthodox to be legit. They're just later. They're just later stories of Jesus. It's like I don't really know how to tell you it.
So it's just like
It's
old
just a
stories
later.
people used to say back in the day that we just happen to refine.
Yeah, we found them, and the fragment that they found dated to the 5th century, which is like the 400s. But it was initially written in like the 200s because it's just a story that people
Which means
come
the
up with
story is
about
just a
Jesus.
really old story, is essentially. What you're
Yeah,
saying.
they
I
just
gotcha.
found copies of a really old book, but it doesn't have anything to do with whether like
Actual evidence.
the people who found it. Every single one of those people are not going to believe what's in it. Like they're not.
Right.
Even if they believe that Jesus existed, they're not going to believe that story that's in it because the infancy gospels are ridiculous. They talk about how Jesus had people were interested in hearing stories about like young Jesus using his powers. That was the
Right.
idea. So he had supernatural abilities as a kid, and people wanted to hear these stories. So it's highly fictional, like just fantasy novels, basically. And we
I
end up
see.
with those. We end up with copies eventually, and that's what you're reading. You're reading somebody finding a copy of one of those
Right.
things. It's like somebody years later going and saying, "Oh, hey, here's a copy of a book called Harry Potter," and it talks about this kid who learned magic and stuff like that. Like that's basically what it is. They're just finding an old copy of Harry Potter. Like
So
if some
then-
researchers found like an early manuscript in J.K. Rowling's basement or something like that. That
Right.
would be what you just read, more or less.
So, like in a sense, like what my major is, well, not my major, but what my major study is of research is more so. I always try to go date back to like the oldest things. So, like for me, not to go off subject, would be more so like the tablets or whatnot, like the Sumerian tablets. How like that was our first civilization. So
Mhm.
that actually makes sense to me because for me reading this, like obviously science and researchers have always said that's the oldest. That was our first civilization as humans, at least. So that's crazy with this that you broke it down to me like that because I'm like, wow, that makes complete sense. It's just we found old writings of just a very old story, but because of they say, this is a certain date that we found this and this predates to that, my mind automatically took it as, well, that must be true then, because why would they be writing about
Yeah.
it?
Well, see, here's the deal, and that's true, but at the very least, what this does for us is it is able to confirm that in the 5th century, people had this story. There were people who were Christian and they had copies of this book. That is what we know for a fact now. Technically speaking, we already knew that because there were people prior to the 5th century who mention it. They might not like have exact fragments from the text, but there's other people who talk about it. The infancy gospels and stuff like that are talked about earlier than the 5th century. So we already knew that it existed. It's just we didn't have an actual piece of it, a piece of a copy until the 5th century there, until that finding. But nevertheless, when we look back in history, when we find things, whether it be a story or some kind of artifact or something like that, whenever we go back in history and we dig this stuff up, if we find an old scroll or old tablet or something that talks about something,
right,
if it's mundane and it's saying this is going on right now, generally we can feel pretty good about whether or not that's happening. But if it is a tablet that is giving some story about something that had happened apparently a long time before it was written and stuff like that, at the very least we can say people at this point in time that this tablet dates to believed in it or had this story. That's what we can know for a fact. Whether or not the content of the story is actually true is what I'm concerned with. So, like, I know that people did in the 5th century. There were Christians, obviously, in the 5th century, and they did have these stories. But the content of the book, is that true? And diving into that is where I come in.
Right. No, I agree. Yeah, you broke it down to me perfectly, bro. I appreciate the explanation instead of saying you're an idiot.
No.
You know what I mean? A lot of people be like, yo, you're a fucking moron.
Yeah, well,
I appreciate you, brother.
But yeah. But I mean, those kind of finds are a lot of fun. They're a lot of fun, and ultimately, if there's things that somehow go into the 1st century, then my co-author and I, we would just be wrong at that point, because we're saying that there is 2nd century origins for Jesus. We believe that the story itself shows up in the middle of the 2nd century. That's when people actually first put pen to paper and write this story about Jesus, and it's not a real story, it's more of a mythology. But if people dig up something from the 1st century that mentions Jesus, that's going to turn this whole thing upside down. And we're going to have evidence that someone in the 1st century, regardless of if Jesus actually existed, someone in the 1st century had the story. And that means that we were wrong. So it's I mean, digging things up it can change things. It definitely can. But in this particular case, we already knew about something. But this is an interesting find because it's the oldest piece of what we already knew existed because of other quotes or other mentions of it.
Right. All right. Well, I appreciate it, brother. I don't want to waste your time anymore, but thank you for the explanation and the education.
Thank you. That was Sakad, I think.
Yeah.
Sakad 7. There we go. Thank you. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Really fast, we got some super chats here. Radical Jackalope just said $1.99. Queef then. Okay, yeah. So you couldn't send the word backwards, so you just had to fucking send it just normal. All right. And then $2 Canadian from C Design Proponentis. C Design Proponentis 2005. I think. Proponents is, yeah, I have no idea. Caller is 10 miles behind looking in the rear view. Yeah. I don't know how to say your name, but thank you very much for the $2 Canadian. $4.99 there from Radical Jackalope says, did you know if you read Tacitus and Josephus that Bart Ehrman says they prove Alexander Washington and my grandpa? Queef. I'm not going to count that last one, you monster. But that's, I have 5. $2 from Alotno says, I was onwardly thinking, Your Honor. Queefing for Christ. You know, when Justin came up for Rock Hard for Doug, he came up with that. I mean, maybe some other people came up with it. I have no idea. When you guys came up with this Q4C, I think it came from a place of hate, anger, maybe even some daddy issues that you guys are working through and taking out on me, an unsuspecting victim who did not deserve it. Maybe I do. I don't know. Okay. Let's see. $4.99 from Funnycorn says, please send Yahweh an invitation to unmute. I'd like to hear from him. Yeah, well, that's not happening. Is you sorry, not sorry. Listen here, slam dunk. Anyways, mommy issues here. They're from Elope Nope, $2. That's funny. All right. No, we are the knights that say yeah. Doink. Anyways, Nessa, can I get your? Hopefully you can unmute there. Can I get your age for TikTok purposes?
I'm 25.
25. Nice. And just so we can figure out how much you know and everything like that, and skip ahead to all those fun parts. What did the knights who say ni? What did they request from King Arthur?
I have no clue. I'm not gonna lie, but could you explain that to me?
They wanted a shrubbery, and after he was able to actually get the shrubbery from a shrubber, he was actually required to cut down the mightiest tree in the forest with a herring.
What is a shrubbery and what is a herring?
Me. So, what did you got for Jesus and Paul?
I was more wanting to ask a question on the Bible in general. Like, it's an Abrahamic religion, right?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Someone told me that it was considered an Abrahamic religion, and it's
Yeah.
like a trilogy for the Muslim religion as well, like their trilogies or something like that.
A trilogy?
Yeah, like I guess like sequels, like different interpretations and versions of a certain
Yeah,
event that
like the Tanakh would be A New Hope, and then you have The Empire Strikes Back with the New Testament, and then the Quran is Return of the Jedi, and then the Book of Mormon is Spaceballs.
Spaceballs. Oh my gosh. But like I don't know, I started reading it and like a lot of like the churches and stuff, they're like, we're all brothers and sisters in Christ and stuff. And then if it's considered an Abrahamic religion, is it referring to the Abraham in the Bible who was married to Sarah?
Yeah.
Because Abraham in the Bible, who Sarah was his half sister and they were married,
Yeah.
but they couldn't have children, so he reproduced with another woman. And then she ended up getting pregnant later down the line. So in a way, they were related half-bloods almost, I guess you would say.
So where's this going? I mean, this didn't happen. These are not real stories.
But is the Bible trying to make it seem as if incest is an okay thing?
Oh, well, I mean, kinda. I mean, there are definitely times where the Bible is speaking about it in almost like a it just kind of happened kind of thing. It never really. I don't think it ever really says anything about like it's a good thing, but it's at least like just kind of like there's a lot of instances where it would have to happen if the story was true, and they don't really condemn it per se. Every once in a while they may condemn it. Every once in a while there's some laws that talk a little bit about it, but it's all over the place. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, like I don't know, my eyes kind of opened to society. I didn't think like as I grew into adulthood, got out of my mom's house and everything, she had a very strict point of view of incest. She was completely against it and everything.
Right. So
And I
that's
guess-
not really the topic of the live, though. I mean, I understand like the concern there, and I mean, if you're looking for the Bible to be your beacon of hope for morality, keep on tugging because
No, I'm
that
against
lighthouse
it,
is
but,
broken.
like,
But
I got out there and everybody's acting like I feel like in other cultures and stuff, people think it's okay.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's wrong. So
Then the whole thing, because I used to be all about like Christianity and everything, and then it started like hitting me in my head. I was like, oh, we're all brothers and sisters in God's eyes. Like it's okay. Like that point of view made me start thinking. I was like,
so
wait.
really quick. it sounds like, and I mean this sincerely, I'm not making fun of you or anything. It sounds like you might need to talk to somebody about some of this stuff, because it sounds like maybe there was a little bit more of an issue or some potential stuff. I am not a licensed therapist, and this would not be very good therapy anyways, because hundreds of people are watching. So I truly do feel like you probably need to talk to some people about this who are licensed and can actually sit down with you. But I don't. That's not the topic here, and no offense, but I can't have this conversation with you really, because it's not the point of the live. I absolutely abhor that kind of behavior and that kind of thing, like the incestual behavior and the implications of the stories and stuff like that. It's terrible.
Yeah.
But if you're needing to talk to somebody more specifically about like some stuff that either you went through or some of your family went through, then I would highly recommend reaching out to some therapists in your area, definitely. But I don't, that's not really what this live is. I apologize. I mean, I apologize. It's not really what the live is, but I absolutely hate it. I hate it. So, I mean, I'm on your side, definitely. I don't know how to continue the conversation about it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just knew you had a lot of information on, the Bible and everything in general. So I thought if I was to come to somebody about these certain topics, it should be someone who has a lot of information about it and who can help guide me through it.
But I mean, if you're looking for any kind of hope that the Bible is saying those things are bad, it doesn't really, and it kind of turns a blind eye to a lot of it. So, I mean, the Bible is not the best place to be. The Bible is not the best place to be looking for any kind of good morality, especially any morality that lasts today. Definitely not. Unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. That creeps me out, because growing up, it's like everywhere. There's so many churches and stuff like that. And going into those churches as a child, you're not thinking of those types of things. You're just going listening to a story, not really thinking of anything. And it's not until you really reach adulthood that you actually start paying attention, and you're like, wait, what is this that they're actually preaching?
Right. Yeah, I mean, once you actually dig into it, it falls all apart. Yeah, but I encourage you. Reach out, because these questions are not just meant for somebody who knows stuff about the Bible, but also a lot of the things that you need to talk about and some of these topics and stuff like that would be even more important to bring up around like a licensed therapist. I truly do feel like that could help it kind of work through some of these things, as well as potentially talking to people who know about the Bible. But yes, the Bible does have it in there. No, the Bible doesn't really do a very good job of condemning it, and usually turns a blind eye whenever it happens. Even when it does say that it's bad, usually it's perfectly fine elsewhere. So, and that's just kind of how the Bible goes. You might find something that says it's bad, but you'll find plenty of other places where it's perfectly fine, because the Bible is filled with contradictions. That's just kind of how it works. But I would prefer, or I would recommend, if you just stop looking for the Bible and stop looking for religious people to help guide you, and possibly talk with a therapist. Okay.
And I don't really just go to certain people of certain religions or anything. I like kind of outer my branch to like just trying to figure out life in general and what's the real, like what we're really actually supposed to be doing and what's right and what's wrong. Because with all the different point of views and everything, it kind of mess with someone's like own point of view, because you're like, wait, I was taught this throughout my whole life. You taught different. I'm confused now.
All right. Well, I mean, again, just what you want to do is kind of make sure that you get your own kind of headspace, like you got your own headspace cleared and you're ready to go, and then kind of look outside and try to figure out, okay, now where am I supposed to go? Try to look inward first and then outward second. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because the thought of it gives me the ick.
Well, yeah, but just kind of look, trying to clear your own headspace. Reach out to a therapist there. I think that it would be really, really good. But I'm going to go ahead. I need to talk to some other guests, but thank you very, very much for coming up, and hopefully you have a good day.
You too. I'm sorry for
no. You're all good. You're all good. You're fine. Let's see. And then we got $2 super chat. Christina the Godless says, raid Ace when you were done. I'm the special guest. Woohoo! Yeah, we'll raid Ace after we're done. $2 from AXP Spicoli. It says queefy incest. Oh my god, that's even worse. All right. So that's the fourth, and then let's see. $2. Elope Nope says, "Dang, Christians are looking up to you, Jaron. Queefing for Christ." Well, that's a solid 5 there. Look at that. Look at that. 50 times since I had to go and put a 122 over there. All right. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, it sounds like she may have experienced something personally. If she did, I really hope that she reaches out. Recognize that the people who are trying to tell you that something is perfectly fine because we're all brothers and sisters and God and stuff like that, those people are not trying to help you. They are not. You absolutely need to talk to somebody. And potentially even somebody in a position of power, like the police or something, potentially. But nevertheless, the Bible is not going to give you any kind of, it's not going to give you any kind of closure. It's not going to give you any kind of hope or anything like that for any of those bad things, because those bad things are explicitly justified, it sounds like, from some of the people in your life using that text. So don't run to that text. That text is not going to help. Run to humanity, and we as humans, as humanity, we recognize that that is abhorrent, and we recognize that those things are something that maybe was practiced by some culture back in the past, but we have looked forward and moved on past that because it is not good. So definitely try to clear out that headspace first, and then start looking outwards to, what you want to do with your life, what mentality or possibly even religion that you want to get into. I would recommend no religion, to be honest. I don't really recommend religion on here. Let's see. The pages are good for rolling papers in a bench. Yep. All right. Let's see here. We got somebody coming up. This is Markso. Markso or Marshko? Marshko?
Yeah, it's Marsco.
Marsco. Okay.
Hey man.
Yeah, what you got, man?
How you feeling?
So
yeah, I was just wondering, why don't you believe that they ever existed?
Because of anachronisms. There's things in the text that show that even the natural Jesus and Paul, as presented by the New Testament, did not exist because it doesn't line up with geography, archaeology, or contemporaries of the time.
As in, what do you mean by contemporaries of the time?
Like people who were writing and lived during that time period.
Okay. How about what are your thoughts on like the fact that Pontius Pilate, they were like historical figures during that time? Who,
Yep, Pontius Pilate existed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he, ordered him to get killed and get crucified.
We don't have any evidence of that.
It's in the Gospels.
Cool. And why is that historically accurate? How'd you determine that?
How'd you determine that he got him killed? That he didn't get him killed.
Again, we don't have any evidence of that, and the stories specifically that are given there in the New Testament of Pilate condemning him don't even line up with who Pilate was as a person from contemporaries who actually knew him, and also talk about a practice such as the practice of releasing any prisoner that the mob just requests every year. That's absurd and was never a practice.
So do you think it would make sense for Pontius to at least let people know that, hey, that's not true, what people are writing about him right now? Like in the Gospels,
no, because no one was writing the Gospels in the first century. They were written in the second century, long after Pilate died. Pilate died in like 39. Even if you accept the current consensus from like Christian scholars, they would tell you that the Gospels were written after Pilate. So Pilate wouldn't be able to actually say anything about them. It looks like you're off the app. I can't hear you if you're off the app.
Sorry, my fault. Yeah, sorry, that was a weak point. I was just wondering too, like, how do you feel about historians who believe that he certainly existed?
Like historians today?
Yeah.
I don't feel about them at all. I don't care. I care about the evidence.
But they certainly believe that. Historians who study history.
I don't care what somebody believes. People believe that Joseph Smith met Moroni.
No, they don't believe
People
it.
believe
They
that Muhammad split the moon in half.
historians
I don't
like
give
that.
two shits. What's the evidence that they can provide?
So historians who study history.
Yep.
But that's the thing about history, though. You can't really.
Are you not aware that there are Mormon historians that believe that the Book of Mormon is true?
But these are also atheists who like believe
I
this as
don't give
well.
a fuck, dude. Do you believe that there? Do you understand that there are Mormon historians? There are Muslim
Yeah, I agree with
historians as
that.
well. Yeah, they're going to believe that the Jewish people, at least some of them, came over in 2000 BCE, and then another group came over in 600 BCE over to Mesoamerica and started living and stuff like that. And like Chichen Itza and stuff like that down in Mexico, like from the Maya, they believe, oh, that's actually just like Jewish people. Like that's dumb as shit. But they're historians. They study history. They take a look at things, and they believe that the Book of Mormon is true history. I don't care. I don't care at all. I care about the actual evidence that they provide.
What is your evidence for like historical evidence then? Like how do you
What's my evidence
qualify
for historical evidence?
how do you qualify historical evidence? Like how do you like know that it's true?
Well, it's pretty good if something is contemporary to another thing. If we can have something that is contemporary to it, like something that we can date archaeologically, like using carbon dating, or it's got an actual like date on it, that's pretty good. If we have the remains of somebody, descendants of somebody, that is pretty good. Like the claim from the Mormons that says, oh, hey, Jewish people came over and now they're descendants of the Native Americans. Whenever you test Native Americans, they don't have anything to do with the Jewish people. So that's pretty obvious that they are not connected. In fact, they're connected to people who share a DNA over in like Far East Asia, because that's where they came from. There's not just people on the planet, and they came from over there. They walked over the Bering Strait, not in fucking tree trunk submarines from Saudi Arabia. That doesn't make any sense.
I got you. But like if there's people being written about during a specific time period with a specific, people around the area during with having like specific customs and stuff like that, like why don't you I'm trying to figure out, like, as far as like historical evidence, though, you brought up like proof. You brought up like, all right, carbon dating and stuff like that's proof. I'm talking about historical because you can't really prove historical evidence. You have to just go based off of, what people say. Like, how do you know for a
What the
fact?
fuck are you talking about?
I'm just trying
Historical
to-
evidence could include archaeology, and that includes finding tablets and certain artifacts and stuff like that that you carbon date. I don't know what you're talking about. You're just kind of saying stuff.
I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say.
You're trying to say that carbon dating is different from like looking at history and historical artifacts. No, historical evidence and carbon dating are they both go hand in hand. Like if we can carbon date a tablet, or if we can carbon date like a shield or something like that, then that would be historical evidence.
Okay, so what you're saying is you don't believe in Jesus and Paul existing because they don't align with history based off how you know it.
Based off
Based
of
off, like-
everything that we have.
yeah.
I mean, like
Yeah,
there's
everything
going to
we
be
have.
times that they line up, but there's times that Spider-Man lines up with history. There's times that Clifford the Big Red Dog lines up with history. There's times that Harry Potter lines up with history. That doesn't mean anything. Like,
yeah, but those are people of fiction, though. I mean, these are people that we're talking
yeah,
about.
and Jesus is fiction. That's what I'm saying.
What's
Do
your
you have
proof
any
for that,
evidence
though?
suggest that it's not?
I don't have any specific evidence,
Okay, well then I don't know why you're assuming that he's real.
but I'm saying you have no proof that he doesn't exist. Is what I'm getting
Yeah,
at. There's
we
no way
do,
to prove
because
it
he doesn't
of
line up with
historical
what we
evidence.
know about history. That's the problem. Not to mention there's contradictions themselves in the text. The way that the natural Jesus is presented is impossible. You can't be born 10 years before you're born, and Matthew says he's born 10 years before Luke says he's born. So unfortunately, the way the New Testament presents him is already bullshit. And then when you dive into the story, it doesn't line up with history, and there's a whole bunch of different anachronisms, which are things that are out of place. We see that it's written in third person omniscient, where the disciples are able to know what Jesus prayed in the Garden of Gethsemane before he's arrested and killed, even though they were asleep. That doesn't make any sense. You have all kinds of problems like that, not to mention the supernatural claims that are in there. The natural, supernatural claims, they're lifted from prior sources. The teachings are lifted from prior sources. The first gospel shows up over 100 years after the supposed death of Jesus, and that's from a guy who didn't think Jesus was a human being. That's Marcion. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, it's just bullshit. The Christians are mentioned prior to the gospels coming out, and they're never mentioned alongside Jesus. So, yeah, it's pretty obvious that they just come up with this horseshit mythology in the middle of the 2nd century. I don't know what to tell you.
Agnostic, though?
Say what?
Would you say that you're agnostic or just
No,
atheist?
I would not. So that's a random question too. So,
Yeah, I'm
anyways,
just wondering,
do you
I'm
have
curious.
any evidence for Jesus or Paul?
There's historians like Bart Herman who claim to certainly say, even though you don't agree with it, they heard. I mean, I could take your opinion to it, but like,
Sweet.
I
So
would
what does Ehrman say?
trust a historian over you. Like,
What does Ehrman say?
He said that he certainly existed.
Sweet. Based off of what?
His evidence.
And that is
historical evidence.
Based
off of the Gospels. If you look at the Gospels, that's historical evidence.
No, he's not taking the gospel and saying because the Gospels say Jesus existed. You're not even quoting Bart Ehrman correctly.
No, I'm saying that. I'm
Sweet.
just saying.
Well, I asked you for the evidence that Ehrman presents. I don't give a shit what Ehrman said. I don't give a shit what you say. I give a shit. You shouldn't even give a shit what I say. You should give a shit about what the evidence says. What evidence does Bart Ehrman point to? Now that you have appealed to a scholar, what does that scholar say is the evidence for Jesus or Paul?
All I'm going to say is that based off the historical evidence, Jesus Christ did exist, bro.
What evidence?
You can't give me any evidence. It's historical evidence.
I already given you evidence contrary to him, so you haven't presented any evidence. What evidence do we have for Jesus?
That he lived during the time.
Yep.
Of Pontius
What
Pilate.
evidence?
That he lived
Like, where'd you
during
get
the
that
time
story?
of Pontius
Where'd you
Pilate.
get that story?
That he lived during the time.
Where
of
did you
Pontius
get
Pilate.
that? Where did you hear that?
That he lived during the time.
Okay, sweet. Yeah. He has nothing, and he's just repeating himself. We don't have any evidence of that. You're just kind of repeating a claim, but you're not telling me where you got it. All right. He said bro, so you know he's serious. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. If anybody has any evidence for Jesus or Paul. Oh my God, there's Virtue 2 Feral, everybody. Virtue 2 Feral is in the chat. Oh my God. Oh my God. Virtue 2 Feral is brought to you today by Walgreens. Well, the prices aren't great. The stores are closing. And sometimes you confuse us with those other bitches across the street with a 3-letter acronym that no one even knows what CVS even means. So I'm not even going to identify them with a name. But that being said, at least you don't leave with an absolute Bible of a receipt whenever you buy gum. Welcome to Walgreens, guys. Walgreens. You don't know where our name came from either. All right. Let's see. Rob AFK says, why does the bother you what people believe? I don't even know what you're saying. Let's see. Mark Walgreens. Mark. What's going on? Kellen Goggins.
Yes, sir.
Are you currently fucking an owl? Could you please, I don't know what's going on with your background sounds.
Sorry, dude. I'm outside. It's the wind.
Oh, okay. Well, what do you got?
You mentioned the Shroud of Turin was from the 14th century.
Yes.
But what about when they went back and it showed that it was from like 30?
Who is they?
Well, the scientists.
No.
Yeah, they literally.
No, the scientists that you're talking about are conservative Italian Catholic scientists who actually had to retract their 2014 study that tried to say that they were able to test the blood and everything like that after scientists very clearly pointed out that they did not follow the scientific method whatsoever. So they actually retracted that, and they came back in 2022 with a study that said this new way of testing things, which is known as WAXS, it confirms that this is from the 1st century, but literally nothing had ever been tested, and the Shroud of Turin was the guinea pig. It is bullshit claim, and I apologize that you actually fell for that, but a 2022 study from some conservative Italian Catholics who suck their own dicks and have their heads so far up their own ass that they have to retract their older statements whenever real scientists call them on it are not going to be trustworthy sources. But that being said, do you have anything else on the Shroud of Turin? Because very clearly that is artwork, seeing as a 3D object like a face or a body, if laid flat, would look like this, and it doesn't, so it's not true. Anything. Anyways, so what do you got?
All right, so I know I watched like Tucker Carlson podcasts talking about it. I watch some other podcasts that are like hours long
Who
talking
cares?
about it.
What do you got?
Yeah, I know. I was just wondering, you know, if
Still giving it to that owl, man.
when if you, I don't know, man. So you literally disproved the Shroud of Turin.
Yeah, dude. The face itself would not look that way if you got any kind of imprint onto it. People are looking past that. It's pretty obvious that that's not how that fucking works. Not even close. The Shroud of Turin, seen here, the negative seen here in the middle and highlighted on the right, would not look like that. It would look more like the image on the left, because you get a 3D object like a face or a body, torso, fingers, arms, legs, all that kind of shit, and you place it onto a 2D plane like a sheet. Once you get that impression, it will look like this. That's how that looks. Unfortunately, it does not look like that. It should look more like the Mask of Agamemnon here, because this is an actual funerary mask. We get the sides of the head because a head is a 3D object.
Okay, well, I'm gonna keep doing my research on it, but I'll come back someday and tell you if I think you're right or what.
That was
Just
it? Your argument for Jesus or Paul was 1300s artwork? That was it?
No, but that's a major
It is not.
argument. Because what I saw is it was authentic and it was dated from like 30 AD, but you're saying that's not true.
Definitely not. Yeah, there's absolutely no reason. In fact, there's like pollen from all over the world on it, and there's DNA traces in there from a marine worm that lives off the coast of Canada. So no. The first time that we get any mention of it is from France in the 1300s. We get 3 documents. Prior to that, nothing. And on top of that, we see that the actual like weave itself to create the shroud is called 3-to-1 herringbone weave, which requires the technology of a loom that didn't even exist until the Middle Ages. And I had somebody point out the other day that there is an actual error on the shroud itself. There's a spot where the loom itself broke and they had to like continue working because that was something that would happen every once in a while, but that is indicative of a loom being used, and that loom is something that didn't exist in the 1st century. So I don't know what to tell you, man. It is fake, 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 and you accepted the dick of someone who is a grifter. But anyways, do you have anything else before you have to go buy a pack of Newports for that owl?
So if Paul never existed, who wrote first and second Corinthians?
The Marcionites.
Oh man. So this Saul from Tarsus, right?
That's Acts.
Right, but he never existed either, Saul.
Nope.
What's your basis for that?
Because Acts is something that it comes out in the middle of the 2nd century, written by somebody whose grandparents couldn't have even known Paul. On top of that, the actual text itself borrows from a whole bunch of different things, including the Odyssey and the autobiography of Josephus. So it's very clearly bullshit. And the Bacchae. Paul's own conversion story, this conversion story of this Shaul character, this Shaul from Tarsus, has Jesus talking from heaven, quoting Dionysus, like word for word. It doesn't make any sense. It's not a real thing. And then Paul goes on to give 2 different testimonies of that conversion story and contradict it. So, what? It's not a real story. You can also check out the book, Christ Before Jesus, from me and my co-author, $3 for the ebook. Check it out. The link's in the bio. Anything else?
Because I read More Than a Carpenter. I'm sure you heard of that book before.
Yep.
I know it's a really short book, but I read that, and it said that Paul was, when he was Saul, he was like a high-ranking Jew, and he did all this stuff. But you're saying that that's complete bogus.
Yeah, dude. Like, we definitely don't have any evidence of anything like that. Like, Jesus doing all that kind of stuff, like a mundane Jesus? Not at all. Not even close.
And then no evidence for Jesus. But a lot of the atheists are like, oh yeah, well, he was real, but you're saying he didn't even exist.
Why do I give a shit what an atheist says?
But I'm just saying most of them acknowledge that he was real.
Cool. Most Mormons acknowledge that Joseph Smith met an angel. I don't give two shits. And most everybody in here, we got 332 people on TikTok, 465 people in here that acknowledge that either you are fucking an owl or an owl is fucking you. I don't care. What you do in the privacy of your own forest is your own business.
I need to research Shroud of Turin and I'll be back, but I'm sure I'll probably get donkey kicked in the face if I look at it enough. But all right, man.
Is that a position other than reverse owl girl that you're obviously doing?
Well, like a donkey punch, but like a donkey kick.
That doesn't make a lot of sense. One of those is on the back of the head and one is in the front of the head.
Have you ever heard the term donkey punch?
That's why I said the back of the head.
A donkey kick.
Yeah, but you said the front of the face. Like donkey kicked in the face.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it depends what way you're facing.
That wouldn't make any sense. It wouldn't be a donkey anymore.
It would.
I think somebody needs to brush up on their Urban Dictionary.
If you're... Well, I don't know. It was from there.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll let you get back to your owl there.
Let me get back to my Shroud of Turin research, and I'll be back.
Yeah, you do that.
Because I'm pretty sure it's 30 AD.
Yeah, from the conservative Catholic bullshit article that came out, but there's no evidence whatsoever that that method even works. So just come back up whenever Hedwig comes, and I'll talk to you later. All right. Let's see here. Pixie's Place says, sounded more like a coop of carrier pigeons or carriers pigeons. That's terrible. Let's see. And I don't even want to take credit for that reverse owl girl. I saw that in the chat and it was pretty funny. Who said that? Who said that? I'm trying to find it. Oh, there it is. Murden said reverse owl girl. That was funny. All right. Over there on Super Chat, we got some YouTube Super Chat. Again, if you're on YouTube and you want to come up, you can click the link that is in the chat or on the YouTube profile. I take guests on TikTok, and that's unfortunately just what you got to do. If you don't have a TikTok or you don't want to come up on TikTok, that's perfectly fine. Just send a Super Chat. I will read it out loud, and I will respond to it. There is two pounds from Liz of Hexy. I know who you are. Anyways, says, would you like to bequeath me a queef GG? I don't even know what are you even asking for? I don't even know what you're asking for. I don't even know what you're asking for. Let's see. Resting Opface $5 says, if Jesus is the most documented person in history, he's not. What is the most documented queef in history? Good Lord. Good Lord. I don't know the answer to that question anyways. I don't think that was a sincere question. I think you're just fucking saying things. No. Anyways. Michael Stellato. What's
going on, man?
Stellato?
Yeah, you got it right. Yeah, actually, surprisingly, a lot of people get that wrong.
Yeah, well,
No, I'm just coming in. I was listening earlier. More so, can you give me verses that help contradict the Bible? I want to go in there and read them myself and stuff. So I got the ones from John and Mark that you were talking about earlier.
You know what you should do? You should check out this particular website. It is made by one of my friends here on TikTok named Gray Eyes, and it is an amazing resource, and I would highly recommend it. It is mythicism.web.app, and it gives you all kinds of stuff. You can even sort by the time that supposedly some of these people are writing. Here's your anachronisms and stuff. There's even some contradictions and stuff that I'm sure they get brought up as well. But let's see if we've got, let's see here. We've got all kinds of things that talk about problems with Jesus and things like that all here on the website. It's mythicism.web.app. And it is an amazing resource that you can have open whenever you talk to somebody. Just save it on your phone or do that kind of thing. And it's pretty nice.
All right, mythicism.web.app. What he said? .org?
Yeah, dot web dot app.
Okay,
So
cool.
mythicism.web.app app.
All right, thanks, man. I just wanted to stop in and just do more research and read up on myself about some
Oh
stuff.
yeah, check it out.
Thanks, bro.
And let us know if you have any other questions.
Will do. Have a good one, man.
All right, that was Michael Stellato. One of the funniest parts about like doing like Duolingo and stuff like that is over time you start like mimicking like the voice and the pronunciation and stuff like that, which I guess is what they want you to do. Like if I go over to Italy and I talk like like, would that be seen as offensive, or are they like, hey, he's actually trying? Like he's actually saying something in like the kind of sing-songy way that we're doing. I guess it really depends on whether or not my Italian itself is any good. I think that's probably what it depends on. But then again, if somebody came over to like Texas or something, like if Erling Haaland came over to Texas, which he did, and if I met him, which I didn't, which that would have been cool. If I had met him and he said something like, "What's up, partner?" Like, I don't know what I'd do. I don't know if I'd feel offended. I would probably just be like, okay. Man. It's appreciated typically. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. No idea. I know that like there are places in the world that generally want you to try. Like they like to see that you're attempting. But from what I've heard, the French fucking hate it. Like they're really like uptight about how you pronounce words and stuff like that. Like that's just what I've heard. I've got nothing against the French, but they can be very French. Oui. It's because then they think you're Canadian. Oh. Love France, ain't the French? Really? I do. Like, but even like in other English speaking places, like if I went up to Elizabeth Heretics over in the UK, I walked up as like, oh, but water. Like I'm pretty sure she would roundhouse kick me in the face so fast that it would make my little colonial head spin there. Like it just wouldn't work. Do one, mate. Like I can't do that. She probably would. Beans on toast and all that, right? Yeah. In it, yeah. Anyways, Yana's back up. Donkey punch to the face. What is going on? Yana, you're back up for more. I guess taking Jesus's words seriously when he said to turn the other cheek.
Yeah, what's going on? So first, before I get into it, why was Ted Bundy a wrong answer?
What? What's your evidence for Jesus or Paul?
No, I don't. I didn't have any
No,
evidence
you
the first
don't?
time. I just wanted.
You didn't have any evidence
No,
the first time, and
no,
then you waited
I
all this time,
came.
and you still don't have any evidence?
No, that
All right.
wasn't.
Well, thanks. Thanks for wasting everybody's time there for a second. All right. Moving on here. $2 there from Chaos Engine 89 says thoughts on Queefus of Vogarith. What the hell is that even supposed to be? Vogarith? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that is. What is that? I don't know what that is. No idea what it is. Something that you might notice is that if I don't know something, like if I've never heard of something, I go, I don't know what that is. And I'll search for it. There have been some times, like notably the time when somebody brought up Christ Before Jesus a couple times there on Dan McClellan's live with Dan Beecher, his podcast host on Data Over Dogma. So people were bringing up Christ Before Jesus, and Dan McClellan's like, "Oh, it's it's another mythicist take. It uses math and computer type stuff, and like he's just kind of saying stuff. And it's clear that at a certain point, you can actually notice if you ever see a video of it, that he's just looking, he's just looking at like an Amazon description of the book. He's not actually like spouting off the dome what he knows about Christ before Jesus, which is fine. I'm glad that he's actually looking it up and he's aware of it to some extent. And he obviously got the emails and everything like that, all the messages we sent to him. He read them. We know he did. So he's at least heard of it. But it's funny because like he very clearly didn't know what he was saying or what it was exactly. So he just kind of started giving some kind of really half-assed response until he could pull up the thing that he could read from. And I was like, oh, okay. But that's just kind of what happens lots of times whenever you have these like ivory tower kind of people that say, hey, I'm a scholar, so therefore you have to listen to what I say and take it as gospel because I went to school for this. And when you ask them a question about something that they don't actually know anything about, they're going to fake it until they make it. But because they're a scholar, they can kind of afford that luxury. They can say things like that, and people are going to cling on to their every word. Whereas I'm just going to go, I don't know what the fuck that's trying to be. I don't know what that is. There's some times where people are talking about things I do know about, and I still go, I don't know what that is off the top of my head. So, c'est la vie. Which is French, by the way. C'est la vie. It means go fuck yourself. I think it means that's life. All right. I need Google. What book? I need Google. CBJ uses proctology. Yeah, that's what that is. All right. Let's see. Such is life. Yeah, that's what it is. Such is life. That's life. Yeah. Oh, one day at a time. What's it going? What you got?
What's up, bro? I was trying to see. I just came across your video of Richard Carrier, like looking at your
Who? What?
Richard Carrier.
Uh-huh.
And like those other two guys, I don't remember their names, but I just kind of came across the video yesterday, and I watched like 15 seconds of it and got bored. They were kind of like going over over your book, I think, and what like it seems like because I think I remember you talking about it on one of your lives a while back.
Mm-hmm.
You said they did the analysis wrong, so I just want to get your the way that they reviewed your book and they try to run it themselves.
I don't know about them running it, but Richard Carrier explicitly states on his blog that he did not read the book and he thought that the two authors were actually just potentially one author working and saying that they're two authors, even though it's pretty clear that in our book we run stellometry on ourselves and show that it's two authors. So that would be us explaining that stellometry doesn't work before using it as an argument. And then also we've done live demonstrations and stuff like that and interviews that he could have spent 5 seconds just Googling really fast and saying that we're two different people. So that's pretty stupid. On top of that, he believes and continued to believe, even during the live with John Gleason, about the idea of how we ran the stellometry on the English version, which is not what we did at all. That's really stupid. I don't know where he got that idea, but he just kind of pulled it out of his ass. So yeah, whenever people write reviews, but they very clearly aren't familiar with the work, it's very disheartening. But it's even more so whenever somebody is somebody who you kind of, to some extent, looked up to at one point in time and said, hey, this person is the most infamous or famous person in this field, so I feel like he'd probably do a decent job of taking a look at things. But he called us sloppy, but he also called Bart Ehrman sloppy, so I guess we're on the same page as Bart Ehrman, so I don't give a shit.
Gotcha. The host or whatever, he also mentioned that he had tried to reach out to you before that.
Host?
Yeah.
Oh, Godless. Gee, yeah.
Yeah, engineer.
Yeah.
He said he tried to reach out to you. Like, is that something you're like wanting to do with
what?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what he would have reached out to you about, but like, I thought it would be to set you up in that same room with Richard Carrier and like
I
all
don't
of them.
think
And go
so.
over it.
I don't think the intention was to do that. The intention, the way that we perceived it at least, was probably more for scooping than anything else. Because later on he tried to say something about how he was going to run Stelometry and try to get peer reviewed or something. So it was probably just scooping. But nevertheless, I don't really give a
What do
shit.
you mean by scooping?
Yeah, scooping is where somebody tries to figure out what someone else is saying, or someone else is taking a look at before their book comes out, or before they get peer review, or before an article comes out, and then taking that idea and then doing it faster than them and then coming out with it. Or in this particular case, like trying to get peer review before someone else gets peer reviewed.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So would you say like the way that they ran your or they ran their stylo was wrong, or have you looked into it at all?
I believe that my co-author did, and from what I can recall, the way that they were doing it was some kind of outdated way of taking a look at things. They didn't do it in a way that we did it, so they weren't necessarily disproving what we were doing. They were just using some older method or something. It was just kind of weird. I
So
don't know. I don't know why.
I know I think from your book you use eaters
Eaters Delta and Eaters Simple, yeah.
and that's not what they used?
Not to my knowledge, but again, I don't
Okay.
know. And if they did use it, then they got the same results that we did. So it's not like we're lying or something like that. I mean, I don't know how you could run it and not get the same results. I have no fucking clue.
Gotcha.
So
Because I mean,
it's not really that big of a deal.
the guy that he had with them, apparently he's also a data scientist, and
Yeah, in the sense that like data scientists can be really anything, not anything, but anything that's dealing with data, and having a degree in data science. That's what I feel like a data scientist would be, or at least in that position or a job. Where they're doing that kind of stuff. But like, for instance, one of the things that I learned a lot but like in college and stuff like that, and I focused a lot of my like early career on, would be regression modeling. But regression modeling, I mean, you could say it's sort of kind of similar to stelometry, but kind of, only sort of kind of. But
what is that?
What I'm saying is that there's different ways that people can analyze data. There's different tools that they can use. So being a data scientist in general does not mean that you're automatically going to know about stelometry or be an expert on it or anything like that. This is kind of how that works. Kind of like how Godless Engineer, I'm sure, is an engineer, but you could really say anything for engineer. I've seen literal resumes where people who at one point in time would have considered themselves stay-at-home moms call themselves domestic engineers. So I mean, you could really say whatever the fuck you want to, really.
So you don't.
This is kind of how it works.
So you're
So like,
saying
what
that,
I'm saying is that that's a broad term, and that doesn't necessarily mean that he's an expert in what I'm talking about when it comes to data science.
gotcha. So do you have like, so you studied something specifically linking to like stylo, things like that?
Me? No. No. I utilize Stylo now, and I've been using it for years. But like, for instance, when I went to school for data science, I just kind of went for like a I guess a pretty broad kind of array of different data sciences, that kind of thing. But whenever I got out earlier on in my career, it was more specific to like regression modeling, that kind of thing, or like ANOVA testing.
Okay, and is that
So
regression?
that's not stelometry. That's pretty different. But I'm just trying to show you that like I was a data scientist then, I'm a data scientist now. But that doesn't necessarily mean that at that point in time I knew all about stelometry or something. In a similar vein, they had a data scientist on, but that doesn't mean that he's like an expert in stelometry. And I don't see any kind of connection between him and stelometry on any kind of website or anything like that he has.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just kind of wanted to get your perspective before I like
Yeah.
took a look at that.
Yeah, not a problem. I mean, and you can run it as well. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. It's nothing that is behind like a paywall or anything. The Stylo software that we use is used, and on top of that, they tried to argue that the Stylo software that we were using wasn't really good. But then there's another book that came out actually the year after us. I believe it's called Counting Paul by Dr. Benjamin White, and it uses not only the same software that we use, Stylo, but it also uses another software that we use that we considered actually putting graphs up in the book called Gephi. So we are very, very familiar with the work that person came out with. And by the way, a scholar who is actually respected, whose name is M. David Litva, he disagrees with us on the mythicist position, but nevertheless, he reached out to us because of our work in stylometry and actually quoted and cited us later. So yeah, like
prove what?
Say what?
What did he use your stylo for?
No,
or just the methodology.
He uses the methodology for the writings of like Paul and whatnot. He would agree with us that the earliest iterations of Paul's letters that we have come from 144 from Marcion. He's really big onto Marcion and stuff, like 2nd century stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Which,
Cool,
by the
cool,
way, Richard Carrier is literally trying to argue against. He is not only arguing against data scientists because he's an idiot, but on top of that, he's also trying to say, hey, I'm going to try to find any possible way to defend my position that this is all from the 1st century because all of my work relies on these 1st century datings to be true. That's the thing. More recent scholarship, and as far as data science goes, it shows that this is 2nd century. He is trying to fight that because his early work and the bulk of his work relies on a 1st century dating. So if people move past that, they no longer give a shit about his version of mythicism, if that works. Because his version of mythicism is the idea that Paul wrote in the 1st century, but he believed, at least initially, in a spiritual Jesus. And then later on, sometime in the 1st century, we end up with the Gospels because people are trying to historicize that. If you just take that method, or you take that approach and just put it in the 2nd century, that's basically what we say anyways. So but Paul is not a real person. Instead, he's more or less a mouthpiece or a pseudonym for Marcion. That works perfectly fine. I don't know why he's arguing so hard against it, but I think a lot of it is because of the fact that he spent so much time saying that all this is happening in the 1st century, and he doesn't want to have to go back and say, I was wrong about that because some dirt farmers from North Texas showed me that, a computer actually knows shit better than me. See, ultimately, that's what it is. It's a pride kind of thing. And I get it. It's whatever. Who gives a shit? But the point is, we have people who are actually taking a look at this and seeing that this is a later concept. And that's where it's moving. And so I think that anybody who's really going to sit back and say, I'm not going to move with that is just a dinosaur that's just going to get passed over. Stylometry is the meteor.
You did mention that you looked up to him like
at some point in time, like I looked up to him because I thought that he was somebody who was willing to go against the grain and everything like that and discuss these things. Didn't necessarily agree with them on everything. It's just that it was actually kind of impressive to say, he was saying that Jesus didn't exist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is that still his stance?
Yeah, he's a mythicist.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Just wanted to get your...
All right. Thanks for coming up, man. All right. Zariah, what's going on?
Hello. I love your work. I would check out your book afterwards.
Oh, thanks.
I read Becoming Supernatural, and it supports most of your work that I've heard you were talking about by Joe Dispenza. It talks about brainwaves, the brainwaves that you were talking about. But Jesus itself is Santa Maria and has a broad structure. If you look back, the timing is not correct. You look at the Enochs and you put it together, the Genesis will then say that he then got ascended at 65, left children, which is just generational things. And if you look at the ship coming from Christopher Columbus was called Santa Maria, and the American Republicana is Spanish, and then Europeans landed there, and then Americans, and then the conquering and stuff like that. Just making up like things in history, putting things together. It's consciousness. There's a book that refrains from Catholics into Christians. If you look at the Catholics, they do more studies. If you look at the Christians, they do more singing. If you look at the Bible, it has directed for the directors of singing. Are we still on the same page? It's a Christ mindset. If he would have got past the mindset that had hope after his ego death, maybe he would have completed it. And maybe he wouldn't continue this. But we're continuing the work, though. Great job. What's your thought? How do you feel? Continuing works of his explanation and his theories and his mindset from a different perspective and finding out the truth of the timelines. I can get off. I mean, I was invited. I was just putting my thoughts in here. This is just opinions, of course, my perspective, of course. I could write a book. I'm trying to write that on a comic book if you want to check out my page as well. Mind-boggling, isn't it? Imagine getting those downloads.
What?
Or nothing.
Okay. So
this is fun. I love this. 281. They shadow banned mine, so let's go.
What? What are you talking about?
Nothing. I was invited. You can have your opinion. Let's leave the room here. I'll mute it. This is a reality. We're not in psychosis. So we're trying to piece back things. So let's go back to the 3D. Let's land the plane in the 3D. Right? Let's get out the spiritual and get into the psychological and the philosophy in it.
I'm going to keep it real with you, Chief. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I really don't.
Oh, sorry. I really be thinking people be on the same mindset. So I'm so sorry for confusing you. There's 4 elements. Me either.
Somehow I'm further from understanding what you're talking about.
Then watch the movie The Fifth Element.
With Bruce Willis?
Bruce Williams? Yeah. Try to find that 1997. Then keep looking down Lucy 2014. It just brings consciousness. I mean, it's all out there. The music tells you its frequency, everything's changing, energy work. I mean, I'm just catching up with you guys. Where you guys are with
really
this
fast.
story.
Who's the star of the Fifth Element movie?
I don't know which one is a star. You wanna?
It's the guy, the Bruce guy. What's his name?
It was the guy, or she was the one that he was trying to find in the first place because his life was dull and boring.
Yeah, but the guy, what's his name?
Bruce Willis. I forgot his name. I mean, you could look it up. You could use another phone. You could use the actors. I could get down.
The girl was that was Mila Jovovich.
Mila.
Jovovich or something. Jovovich. Yeah.
Is it
Chris Tucker's in that movie too, right?
Yeah, he is. He is. And it was a funny, like they was doing opera, going fighting different people. He was a cab driver originally. She somehow just landed on his ship because she was running away from I don't know what. I forgot. And then at the end of it, it was just like the tablets, and I'm like, okay, the tablets are the ancient Egypt. They were prophesizing. And then it just all came together as she was a Fifth Element. And she was just like, she saw war, she saw what it came down to, and it's just like, what is this? Why? Love. Okay. That's simple.
Fair enough.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought Jesus was on that one wholeness, love, peace, and thing. So I've never been religious. So I couldn't be indoctrinated.
Right. Well, let me try to get to some people who are indoctrinated and talk to them.
Keep doing your job. You're doing a great job. I'll check out your book.
All right, thanks. Speaking of people who are indoctrinated, Ash, you're an indoctrinated person, correct? Are Jeronites classifiable as indoctrination or cult-like activity? No. Stop calling yourselves that. Also, let's see. I heard it. Yeah. Oh, you heard it live. Elizabeth Heretics was at an MCR show. I guess they played that song. I assume they played the song. Why wouldn't they play that song? Yeah, Chris Tucker's part was supposed to be played by Prince. I heard about that here recently. All right. And then over there, super chat, $5 from Godmind L7D. Thank you very much for the super chat there on YouTube. Okay. Cult adjacent. G strings. No, it's a G note, not a G. Jesus. No, it's a G note. Oh, yes. Well, yeah, I liked the video of them playing it, but like, anyways. Yeah, I was, anyways. Kind of listos. Add Bruce Willis to the board. Why are you crying, Elizabeth Heretics? Why are you crying? Ain't nothing but a Gino, baby. How do I request? First time on TikTok. Sakat, we were up. What are you talking about? Sakat, I literally talked to you earlier today. You've been watching for over 79 minutes. Never mind, did it. What? Oh, someone requested me earlier. Okay. Unk Mo, what's going on?
Hey, nothing much, man. I appreciate your work. I just wanted to join. I believe that all believers are just ashamed to know that they've been duped for so long. Jesus never existed. I believe so. And if he did, he was a con artist.
I mean, I'm not necessarily going to argue with that. It sounds decent. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just joining to let people know we have more people like you out here. I've always known that Jesus never existed, but people been duped for so long they don't want to accept the fact that they've been duped.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of tough every once in a while to realize, hey, I think I should have been out of this a long time ago.
Yeah, I was born a Christian, but my search just made me know that things didn't make sense. You know, and I hope everybody gets saved one day. And when I say saved, I don't mean religiously. I believe just finding out the truth as you've been saved from. I also believe something else. If you believe in the Bible, if the Bible has some truth to it, then Jesus might be the mark of the beast that the Bible talks about, because it chases you away from everything from the first book to say that if you believe in Jesus, that everything is okay. So it might be a form of deception.
Well, I don't know. I think that Revelation is definitely kind of off into kind of kooky land whenever it talks about like the impending apocalypse there from Nero and during that time afterwards and stuff. So I think that for the most part, that's all just kind of apocalyptic literature that didn't really do anything, or come to much. But yeah, I mean, I'd say that Jesus definitely didn't exist, so we'd at least agree there.
Yeah, he didn't exist. He didn't exist.
Yeah. But anyways, that being said, thank you for coming up and kind of sharing those kind words there. Thank you. That was Unk Mo, everybody. All right, this will probably be the last guest here, unless there's just a sudden influx of people that are just kind of showing up. What is going on, Sakad? We talked earlier.
Yeah, my bad, bro. So believe it or not, you're the first person I've ever talked to on TikTok. But that's what I was saying. But I want to ask you a question.
Oh.
And it's more so in a sense of, obviously we agree from our earlier conversation. Are you spiritual at all? If you even want to answer that. Not religious. I fuck all religions. Spiritual.
It's illegal for you to ask me that.
Oh.
No, so
like any spiritual experiences whatsoever in your life?
That's kind of an irrelevant question, I guess, but
it is. I agree.
No.
So you are purely off of logic and evidence.
Yep. If there's not a good reason to believe something, don't believe it.
I get. So like you never get like a sense or anything. Like I do a lot of like private security.
Every
I've
once in
seen
a
a
while, I
lot of
gotta
shit in my
pee.
life. Well, I mean, like, yeah, but I mean, like, nothing else.
I got poo.
You don't feel like there's like a source or anything out there, like in the universe? Not from a Bible or biblical standpoint, like where all this shit comes from.
A source where all the shit comes from? What did I just get done saying?
Yeah, pee, but I'm talking about like on a spiritual level.
You pee shit?
I got you. I got you.
I mean,
I was just curious.
I'm just saying, like, it's just like,
no.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you don't have a good reason to believe something, even if you have like an intuition on something, like that's probably just because of experience and stuff like that. Like this is kind of how it goes. Like,
I got you.
I mean, this is kind of how it goes. We get taught how to read and write and rationalize and work together, be independent, work on our own, how to run, how to play, how to hide, all kinds of things. You know, society is what we need in order to progress, in order to learn about our past and move forward. But nevertheless, it just, sometimes society brings these stories and just kind of heaps them upon our shoulders and says, okay, you carry this weight of just bullshit, of nonsense. And sometimes people are just able to just knock it off their back and keep going. Others, they just keep carrying it because they feel like, well, all the people before me carried this weight. I'm going to pass it on to my children too. It's
Would
always what we've done.
have you ever experienced you just knew something without ever even reading up on it or ever doing research on it? You just knew it, like it was like downloaded to you in a sense, like you just knew, and then come to find out it was real.
Yeah, of course. People have said, oh, hey, I believe in this particular deity. And I said, nah, deity's not real. And it wasn't real. I mean, okay. You know what I mean? Like, and Christians do it all the time. Anybody who is monotheistic does that all the time. They can just, anybody. If you go up to, like a, I don't know, like a Mormon or something like that, and you say, hey, Vishnu is real. They'll be like, no, he's not. All right, well, there you go. Okay, well, was that them knowing the truth about the world because Mormonism is true? No. It's because they just have, based off of their intuition and based off of their knowledge and based off of their experience, Vishnu is not real for them. So they're just going to say it. That doesn't make Mormonism any more real. It doesn't mean that the God of Christianity or Mormonism or whatever is somehow giving them some spiritual ability to discern these things. No. Sometimes people's bullshit detector is a little better than others. This is how that works. But then again, they trip over their own bullshit because they're like, oh, hey, did Joseph Smith actually meet the angel Moroni? And they're like, yeah, he did. It's like, what are you talking about?
It's all bullshit. And like when it comes
There's
to
better
religion
evidence
in general,
for Vishnu than there is for fucking.
I've done a lot of heavy research on religion, so it's like a lot of people don't even understand it's hereditary in the sense that when something was beaten into you, people were murdered, martyred, whatever you want to say, for hundreds, if not thousands of years for these things to spread. That's why a lot of people still instilled in them. Yeah.
What? Where are you getting that idea?
That's history.
The
That
history
it was
of the
literally
martyrs?
No. So like in Christianity, for a lot of it, when it was spread, it was
beaten from
people
Christianity into people.
Yeah, so like they would what's the freaking word? So they would denounce whatever else they were, convert.
Yeah, they convert to Christianity. I see what you're saying. I think. Yeah.
So back then it was you either die or they take away your land or they kill you, whatever, torture, yada yada. This is why I hate religions. Well, a lot of them. But like the moral of the story though is more so not a religious take of it, but more so, let's say, like for history, I've felt like I've known something in history before I even researched it, and it come to be accurate. For me, would you say it's possible that maybe we reincarnate at somehow or some point?
No, it's just because of the fact that you have a firm understanding of other things about history, so it just kind of makes sense that that would be the case. Like I couldn't tell you when, I couldn't tell you when Napoleon existed. I couldn't, off the top of my head, I could not tell you, but I can give a roundabout estimate as to when, based off of like everything I know about him, the clothing that I can picture him in, that kind of thing. I can kind of sort of give an idea as to when he was around. So I mean, there's certain things that we just kind of piece together because we work on patterns. So you're just somebody who's seen a pattern and just applied that pattern to something else, and that's fine, and that's okay. That's not a problem. That just means that you're an intelligent person whose brain is working properly.
Damn, that makes sense. I'm not gonna lie, bro. How old are you? Well, I guess I shouldn't ask that, but you seem very intelligent. I'll say that. You seem very wise.
How old do you think I
am? 28. 28, 27.
Nice. Nah, I'm 34.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, but yeah, I appreciate you, bro. Very wise. I'll definitely be back on the stream or whatnot. Like I said, first stream I've ever actually encountered on TikTok, and good fucking experience, bro.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming up. That was Sakad7 for the second time today. Sakad7. We did have one more person. Tom Bombadil says bass and balls. I don't even know why he said that. Denise / Joseph. Who am I getting today?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Is this Denise?
Yes.
Okay. What's going on, Denise?
Hey, what's your argument?
What do you mean?
Paul and Jesus never existed?
Mm-hmm.
What's the argument?
What's the argument for them not existing?
Yeah.
Jesus and Paul never existed, like even the natural versions presented by the New Testament, or the Quran or Book of Mormon for that matter, because they do not line up with what we know about the first century from contemporaries, archaeology, and geography.
Based on what?
I just said it.
What source? Name a scholar.
Name a scholar? Why would I name a scholar? That scholars didn't live back then.
You're dumb.
Okay. Tell your mom I said hey. All right. That was really weird. Okay. So $5 there from Godmind says, I enjoy watching your stream. I would like to buy your buy your book, I think. How can I purchase it and where? So Christ Before Jesus is available. There's a ebook that is just $3. The link is in the bio here on TikTok, or if you're on YouTube, it's on the profile. It is $3. It's on Amazon. There is a print version and also an audiobook version as well, read by me and my co-author. So if you're sick and tired of my voice already, you're probably not going to like the audiobook. But it is available there on Audible. So if you have an Audible account, I think they give you like a couple free books or something a month or something like that. I don't know. Then Matthew Mulkeen, $2 there, says Robert the Shrubber. Saying it a little late. Yes, Robert the Shrubber. I'm a shrubber by trade. So dumb. It's funny though. Okay. Hey, and then, hey. Welcome to Latras's army. Yes, that is Emir Dizdarovich. Dizdarovich? Emir Dizdarovich. Emir, thank you very much for joining Latras's army. That is over on YouTube. Thank you very, very much for that membership. You get to not only watch videos early, but you also get to see access to our videos where we're answering questions that people have given us there for Matthew and I, my co-author. We're also working on some new material there on YouTube and as well on TikTok as well. If you subscribe on TikTok, that it'll be available to you as well for things that are available to subscribers there and members, just to kind of say thank you for doing that, because you don't have to. You could literally spend your money on literally anything else. So we really appreciate that because it helps with our research and stuff. Our book here recently has got about 30 pages longer because we keep finding new information and putting more stuff in there. So thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. They gifted 5 memberships to Christ Before Jesus there on YouTube. And then said, $5 super chat there, said, don't worry, I don't know how to say your name either. My name is Jaren. So thank you very, very much for gifting the 5 memberships. Thank you very, very much. I'm not sure who exactly they go to, but hopefully they go to some people who utilize them and watch some of these videos that we have that are available for members. So thank you very, very much for that. Thank you. Yorkub is how Zeno is saying over there on TikTok. Yorkrum there from the prototype 1011. Does it have as many pages as the Bible, though? Not quite. Or it depends on how big the Bible is, I guess. Let's see. I started reading your book, but I spend my time on your lives more. Well, vegan, either way, a lot of the information that is in the book I talk about here for free. But I also talk about more things like a lot of people like Jake or Aaron or Gray Eyes or Hetty I know that Storm has found a lot of stuff. I know that Lady Huggy has found a lot of stuff. Elizabeth Heretics finds stuff all the time. Hanji finds stuff all the time. We get all kinds of information that pops in here. I know Oppo is an OG who has been giving all kinds of information for years on this topic. So there's a whole bunch of new information that starts showing up. And we talk about it a lot here on the live. So you get more up-to-date information, I guess, on here. I followed them too. Oh, very nice. AZ Mike is in the chat, of course. AZ Mike. And what's going on, AZ? Megan Griffith says, are you okay? Me? Yeah. Randy Fitz says, I add no value. No.
What the hell are you talking about?
You absolutely add value. Thank you very, very much just for being here. You add value. But thank you, Randy. Thank you. If you're wondering if Randy is too big, Randy Fitz. Okay. Emily Neptune says, I occasionally say something. Yeah, every once in a while. Emily suggests that we listen to POD in the morning. So we listen to POD the next morning. Boom. All right. Let's see here. But yeah, hopefully everybody had a good day today. If you want to watch the videos back, you can definitely check it out there on YouTube. It posts automatically. As soon as we're done with the live, it starts uploading it. And you can watch this live again. So yeah, it's at least kind of fun to kind of go back to it. I still don't know what POD is. POD, it's a band. You didn't listen to POD? Emily, how old are you? You don't know who POD? What? POD? It boom, alive. Feels so alive. No. Youth of the Nation? We are. No? Damn it. Goodbye for Now. It has Katy Perry at the very end of it. Just her doing her thing. Yeah. I'm not even kidding. It does have Katy Perry at the end of it. But nothing? You guys are killing me. Am I the only one who called them pod? They literally have periods in between. It stands for payable on death. All right. Anyways, $1.99 from 1120505 says Jay's favorite show is 24 because it has Queefer Sutherland. Are you happy? Are you happy with yourself? Are you happy with yourself? $5 there from Zeno Lapudre. It says, needed to get my queef in for the day. Happy birthday, Gray Eyes. Gray Eyes' birthday was yesterday. Oh my God. Yes, I actually remember that. And I was thinking I need to do something. So what we're going to do is actually sing happy birthday to Gray Eyes here. Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Gray Eyes. Happy birthday to you. That is happy birthday over there to Gray Eyes, good friend of CBJ. Thank you very much, man. That you deserve it. You deserve it. Gray Eyes actually showed up. He drove by far the furthest. It was like a 15 fucking hour drive, or no, longer than that. It's like 18 hours or something like that, all the way over to the first CBJ meetup, which was over in like North Dallas area. So that was pretty cool. We need to schedule another a meetup here before too terribly long. $2 from Milton says you get more queefs. You are almost done. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to hop off, and you guys keep doing this. $1.99 at Jim says you're welcome for the queefs. Anyways, thank you guys for swinging by. Obviously, really appreciate you guys. East Coast. Too far. 33. It was 33 hours. 33 hours. 33 hours. That's a long drive. Randy Fitz says, "Oh my God! Thanks for all you do, GE." And that's Gray Eyes, everybody. Gray Eyes is being thanked there. Ash says, "Get the band back together." No, the band's not getting back together. The band is not getting back together. Half of us can't even play instruments anymore, or at least as well as we used to be able to. I can't. No. I think currently right now, there were 5 members in my band growing up. People who can play their instruments about as good as we used to be able to. I'd say I would struggle to say 3. I'd say 2 of us, myself included. I play every once in a while. I'll play music, but I just sang. I just sang at a certain point. Like I played guitar and stuff like that, like if I needed to, or a bass or something like that, or keyboard. But I was the lead singer, so all I've got to do is just flex the golden pipes, and then we're good to go. But you know, that's how that works. All right, totally being a praise band made up of only atheists. I'll play keys. That's funny. All right. Peace. Yeah, give me a second. Give me a second. All right. All right. All right. Thank you guys for swinging by. Thank you to anybody and everybody who stuck around longer than 30 seconds. 35-second gang, rise up. And we'll be live tomorrow about 9:30 a.m. Central. We got some things in the works. I'm going to go ahead and just lay on you. Also on TikTok, we're going to go ahead and raid Ace. I will see you guys over there in Ace's live. Man, so okay. Really quick, do you guys remember when we were talking? Matthew was up here on the panel, and I remember Christina the Godless came up and she said we need to start a podcast that goes over some of those crazy questions that people have brought up. I know Joel brought up the idea of like, do angels have buttholes and stuff like that? There's a whole bunch of different crazy things, crazy questions like that. And I thought to myself, okay, well, that sounds pretty fun. Sounds like it would be something interesting, at least, you know, kind of something to change a pace. So we are actually working on trying to figure out how to tackle a lot of questions like that. So be kind of on the lookout for that, because that will be a lot less like pressure, like it's like a high intensity, like especially like hard mode where like, oh, give us proof for Paul. Like, no. It's not going to be argumentative. It's not going to be a debate thing. It's just going to be like just have fun. Maybe even get elevated and just enjoy the jokes and the weird stuff. We're going to try to tackle some of those weird questions that we just came up with off the top of our head. So that'll be a lot of fun. I don't know if Matthew had suggested maybe putting together a little book or something. We're going to try to come up with some different ways to possibly even involve a lot of different people here on the TikTok and the deconstruction community and stuff like that. So it'll be a lot of fun. Because I mean, I for one would love to get some like more serious TikTokers or serious YouTubers in the deconstruction community to answer some of these ridiculous questions. I want to have a full conversation with, like, for instance, Justin from Deconstruction on whether or not you could use the pillar of salt that Lot's wife got turned into as rock salt for homemade ice cream. I want to know whether or not we can prove or find good evidence to suggest that we could make Lot's wife ice cream. That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. That's all I want to know. So I think it would be a lot of fun to get some more serious debaters in these crazy situations like that. So I don't know. I think it'd be fun. But anyways, hard work. 83.95, $4.99 says your mom said to give you enough to get a gallon of gas. Well, thank you very much. And then $2 there from a nope says peace. Rock on a later Queethans. Queethans. It's not a word. But I'll con it. All right. It was pickling salt. Save me some. Chocolat's wife. Chocolat. Count Chocolat. Anyways. It would definitely be a live or a podcast or something like that would be much more just goofing off, that kind of thing. So, never can tell. Anyways, I will see you guys later. Peace out, Girl Scout. Put me down for some Thin Mints. And for the people over there on YouTube, thank you very, very much. Again, let's see. We got Amir. Thank you very, very much for the gifted memberships. That is awesome. Thank you for becoming a member over there. And we're going to try to get a lot more membership type stuff over there as well, so that you feel like you're getting your money's worth. I mean, I it's not just like, oh, thank you for the money. It's also like, hey, we want people to be rewarded with this kind of stuff, with some different media that we put out there. He said, I don't know if that was gonna cover a gallon, so yeah, that's a good point. $4.99 might not, especially after YouTube takes this cut. I don't think it would, because they take about half of it or so. So that technically wouldn't even cover a gallon. But yes, thank you very much for the $5. That definitely will cover a gallon of gas. So thank you very, very much. I will see you guys tomorrow. And again, you've been Tube. Thank you very